What's up, guys? How's it going? I was all here vibing. Alpha, Chris, wandering. What is up? Gonna give people, as is tradition, a couple minutes to join here. Gotta post my fire meme. Also, I had a fire thumbnail today. Do you guys appreciate the symmetry? I'm the positive delusion, and Takumi is the negative delusion. It's very deep and metallic if you think about it. Hey, Vegito. Hey, Kyler. The thing with the quotes ever get unspoiled? Oh, no, it hasn't been unspoiled yet. We didn't make it that far. I think Chris said that it would be explained though, if you're talking about the pronouns being like quoted. Flat is justice. What's up? The Chaos Head do indeed be annoying. In fact, some might even say it's noiting right now. Up late, it's midnight, so I figured I'd tune in. Hey, what's up? Have a good stream? What? Wandering? Are you not gonna be here for the stream? Is it your bedtime? Since when? It's a Saturday. The most part now? What does that mean? Tomorrow, Q by Fortnite stream. No. A multiplayer stream is something I'd want to coordinate a couple of days in advance to like make sure people actually show up for it. That is tragic, Wandering. You're breaking my heart. God, it's so hot in my room already. It like snowed today, and then by nighttime it was like 45 degrees. I don't get it. I had to turn the heat on earlier today because it was like 20 and snowing, and now at night when the sun's gone down, the world's like, yeah, no, it's like mid temperature right now. Well, the VOD will be here. Wandering. We will miss you, though. Better stream more than 5 to 6 hours. Oh, you know it. You know how I do. I'm always out here streaming an absurd amount of time. I think most people are in the time zone like an hour ahead of me, because it's 6 p.m. my time zone. And I think most of you guys are like where it's at 7 p.m. I know a couple of you aren't, but most of you are, I feel like. I'm eating Gushers instead of a real dinner, by the way, so I can stream. Because I'm an adult. Doing stuff. But I'm stuff. Alright, just a couple more minutes and we'll get started. I still make what? Gushers? Of course I do. Just realized your meme doesn't make sense? No, it does. Because he's the one that put them in the experiment, right? The dad. And then at the end, he like has this moment of self-reflection where he's like, oh my god, it's inevitable that... Or like, this was totally unavoidable, I believe was his exact quote with regards to the experiment. And like when he started it. Yeah, but if he didn't put his... If he didn't submit them to the experiment, then it wouldn't have ended with them dying. You know what I mean? Because he's the one that, like, puts them in the experiment. And then he's like, oh my god, this is an unavoidable circumstance. I can't believe this is happening. When it ends. But, like, he's the one that submitted them to it. Yeah. He didn't know they were gonna die, but, I mean, when they do, and his reflection is, oh my god, this was unavoidable, like, well, if you just didn't... I mean, I personally would never submit my, like, wife and child to an experiment. But who knows? You know? I can't believe the evil science organization's experiment went awry. What if they volunteered? They didn't volunteer. He volunteered them. I mean, yeah, it would be different, I guess, if they volunteered, but we explicitly know that they did not. She just thought she was getting, like, shipped away to move, like, to a different city, right? I mean, but at the end of the day, it's just a meme. Chris, did you see the meme? I was just trying to be funny. I wasn't really making a deep analysis of the plot. It is the rare meme that doesn't make a very deep cultural analysis on a story, but You know, I thought I would do my best to make what they call a funny instead of doing a deep dive into an analysis of the plot. I know, again, that is a controversial move with meme templates, but I gave it a shot. Where were we? Oh yeah, I think we just got control of Takumi again, right? I don't like that it did this in Steins Gate too, that you can't like see the dialogue like recap, like you can't enter that scroll thing. When you start a new session. Like that's limited to like your current session of like the game. I guess the only workaround for that would just be to leave the game running in between streams. But then it would look like my game time is even longer than it is. And that would just be embarrassing. Because then I would have, who knows, maybe over 100 hours. We're only at 60 right now. So I can probably beat this game before 100 hours, I'm sure of it. We'll see, though. Yeah, I posted on our Discord. Link in the description below if you want to see the meme I'm talking about. You definitely have over 150 hours, I feel like. But it's been an entertaining adventure the whole way through, I'm sure of it. That's what you mean, right? It's just so entertaining, it feels like the days go by in a flash. That's what you mean, right? Yeah. Bruh. 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 Definitely entertaining. Thank you. Thank you. At least one positive dopamine hit. Alright. So this is... I think we just... If I remember at the end of last stream, Bond's starting to put the pieces together. So, of course, we immediately transitioned to Takumi, who just found out that the Takumi isn't real. It's the opposite of the meme. Through no will of my own, my legs moved in the direction of my base. They were heavy. So heavy, in fact. I wondered if my heels were packed with lead. Except it wasn't just my legs. My entire body felt heavy. Is there just no audio in this part? Or is my speakers busted? Is this chapter 9? It is. We're a little ways into chapter 9 now. Okay, no, there's audio. Yeah, we're at least a couple lines in, because I have 2 saves on chapter 9. So we're at least like maybe 10-15% of the way through chapter 9. Despite how hard it was to move, I kept telling myself that it was proof my body existed, that I wasn't a delusionary existence. The sun had already set, meaning there was no one in the city to pay any attention to me as I staggered through the streets. No one's like wandering through the streets drunk at night. Before now, I would push everyone away, tell them not to look at me. I was scared of getting too much attention, of being a laughingstock. But even though I'd done that for so long, right now, I just wanted someone, anyone, to look at me. I wanted someone to see me with their eyes. Whose eyes are those eyes? I wanted someone to acknowledge I was there. That was the Deus Ex Machina I needed. But no one did. If I randomly yelled out something, I'd probably get looks of disdain, but I didn't have the willpower to go through with that. Within my sweaty hands was my cell phone. The one I'd gone out to buy with Nanami. I only had 4 numbers registered on it. Rimi, Nanami, Mizumi, and the number for my parents' house. I tried desperately to think of a way to prove I wasn't fake with just those 4 numbers. Well, he could call his parents then, right? If it's a fictional thing. And that would give him something, yeah? No. I wasn't a delusionary existence. I was real. Did we find out then who called Takumi to be like, give me my hand back? If Nanami's like not real. Or Nanami's real, but not like related to him or whatever. I was Takumi. 17 years old. A second year at the academy. I was in a family of 4. I was... Help me. Prove that I exist. Or like, why the real him is like fucking with him so much. My teeth were chattering. A clearly audible clacking sound. I wasn't cold whatsoever. And yet I trembled all the same. Save me. From the 4 numbers I had, I chose Misumi's. Hey, yo. Misu... Daku. What's up? Everything goes smoothly with Rimi? Finally lose your V card? He got me to thank for that. I had the smarts to leave you two to each other, after all. Misumi was the same as ever. That at least brought me some relief. He did know me. He recognized me as Takumi. So I wasn't a delusionary existence. Rimi had just been lying. I knew it. Come to think of it, Minako asked me something a while ago. Who? Hey, what's up, AK? Minako?
Minako.
Yeah, even Takumi's like, who? Yeah, my girl. Kyubai's skill issue. Yeah. Important character. Oh yeah, a very important character. For sure. Anyway, she asked me something. She said, Misumi, why don't I have a sprite? If I'm consistently mentioned in a major character in the story, why didn't I get a character sprite? How come every time I'm mentioned, it's just text boxes? She was all, why have we suddenly been so buddy-buddy with Takumi this past month? At first I thought, what's she talking about? For starters, I normally would never approach a guy like you. I sort of remember knowing you through Rimi, but I can't seem to remember anything beyond that. Really. It was the same. The same situation I'd experienced earlier. Stop it. I don't want this. Don't say anything else, please. You could have just talked about girls like you always do. So, why today of all days did you have to? Yeah, why would he randomly bring this up of all days? Daku, when did we become pals again? I got too freaked out, and I instantly hung up. To be fair, Takumi always gets like freaked out about anything, so I guess that's not like the biggest surprise. Felt like I was about to cry, yet no tears came. It simply felt like my heart was being torn to shreds. New car, CG. Next, I decided to try calling home. Despite how hard my fingers were trembling, I somehow managed to select the number and press the call button. Nanami had registered this one. I hadn't put it in myself. So there was no doubt the call would go through. Considering what time it was, would my dad be home? Had my mom left already? Was Nanami there? Why would his mom have left? Why would his dad be home? What? Even if it did connect, what would I even say? Hey, I'm your son, right? They'd probably think I was screwing with them, that I was being stupid, and in truth it was a stupid question. What if they said no? What if they said, our son Takumi is eating dinner with his sister in the living room? What if the phone call that was supposed to prove I was real actually did the exact opposite? What if they asked, who are you? As the negative thoughts continued to swell up in my mind, I grew more and more afraid. I didn't want to know the outcome. I was really scared, and I couldn't control it. I felt like I was about to go insane. My breathing grew ragged. I could barely breathe anymore. Right then, the call connected. With the phone next to my ear, I prepared myself. I still hear this as like an automated tone in like my real life. Every time I hear this.
You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and try your call again. We're sorry.
There we go. It should play that soundbite whenever you make it to that line. No one would prove that I was me. There was no one that could. I wanted to die. Raising my head, I noticed Yamadate Dori in front of me, with lots of cars coming and going. Hey, Devin, what's up, man? Maybe it was for the best that I died. There was no value in a fake being alive. I was worthless. I'm guessing here, negative delusion, Takumi plays in traffic, positive delusion, Remy comes back and is like, oh my god, hey. Even if a monster did try and live in this world, they'd just end up being persecuted. I had neither hopes nor dreams. Hey, what's up, Volcrum? How's it going, man? Think you would sympathize with Takumi more if he was invisible or couldn't interact with the world? Yeah, I think so. Or if he was likable. My existence itself was repulsive to people. I mean, no one knows he's a delusion, though, and how would anyone figure that out but, like, the few gigglomaniacs that exist? I wanted to be freed from all this. If I died, I'd be free. Oh, wait, didn't Remy say that he's not supposed to have delusions anymore? Whoops, sorry. After all, there'd be no more need to think. There'd be nothing more to suffer from. There'd be no one to laugh at. There'd be no one to betray me. I wanted nothingness. With my own 2 feet, I took a single step forward. Or at least, I intended to. But my legs didn't move an inch. They wouldn't do it for me. And before I realized, my knees had started trembling. I couldn't gather the courage. Despite how much I wanted to die, the fear of death wouldn't allow me to take even a single step forward. Stepping in front of a car to die is also like a horrible way to do it. I've been hit by a car before. It just hurt a lot. You'd have to get, like, fucking slammed to die. I don't think a car would be going that speed on, like, a regular streetway in the middle of a city. I wanted to die, and yet, I also feared death. I didn't understand. I couldn't grasp my own feelings anymore. But if he is a delusion, why would he fear it? Did I want to live or die? Which was it? I wanna die. I clenched my teeth, closed my eyes, and repeated to myself, I want to die. But just as I feared, my legs wouldn't move. Seeing the steel cars pass by so quickly, the thought of getting run over by one of those high-speed weapons came to mind. My body froze completely. But I want to die. In the end, I sank to the floor. At what should have been the end of it all, I finally got to know how much of a pussy I was. How much of a spoiled brat I was. I ended up thinking about what would be most convenient for me. If I can't move from here, what if a car skids on the road and runs into me on the sidewalk? How nice it would be if some act of God like that had me die. So I guess the positive delusion there is that he just doesn't die. Are we gonna play from Remy's perspective for once? As Remy walked beneath the Shibuya Station underpass, she took out her cell phone. Hey, Ruben, what's up, man? She had walked straight here right after parting ways with Takumi. You've missed so much, Ruben, unless you've been watching the VODs. She then selected the number registered in her address book as Nana-chan and placed a call. They picked up the very next moment. So why did Remy need to leave Takumi again? Why wasn't she like broke the news to him and then was like, peace, see ya. She had to go save Nanami. Oh, right. Because I was like, well, why is she calling her? Yeah, it's me. Well, she doesn't seem to be in a lot of danger if she just can place a phone call to her. Truth is, I have something to report. I think it's time to go and save Nana-chan now. Wait, but didn't she just call a Nana-chan? Who's she talking to then? Remy had an idea of where Nanami was being held, as well as who had abducted her. A theory she had only come to, because she had been in a similar situation herself once before. What? It was a past she wanted to forget, but it was one she was ready to confront in order to rescue Nanami. No matter how steeped in darkness those memories may be. What? What dark past does she have? We're just finding out now in Chapter 9 she's got a dark past? Okay. The reaction of whom she had called was exactly as Remy had predicted, leading her to inevitably start laughing. Haha, you don't trust me, do you? I'm telling you, it'll be fine. Isn't... So it's someone with Nanami's phone that isn't Nanami, but also wouldn't trust Remy. And isn't the kidnapper that she's calling. Both her voice and expression were cheerful. Not an ounce of the grim resolve she carried could be felt. To an outside observer, it would simply look as if she was having a fun and engaging conversation. Besides, that's all in the past. What past? If I have to choose between my feelings or saving Nanami, I think it's pretty obvious which one I'm gonna pick. It's not obvious to me. Who the fuck are you? Like I told you, I want to be your strength. But also, I don't want to drag Taku into this. I feel like he's already pretty involved. As she said that, Remy's expression clouded over. Hey. Is it okay if I tell you something? It won't take too long. I told Taku an awful lot of things. Or a lot of awful things. And, well, I know it's selfish to say this after everything I've done, but what has she done? What? All the time I spent together with him, it was all really, really fun. Even though it was all make-believe. Even though it was all covered in delusions. My school life. Taku and I going to that school. Being friends with Daichin. Me trying hard to stay by Taku's side. Why? When did you try hard? You left him like for several days alone after the earthquake. Like at the last second we're gonna try to give Remy a personality? Okay. And even Taku's existence itself. Little by little, Remy's pace slowed. Multiple strangers passed her by. Taku's so helpless, weak, and pathetic. He's the kind of boy a normal girl would never even look at, let alone go near. As she spoke, she squeezed the hand she held the cell phone with. And yet, despite it all, my heart tells me how fun it was. Despite it all, my heart tells me how much I wanted to spend more time with him. What do these feelings mean? Is she talking to real Takumi now? I'm still obsessing over who she's talking to. Looking up, she saw the neon-lit night sky. No stars were in sight. For an ephemeral moment, Remy stood beneath it. A slight smile rose to her face when she received a response. Well, gotta hang up now. It'll be fine. You don't have to worry about a thing.
何も心配し
I
ないで。
promise I'll put an end to everything
私が全部
myself.
決着をつけてくるから。
Okay.
匠。
Takumi? Yeah, okay, so she's talking to real Takumi. Why does real Takumi have Nanami's phone, though? Having lost all of my willpower, before I realized it, I found myself back at my base. Hey, Quintuple A. What's up, man? I didn't know how I'd gotten here after failing to die at the Yamanote Dori. My memory was hazy. This container. Who put it here? And how? It was something I'd never even thought about until now. But now that I couldn't help but notice how odd it felt. The more I thought about it, the more the feeling encroached upon my mind. The moment I closed the door, the room went pitch black. Leaned against the door, I simply stood there, still as could be. Inside the quiet room, all that could be heard was the sound of my shallow breathing and the hum of the fan inside my PC. Is he gonna, like, take a look at the essay that Aoi was so obsessed over? And are we gonna finally figure out the meaning of that, like, drawing? I mean, I know we know the equation, but we don't really know... The drawing hasn't technically been explained yet. I thought that maybe surrounding myself in darkness would make things easier, since I wouldn't have to be conscious of my pitiful self. But it had the exact opposite effect. Unable to see anything with nothing else to listen to, Remy's cruel words from before repeated endlessly in my mind.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだ。
You are a delusionary existence. My own moans disgusted me more than ever before. I even felt nauseous. Yeah, Taco, you finally realizing it's weird to live in a shipping container on a roof? I was already a disgusting freak even before all this, but if my very existence itself was warped, I was already beyond saving. I wanted to disappear completely. As I tripped over the trash scattered across the floor, I stumbled my way to the end of the room. Wah. I turned the lights on, scaring away the dark, and then grabbed the Seira figure, post-awakening version, that just so happened to enter my line of sight and sat down in my chair. I brought her close to my chest. She was really small, and she was really hard, too. She didn't breathe, nor did she speak. She didn't have the warmth that a 3D girl had. Despite that, she was all I had left. All I have left is Spider-Man. So I'm guessing all of these, like, delusion choices now are fake. Because Remy told us to not have delusions anymore, I'm betting, like, these aren't, like, real. Give a recap? Oh, you don't want me to give a recap, dude. Rumi had left me. I didn't know where Nanami was. Aoi had attacked me. Kozupi hadn't protected me. Yua was my enemy. I maybe just give you a call. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. That happened like 8 chapters ago, bro. It might be actually okay now. Fez was hospitalized. These were the only girls I knew the names of, and none of them would do anything for me. Okay. Reality was harsh. It didn't give a damn about a monster like me. With my trembling hands, I tightened my grip on Seira. Then tighter. Then tighter. Tight enough to break her. I wanted to disappear. Even if you don't disappear, you haven't had much of a presence up till now anyway, righto? But a sudden pain deep in my chest. To think, even Seira would say such horrible things to me. Oh, hush up. Forget horrible, it's the truth. Despite you saying you want to disappear, you nearly spring a leak just from me reading you like an open book. You got real carried away this past month, Taki. You started to talk all normie-like with people around you, especially girls. Even though up till now you had no friends, you stayed shut up in your room all day. But if you look on the bright side, you'll realize that if you just use your brain a little bit, all you gotta do is go back to how you were. Go back? Yeah, go back. Going out and socializing is a big no-no. And trusting people? Even worse. Seira giving a recap of 2020. Who cares if you're real or fake or whatever? No one can prove that either way. You should just look at me, and me alone, for the rest of your life. You were more than happy with that before, righto? It's all because of those girls that came up to you that you stopped feeling like that. So, you should just stay away from those nasty old hoe bags. No two ways about it. So that's how it is. The ones who'd gotten involved with me were at fault. It was their fault. Remy and everyone else's, not mine. I'd become a shut-in again. Starting with Seira, I'd live here surrounded by my waifus as a person with no name. An anonymous existence. He will be the definitive @Chandler man. Sounds good to me. What about you, Seira? You know it, Schnookums. I'm the only one for you, Taki. I'll make you happy. Seira spoke cheerfully from within my grasp, and I was hit with a strong sense of disgust towards myself, who had made her do so. I'm such a fucking disgrace. I wanted to die even more than before. That post-nut clarity hit Takumi way too hard. Oh my god, it's Bon. There is no happiness in the world. Everything is a lie. Everything is a delusion filled with misery and self-loathing. Oh my god, Bon. Human presence quickly faded from the hospital, cloaked in night. Perhaps, after taking in all the life and death during the day, it took this time to regain balance. At this time, the hospital housed neither the scent of life nor the scent of death. Only a quiet emptiness reigned. What? Hospitals are like 24/7. They like close up shop and send everybody home? Bon chuckled to himself as he realized the odd nature of his thoughts. Despite the minor self-flagellation, it did indeed feel especially quiet tonight. It was not yet time for the lights to be on, leaving the corridor steeped in darkness, and not even a sign of any nurses. Immediately after stepping foot into the lobby, Bon was hit with a very bad feeling. There was no logical reasoning behind it. It was simply what one might call a detective's gut. Yeah, you don't say? The hospital should not be, like, closed for business. Normal business hours here. All you sick people, by the end of the business day, please only be sick during business time hours. After 5 o'clock, I'm going to need you to be better for at least until 9 a.m. the next day. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. I wish this game was from Bond's perspective. I like Bond. Bond is best girl. My gut is usually right for the most part. See, it's things like this that make Bond the best detective I know. In his mind, he believed it to be an oddly superstitious thought, but this may have been simply a way to dismiss his feelings. While the taxi had driven him to the hospital, Bond had attempted to call Sua's phone numerous times. But each and every one of them had failed, which only served to demonstrate his junior's precarious situation all the more clearly. But there was no time to waste. He had to find the place where Sua was being held within the large hospital and rescue him. I mean, I guess if the people that kidnapped Sua had sent everyone out of the hospital, that would explain it, I suppose. I kind of forgot about Sua being kidnapped. Whoops, I forgot. If one of us were to bite you, would you bleed black? No. I would bleed green because I'm a gamer. All while not being detected by the kidnapper. The linoleum floor would have made his footsteps echo. To avoid this, Bond took off his shoes before entering the lobby. Visiting hours are over? Well, yeah, but Kyler, he said there's no nurses in the hospital. Not even a sign of any nurses. I'm actually pretty sure it's illegal for a hospital not be staffed with, like, at least a doctor. Like, I know there's some regulation. I don't remember it, like, in full description. But, like, hospitals have to be staffed. Even if, like, it's a 24-hour shift. Sleeping. They wouldn't all be sleeping. People have night shifts at work. They have a room that monitors every patient. Oh, of course. Winter was swiftly approaching at this time of the year, a fact that Bond was readily made aware of when the chill from the floor sent shiver up his soles. Bond-san! The sound of an automatic front door echoed throughout the room, followed by the voice of a girl calling out Bond's name. The surprise of seeing her in the lobby put Bond at a loss for words. He hurried toward her in a panic. I like that he's trying to be stealthy. Like, I'm gonna sneak through the hospital. I'm gonna take off my shoes so that way I don't echo. I can move in stealthily. And she opens the automatic door. Bond! Where are you? Beyond her glasses, her eyes threw anxious glances at her surroundings. Why'd you follow me? I told you to hide somewhere safe. I'm sorry, but I need to be in certain danger here pretty soon because it's Chapter 9 and I need a reason to get my D-sword to make Fez's prophecy of the 7 Black Knights come to reality. And as one of the anime girls in this story, it's clearly me. Bond looked for any signs of Amosa, but she was nowhere to be seen. Realizing she had come alone, Bond scratched the top of his head with a concerned expression. You need to leave now. This isn't a game. It's a visual novel. I understand that. I do, but if you understand, then take your butt back. Oh. Right as he spoke, a creaking sound came from the hallway across the lobby. In the very center of this empty, dark hallway, slowly, an empty wheelchair made its way toward Bond and Yua. Then, at nearly the exact same time, someone could be heard running up the stairs.
とにかくユアちゃんは帰れ。いいな。
You get out of here now, you hear me? Don't worry, Ruben. You can just watch all the VODs. They're all in an organized playlist called the Blind Chaos Head Noah playthrough on my channel, if you've missed any of the streams so far. I believe this is the 8th one. I go through like at least a chapter a stream. Before he had even finished giving his warning, Bon had already started running. He followed the footsteps up the stairs without waiting for Yua's answer. Given his typically languid demeanor, the speed at which Bon moved was like nothing anyone could have ever imagined. Bon fast as fuck, boy. As he followed the footsteps, Bon found himself at the roof of the outpatient ward. There were lines of shrubbery installed on the rooftop, forming a garden of sorts. It was most likely a space of healing for the patients there, but regrettably, as the lights were off, Bon could not see what kind of flowers were blooming there. Given the fact that Bon was on the roof, it was only natural that the wind would blow strong. With ragged breaths, Bon quickly surveyed his surroundings. Since he's in Japan, he doesn't have a gun, does he? Without a shadow of a doubt, this is where the man behind the footsteps must have run, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Was I led here on purpose? The man had fled while causing sounds that seemed purposeful. Bond could not think of any other reason for it to have done that, aside from leading him here. Cops have guns in Japan? Oh, okay. Oh! Bond did not have his gun on him, as he was apprehensive about being unarmed. He looked for something that could serve as a weapon, but to no avail. If he was apprehensive about being unarmed, why did he not have his gun with him? Whatever. Oh, it's so Yua can save him, right? With a gulp, he wiped away the sweat on his forehead with his fingers. Step by step, he made his way to the center of the garden. Here and there, Bond could see a few hiding spots tucked with the shadows of benches and shrubbery. He put himself into a fully alert state, one in which he could respond to a potential attacker no matter what direction they came from. The garden was set up in a circular fashion, with benches around it in accordance with its shape. Bond strained his eyes as he looked at each bench in order. Then one of those benches, his eyes lit upon a strange object. Keeping a close look on his surroundings, he slowly approached the bench. As he got closer to it, its shape was made clear to him. That does look kind of creepy, like blurred in this chair. It gave me a little start. It was around the size of a soccer ball, round and dark. It was Sua! I'm calling it. A severed human head. Oh, wait, what? It's not just the helmet? Bond, who had investigated countless murder cases involving dismemberment in the past, quickly recalled an image of a photo he had once seen. The bad feeling in his chest grew stronger and stronger. Kinda thought it was just the helmet. Is that Darth Vader? No, Ruben, don't be ridiculous! It's Darth Spider. Imperial March starts playing? What is that? Oh, okay. They killed Darth Spider. I can't believe it. Poor Sua. Already dead. I'm telling you, it's Sua. Well, no, I don't think Sua's dead, but I think Sua is Darth Spider. And I called that shit from a couple chapters ago. Recognizing the possibility of it being his junior's head, vengeful anger and furious rage toward the perpetrator bubbled up from within. Bond gritted his teeth. Bond gritted his teeth and drew even closer to the bench. The object did not move a single inch. The wind of the night continued to blow. Then, Bond heard a gunshot. He froze in response to the sudden sound. Normally, the detective would duck and investigate the direction the sound had come from, but he was unable to even do that. Why? Because he got shot? No. In actuality, there was no need for him to do that anymore. Feeling a burning heat in his chest, Bond touched it with his hand. No! A slippery sensation. Oh my god. I can't believe Bond spilled a water bottle on his chest right at this moment, guys, right? Something was flowing out of his body, accompanied by the very particular smell of blood. No! Only a short moment following the gunshot did Bond's mind begin to register pain within. He had been shot. The moment he realized this, all strength left his legs. Why was the slide down effect there black and not red? Because of the blood. Unable to remain standing, he collapsed to the ground. I was right! The footsteps from earlier were approaching him. As his vision grew blurry, he desperately looked up at the person drawing near. A dark shadow. With a gun in its hand, a shadow so dark Bond could not recognize its face. Man. A voice came. I told you to back off. You just couldn't help yourself. A voice he recognized. A real shame, sir. Bond, collapsed in a heap, was met with the ridicule of one man. Suwa Mamoru. Suwa. You shot me. The depression of Bond being killed here, or being shot. But the elation of being vindicated on getting this right. You bet. Guess it's time to celebrate my first shot while out in the field, huh? As he laughed into the night, Suwa casually picked up an object from the bench. Well, I've got you here, sir. You were eyeing this an awful lot. Is it really that weird to see? This Darth Spider helmet, I mean. Suwa, who had now returned to Bond, held the dark helmet in front of the detective's face in an ostentatious manner. Serves me right. He's got that, evil detective face going, too. Hang on, you can't see it because of the chat. The face evil detectives make in anime. As Bond laughed, his vision got blurrier and blurrier. Both his arms and legs felt extremely cold. His chest hurt, but not from the physical pain. He also felt an intense gaze upon him. But he had no strength to conclude whether it was Suwa's or someone else's. It was sort of obvious thinking back on it, but when I first played, I dumbly didn't notice it. I think I noticed it when he randomly mentioned Darth Spider when no other character did. I think that was the giveaway. I'm sure there was a point in the story where you could tell he was the bad guy earlier, but for me, the dead giveaway was like when no one had mentioned Darth Spider, and then he randomly was like, oh my god, Darth Spider is such a cool character. And it's like, okay, dude, you kind of just gave it away. So I'm sure there was a way to figure it out before, but I figured it out when he, like, just randomly mentioned it in the hospital with Fez. So, not, like, the greatest deduction point, but, I mean, at least I did connect the dots there. That he was at least crooked in some way. Because there was no real reason for him to bring it up, and no other character had mentioned Darth Spider up till now. I just thought Darth Spider was randomly mentioned because Sua thought Fez was a murderer. He mentioned it earlier. Yeah, he might have. But he's definitely the only character that brought up Darth Spider. That's why it was so obvious to me. Was because it was just such a random thing to mention, and no one had drawn a connection to that. Even Takumi himself hadn't been like, oh my god, I love Darth Spider. He's such a cool character. Like, he didn't have one of those, like, rants earlier on in the game, like, before the Darth Spider thing showed up. Like, it could have been hidden a bit better if, like, at some point in the game, Takumi, like, talked about how much he loved Darth Spider, and then the Darth Spider scene happened, where Takumi, like, was running from the rooftop and then saw the Darth Spider helmet. That at least would have made me, like, when Sua brought it up, I would have been able to dismiss it a bit earlier because it had already been mentioned prior. But because it hadn't been mentioned at all, it was like, okay, what? I just assumed it was the plot explaining what Darth Spider was for audience members who might not get the Spider-Man Star Wars reference. I mean, come on. Those are literally, like, the two most popular medias, or, like, forms of media. Star Wars and Spider-Man. I mean, at this point, those two things might be more popular than the fucking Bible. But yeah, I think it needed just someone else to talk about Spark Wars in some way, shape, or form for it to not be, like, immediately obvious that Sua was the guy. I mean, granted, maybe this isn't as big of a twist as I'm thinking it would be. Even if, like, Masumi had casually mentioned it, I think it would have hidden this much better, because then you would have also had to think about, oh, what about Masumi? Could it have been him? Could it have been Sua? Yeah, this isn't a huge twist, not meant to be. Okay, yeah. I didn't really think so at this point. But it could have been hidden a bit better, but yeah, I mean, I guess if it's not, like, a really big deal, then it doesn't matter if it's hidden or not. Have you seen the Steins Gate Halloween costume patch? No, I haven't done any of the costumes. Says the guy who never watched Star Wars. I've seen Rogue One, and I played Republic Commando. Thank you very much. Knowing that his life would only last a few more minutes, Bond forced his growingly heavy body to face upwards. I mean, shit, this shot must have been right through his fucking heart or something then, yeah? If he's dead? With arms and legs outstretched, only the night sky lay above him. A sky overcast, with no stars to be seen. But even if there were any left in the sky, Bond had long since lost the ability to see them. After a few coughs, the taste of blood spread through his mouth. Sua, I've got a word. You're a schmuck. And you're still a hopeless tyke. boneheaded schmuck of a detective. Beyond help.
だが俺はお前の
But still, I never
勝ってた
once doubted you.
自分は先輩が鬱陶しくてしょうがなかったっすよ。
Wait, what did you not doubt him on? Doubt him that he was a killer? I'm confused. You were giving us too much trouble, sir. Nothing I could do about it.
気持ちはわか
Yeah.
る
What you mean? Bond's breathing grew increasingly shallow. Only a faint wheezing sound could be heard leaking from his throat. Before long, he would be unable to perceive anything anymore.
何者
Who
だ
the hell
お前
are you? With his consciousness fading in and out, Bond spoke one final question. And in response, Sua pointed the muzzle at Bond and replied,
魔法使いっす。
I'm a bona fide wizard.
バカが
What? That's such a lame fucking line. You schmuck. I'm a bona fide wizard. Oh my god. Why not just, like, I don't know, just say you're the new gen killer and fucking move on. Before either of them could realize it, the wind had stopped blowing. The darkness had quickly turned to a place of serenity, and within it, two figures remained frozen still. But that, too, remained only for an ephemeral moment. Sua's finger, now curled around the trigger, slowly moved inward. Remember how Bond thought that there were wizards or something running around because of the swords? That's why he said that. Oh, okay. I guess that makes a bit more sense. But still, just fucking pull a Joker, mask off, he's dead. Say I'm the new gen killer.
先輩に信仰の
May the divine light save you, sir. Bro's a bot in chat right now. Hey, Wandering. What? LOL. I normally vocalize everything. Takami's just repeating "kill me" over and over again in the chat. Me when I am mindlessly inconvenienced. Bro can't even type it correctly. After all this time, only now you become Chuni? Lamau. Kick him. Or were you rejected by an IRL girl? Kill me. In that case, I've got some good news for you. Kill me. Kill... Kill me. If you stay a virgin till 30... Kill me. Kill me. You become a wizard! Ah. Is this actually, was Kyler making a joke? Or is this the game actually calling Sua a virgin? Lamau. Imagine. It's a common thing. Can't relate. Gilmer. Kill me. That's a pro tip. Kill me. Calmer. Speaking of pro tips, shut the fuck up in my chat. You're spamming, bro. Kill me. Apparently, there's gonna be a festival in about an hour. Virgin until 30 gives wizard powers. That's really funny. Mute this guy. Kill me. Or kill me. Kill me. It'll be at Shibuya Scramble Crossing. We haven't... I have theories on who Grimm is, but technically we don't know who Grimm is yet, right? Milk me. Like, Grimm's identity hasn't been, like, officially revealed. Kill me. Kill me. Grimm is just online friend. I was thinking that it was Masumi. I think. I forgot who I thought it was. Honestly, it's been so long since I theorized about who Grimm was. It was hinted before who Grimm is, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think it's Masumi. But no, I don't... The game hasn't been, like... False was a virgin at 30. But that's only for dudes, Jade. You're applying law of conservation of detail. What? Your writing will benefit from taking the time to carefully describe details that are important to the story, and suffer when you waste time describing details that aren't important to the story. This game has, like, several chapters explaining stuff that's not important to the story. What? Kill me! Jesus, you're annoying. What the fuck? Killed me. Well, if that's what you want, you should go. Kill me. Kill me. You're a celebrity, so you'll be the center of attention. Maybe you can get someone there to kill you. That means Grimm knows who he is. Did we establish Grimm knowing who he was? Just usually how it goes with mysteries. Well, yeah, especially in visual novels with limited amount of like character sprites, you always know like one of the characters that's not identified is going to be one of the characters that already has a sprite. Because what are they going to do? Add a unique sprite for a character that's only in a couple scenes? I don't think so. That's not what we do in visual novels. Turning off my monitor, I hugged my knees with my arms.
お兄
殺してよ。
Big bro! Someone, please, kill me.
お兄ってば
Do you hear me in there? In my hand was Sarah, my one and only ally.
おーい開けろ
Hey! Open up! Perhaps because I'd been holding her in my sweaty hands for a while, her slender limbs were all sticky. And not only that, but her arms had been bent. Yes, it's because of the sweat. Pleased God, just because of the sweat.
こら
Come on! Open up! That voice. Oh my god, it was you, a character that was never alluded to before and only suddenly became relevant in the last 30 minutes. I mean, there's kind of a lot of things only being relevant in the last 30 minutes here. Well, I guess the last chapter. It couldn't be. How?
バカ鬼
You big jerk! There was no way I'd misheard that. Out of every girl that visited my base, there was only one dumbass that would scream outside of it like that. Nanami was here. After all this time, he's still calling her a dumbass. I was somewhat surprised at how indifferent I felt in response to that fact. I just didn't care. What would her coming here while I was this far gone even do for me? I prove that someone's still on your side and cares for you. Nanami hasn't betrayed you yet. You dunce. Besides, it wasn't like it was out of the ordinary for Nanami to come here. Hadn't Remy said that she was going to rescue her anyway?
開けないとひどいんだからね
If you don't open the door right now, then you're really mean. The noise was starting to irritate me. Just leave a monster like me alone. Why does it say monster? Shouldn't it just say otaku freak? I mean, they're the same thing. Am I right? Nanami should have been focused on her right hand, not me. Not that I knew what happened to it. I didn't have it in me to talk to anyone anymore.
お兄
Hey! She was being too loud, so I was forced to get up from my chair and head for the door. The door seemed oh so far away to me, which made me realize I was scared to see her. I got an achievement!
やっと出てきた
I'm a positive person! Let's go! Very pog. See, you guys wanted me to mix up what delusions I picked. But then I wouldn't have gotten that achievement! Bros. Tried to mislead me. Our plan failed. Curses. You know how important those Steam achievements are? Everyone cares about Steam achievements. It's the first thing everyone looks at when you look at someone's Steam profile. Is their achievements on Steam. Even better, the positive person achievement icon is Monami. Best girl. And you guys tried to deceive me in my own chat. There you are!
生存確認。
Routine survival check. I just realized her eyes look like Kirby. Because of the way she's like saying hi. It reminds me of Kirby. And these eyes, the fucking jelly bean eyes, they look exactly like Kirby. Hi. What's the Hi. That's the voice I hear in my head whenever she opens her mouth. Did you guys hear that? My computer actually like kind of crashed when I played that. My computer's been super laggy lately. I wonder what's up with that. Anyway, as I opened the door, Nanami smiled and waved at me. I froze in place. She was acting too normal. She was acting too energetic. She does still have the damaged wrist, though. Or the bandaged wrist, not damaged. Maybe same thing. Who knows? Schrodinger's wrist. I'd seen it. A white bandage wrapped around her wrist. So why? I then remembered the phone call I'd gotten a few hours earlier. The pained voice asking me to give her right hand back. White woman jump scare. You're not too fond of the way the artist draws people? I'm just not a fan of the way he draws eyes. I think everything else is fine. They just need, like, pupils. And to be a bit smaller. That's all. Everything else is good, though. And now, the smile she had right now, and the bandage around her right wrist. You don't like eyes taking up half the face? Well, you know. I mean, I appreciate anime girls, so eyes take up the half of every anime girl's face. But normally they still have pupils. Eyes? Whose eyes? Whose eyes are those eyes? Contradicted each other. Nanami was contradicting herself. Oh, I see. She was also a delusion. She had to be. I'd never had a little sister named Nanami to begin with. I got it now. That had to be it. What was the thing from last stream? There were a lot of things from last stream. I streamed for like 8 hours last stream. I still don't recognize any of these figures. Except this one. This is the chick from Fate or whatever, right? This girl looks like Anya from Spy Family. What's funny is usually in games where they blur covers like this, like really badly blur. Usually they just take like pictures from actual like manga or like DVD covers or something and then just blur the hell out of it. Like these are all probably actual like manga covers, just like highly blurred so that you couldn't tell what it is. Like these are like usually real covers. Maybe not the case with this one, but I know that's like something they do in like games a lot. is they'll take a real cover and then just really blur it. Because sometimes you can tell that in like some of the remasters of games, when they like remaster the game and they forget to like update some of the textures, with the higher resolution you can sometimes tell what they originally like blurred. After ignoring Nanami and heading back into my room, I sat down on the sofa. I once again took hold of my Seira figure and gripped her tight. So tight, in fact, that my hand hurt slightly. But it didn't matter, because that pain, too, was a delusion. Also, can we talk about how fucking big this, like, soda can is? Or pop bottle? In comparison to the, like, little cans here. Look at how big this fucking thing is. What's wrong, big bro? You don't look like you're doing too hot. When has Takumi ever looked like he was doing okay? In this entire game so far, have we had a moment where he looked like he was doing okay? Everything in this world was made up of delusions. Delusions developed only within my mind. Both me and this delusion I was looking at were fake. Were you up playing games all night? You really need to start acting more like a person, and less like you're nocturnal or something. He's gonna be like, more like a person, but I can't act like a person, because I'm not real. Huh? What'd you say? Shut up. Hey, you don't have to talk to me like that, you know. Do you think I'm gonna let you say whatever you want just because you're my brother? Shut up. You delusionary sister. Delusionary? That perspective work kind of made me nauseous. Again, it seems like by default a lot of these like figures are always in the same spot, but remember that one time we saw the figures in different spots? Like, what did that mean? Or was that just like a glitch or something? Does that signify you're on a different route? Like, are the figures in different places on different routes, or what? Also, these are all Seira figures, aren't they? Anyway. I surrendered my body to the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. With no particular goal in mind, I started counting the rusty spots. I didn't want to look at Nanami. It'd only feel empty if I did. Well, not that I cared about whether I felt empty or not, given that I was just a delusion. Would be attention to detail. Yeah, that would be cool. CG analyst moment. Well, you know, I need something that'll give me another, like, 10 minutes of commentary. Hey, big bro. Are you really okay? You're not really acting like yourself. First of all, when has Takumi ever acted differently? The entire game, every interaction he's had with you has been, shut up, don't talk to me, and then just, like, fucking laying on the ground, comatose. That's like half of Takumi's interactions with his sister. Worrying about me like a good little sister, huh? My delusional sister was worried about me. That fact alone filled me with anger. Besides, who was she to come in my room like she owned the place? Oh, I know. You're hungry, aren't you? I gritted my teeth. What are you in the mood for? I can make something. Take it off. You want takeout? Come on. No one said a thing about takeout.
鶏肉だと
So let me make you
やっぱ
something.
唐揚げか
How's
な
fried chicken sound?
でも一人で作ったこ
Never,
と
never
ない
made
し
it on my own before, though. We forgot that plot thread. Please enjoy 40 more hours of Takumi crying. Yeah?
あ、別にお人のリクエ
Not
スト
that
があ
I'm
ったから
doing this because you
作るわ
asked
けじゃな
for
い
it.
からね。ナナも
I was
今日
just
は
in the mood for
鶏
some
肉で
fried
何か
chicken.
作りたいなって思
And I don't want to go
って
out
る
for it. That's all. Nanami was really annoying. The fact that she was so similar to the real one wasn't something I could ignore. Wait. Did a real Nanami even exist in the first place? Then what was this Nanami? Real? The real Nanami? The Nanami is real! My head became a mess. So I stopped thinking. I didn't care anymore. At the end of the day, everything was a delusion.
おたいとれ
Take off the bandage.
取ってみろ
Just take it off, you dumbass.
包帯って
Bandage?
あ、これ
Oh, this?
転んで打撲しただけ
I
だ
just
し
fell and hurt myself. No big deal. Who's Nanami are those Nanami? Hey, what's up, Zero? Just a fall. Was it true? Or was she lying? I'd know if she took it off.
ほんとわがままなお
I
兄
swear.
だな
You're the most selfish person I know.
じゃあ約束して
But
よ
fine.
ナナが包帯
Promise
取
me
っ
that
て
if I
みせ
take
たら
off the
お
bandage
兄も
off,
元
you'll
気出
cheer
す
up.
って
The sound of rustling cloth rung throughout the quiet room, followed by a ringing in my ears. My head hurt. These too were delusions, though, so I paid them no mind.
はいこれで
There.
満足
Happy now?
ってちょっとお兄
Hello.
わざわざ
I
取っ
just
たん
went
だ
to
か
the
ら
trouble of taking it
あん
off.
た見てよ
So the least you could do is look at it. I sluggishly lowered my gaze. I really want this to be a jump scare. We turned to look at like a Nanami who's like a skeleton. Nanami had rolled up her uniform sleeve. It was now sticking her right hand out toward me. And when I looked at her slender arm, I saw... There we go. Nice. Blood. Dripping blood. Bloody words that had been cut into her arm. And they said,
その目誰
Whose eyes are those eyes? Where's the dripping blood? My vision flashed. And when it passed, just like that, the horrifying wound on her arm was gone. I've been hyperventilating, so I moved to catch my breath. I forcefully bit my lip. Nanami was rubbing the arm she had taken the bandage off of.
青あざだいぶ消えてくれたな
Thankfully, the bruise is
最
pretty
初は
much
すご
gone
く腫れ
now.
てたんだよ
It was super swollen at first. I didn't know whether that was the truth or not. Sure, there wasn't a wound there, but there had been before. I didn't understand anything anymore. I didn't want to think anymore. Ugh. I once again laid my head on the sofa.
ね
Hey,
え
Nanami. Without meeting her eyes, I called out to my sister, or to the girl whose identity I wasn't sure of.
お前が本物でも偽物でも
I don't care whether you're real or fake, so... Right now, I only wanted one thing.
僕を殺してくれない
Won't you... kill me? Forgot why the delusion was positive. Don't think about it too hard. At the front entrance to the Tokyo General Hospital, Yua fixed her gaze beyond the automatic door. Having been told by Bond to get out of here now, she reluctantly complied and went outside. However, in her worry, she could not bring herself to go any further. Yua's neck is really long and thin. Yeah, she's got that anime neck for sure. Because if you think about it, this collar is even hiding like part of her neck too. So really her neck is like from here to here. I should get rid of her. I should Photoshop, like, get rid of the collar. So you can see it. Because, yeah, honestly, this, like, whole midsection should be gone. Like, her chin should almost be level with the collar. Of course, not that I could draw any fucking better, so I better not say much. But her neck in particular is definitely long. But it's better than anything I could draw. I mean, the thumbnail for this stream is, like, probably as good as my artistic quality gets. You see, I combined the two halves of the positive delusion background and the negative delusion background. It's art. And then I did a little blur between the two. So it looks like it's one image. Instead of just one flat line down. Anyway, I just really think Yua's neck is a little bit too long. I mean, and just if I were to redraw Yua, I would properly balance her neck. Also, I'd add pupils. Anyway, she was worried, so she couldn't go any further than to go outside. Bond had followed the mysterious figure and vanished up the hospital stairs. It had not even been 3 minutes since then, but hoping that Bond had already returned, Yua peeked into the lobby. This was after Bond had headed into the hospital alone. Yua had ignored Momose's orders and followed after him, so all she could do was get one step closer to the truth behind her little sister's death, and the true perpetrator. I will say, I really did think Yua was going to pull out the D-sword and save Bond, but now I think her seeing Bond being dead is going to be her Uncle Ben moment where she pulls out the D-sword. I'm pretty confident she gets her D-sword soon, but I did think she was going to save Bond. It's a shame he died. Yua stuck her neck out for him. But I'm pretty sure this is where she draws out her sword. I mean, it's like chapter 9. We gotta start giving all the girls their swords. Like, we couldn't have had her get that sword earlier in the plot. Heavens no. Oh wait, I didn't read that line. The person that told Bond to back off over the phone and had abducted Bond's junior, someone who must have been named Sua, was most likely the same one that had killed her sister, Mia. Oh, so she's saying, or she thinks that Bond's junior is Sua, not the person that said back off over the phone. I don't get, though, if Sua really wanted Bond to back off, why would he pretend to be kidnapped to lure him to the hospital? I mean, I guess at that point he just didn't want him to say back off anymore. He did just want to kill him. This was the feeling that Yua had, and as such she had been unable to hold back her impulsive emotions. Despite Bond's various warnings about the dangers of involving herself with this case, Yua had come nonetheless. Moreover, it was not as though Yua would be able to achieve anything by coming here. She was nothing more than a powerless high schooler, after all. Totally not a giglomaniac. Shh, guys, please. Again, this is another one of those moments where I need you all to pull out the surprised Pikachu faces when she pulls out the D-sword, okay? She's totally just a powerless, regular high school girl. Absolutely nothing unique about her. Shh, okay, guys? Somewhere in her mind, Yua hoped that Bond would simply come running gallantly back after apprehending the culprit. That happened. She'd have the opportunity to question them directly. Why did my sister have to die? That was the one thing Yua had to ask. Suddenly, Yua felt a gaze upon her. She nervously scanned her surroundings. It had not even been 2 hours since the sun had set, yet oddly enough, the hospital's front entrance was eerily quiet. Right next to it was the urgent care entrance, which also served as the entrance for emergencies. What? I mean, yeah, urgent care is emergency. What? Not even there housed any signs of human presence. A train gently ran along its tracks beside the hospital. Hardly any cars passed by the large street in front of it, and there was nary a single passerby. Housed between the sleepless cities of Shibuya and Shinjuku, where Yua was now, was akin to an abyss of darkness, formed in the interstices of 2 bursts of blinding light. No figure that could conceivably be responsible for the gaze was visible. Holding back her anxiety, Yua placed her hand on her chest and let out a small sigh. Following this, she found herself glancing over at the hospital ward. So is this like a delusion being imposed on the hospital that nobody else is here? Because it is super bizarre that nobody's here, right? I mean, the earthquake was only like a week ago or something, yeah? I forget what day it is in the game. It's Yua! She changed her outfit. There, at the entrance to the hospital ward, stood a single girl. The lights were out, rendering the area very dimly lit, and yet the girl's figure was clearly visible amid the darkness.
Mia-chan.
Good thing we made her a twin sister, right, guys? So we didn't have to make another sprite. Without intending to, Yua whispered the name. Her sense of reason told her it was impossible, but nonetheless, she could not keep those words from escaping. I will say it's a little unnerving that this sprite blinks. The girl was a mirror image of her. A mirror image of her twin sister that was no longer of this world. Moreover, Yua recognized the clothes she was wearing. She knew almost for a fact that they were her sister's clothes. The possibility of her perhaps being a ghost filled Yua with fear. Fear that made her hair stand on end. I just checked. Apparently Japanese hospitals do close in the evenings and on weekends. But, like, someone still works there, yeah? Like, what happens to the patients inside on weekends? Yeah, what happened to the people that stay at the hospital? Do they have to go home on the weekdays? There's emergency hospitals, which are apparently a separate thing. That's so weird. They flatline, they rhyme till Monday, just survive. Well, yeah, skill issue, honestly. Fucking getting sick, bro. Big skill issue. Unreal. Why even have hospitals, genuinely? Just get rid of them. Just don't fucking get sick. Easy, bro. Anyway, suddenly the girl turned and headed to the automatic door, marking the entrance to the hospital ward. The moment she grew close enough, the door quietly slid open. It isn't a ghost. It's a delusion. Yua was in shock. But before she could register anything more, She promptly ran after the girl and into the hospital ward. So I assume, yeah, the whole hospital is under a big delusion right now, right? Grandpa Joe, I'm sorry, it's your own fight now. Yeah, man has a heart attack in the hospital on Friday night at 4:59 p.m. Clock hits 5, and the doctor goes, "I'm sorry, but my shift's over. See ya, bro." Grandpa Joe's sitting there like, he just sets his, what do they call those? Stethoscopes? He just sets his stethoscope on the tray next to his bed. Good luck with that. If you're still here on Monday, I'll give you some treatment for that blood pressure. You're gonna need it after that heart attack. See ya, Gramps. Nurse is like, "Hey, Doc, can I clock out 5 minutes early today? I gotta go home." Is there like a weird symbol on the floor here? Oh, that's probably the light reflecting off the exit sign. That's a good attention to detail. Oh, wow, there's no one at the hospital. Like how my dad is never home. So this is socialized healthcare. Shakes head. You know, I was thinking about making that same joke, but I didn't. I was gonna say, so this is what all the libs want. Closed hospitals. You won't find that in America. That's why it costs so much in America, because we actually have hospitals stay open. Needs more freedom, I'll tell you that. That's for damn sure. Freedom ain't free, baby. Just like your medical bills ain't free either. Better take out those loans if you want these hospitals open on the weekends. Inside. Perhaps due to it being past closing time. It was even quieter than outside. If the regular hospitals are closed, we have to go to the anime hospital. The anime hospital. Inside. Perhaps due to it being past closing time. It was even quieter than outside. Closing time. That song, the horrifying reality you is facing right now is that its closing time is playing in the hallways of the hospital. Closing time. Each time Yua took a step forward, her footsteps echoed forth into the depths of the corridor. It had been just the same as in the outpatient ward, but the fact that it was even quieter here made her very uneasy. The girl had disappeared up the stairs. Yua heard the faint sound of laughter coming from ahead. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. It's like a scene straight from a ghost story. Oh, I thought they were going to do another spook of Mia showing up. With that on her mind, Yua cautiously made her way up the stairs, step by step. Why doesn't she take her shoes off so it doesn't echo? Bond did. She arrived on the second floor. Glancing around the corridor, she didn't see anyone. Something she had expected. Has there been, like, no music this entire part so far? That's kind of cool. But, just as she was suspecting that it may have been a mere illusion, a girl's laughter sounded from the floor above. That voice and the sound of its laughter were identical to what Yua had heard that time and time again in the past. Climbing to the 3rd floor and looking down the corridor, Yua saw a girl with the same face as her standing there. God, it should have been another like horror moment where she popped up and it played that sound effect. I would have also taken a CG of her doing the like spider crawl on the ground with her head like upside down. That would have also been cool. The girl with the same face as her standing there. Oh. One of the victims of the first New Gen case, the group dive. Her little sister, who should have died 2 months ago. Mia was stood right there, with an unmistakable sense of presence.
So,
That's impossible. I like that they even have the same, like, shoulder, like, bend. They're both, like, sticking out to the side, or this side. Oh my god, yeah, you're right, her neck. No Photoshop necessary, yeah. Although she's got some really fucking strong neck muscles. What are those called? Those are huge on her. She's been fucking doing arm lifts. What are those called? These muscles right here on her. Collarbone? I'm not IDK, I'm not a bonologist. She's been fucking. That's impossible. Fun fact, she has a unique underwear sprite. Who, Yua? Oh wait, do you mean Mia has a unique underwear sprite? Wait, where are you seeing these underwear sprites, Kyler? The only person we've seen in their underwear this whole game is Fez. Yua removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. Costume DLC? Oh. I thought, like, on every girl's route, you saw them in their underwear. Yua removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. However, even after putting her glasses back on, she looked to see that Mia was still there. You can turn it on in the pause menu. Bottom costumes? Oh. Can we check the DLC after finishing the game? Yeah. I think our immersion can survive my 20-minute tangents, but I'm not sure our immersion can survive all of the girls being in their underwear. Or I'm not sure I can.
みゆちゃんなの？
Is it you, Mia?
どう思う？
What do you think? A voice so clear. It could never be an illusion. Underwear girls are so creepy. That intrepid smile on her face. That laughter in the air. So why is she just laughing? Why do ghosts just laugh? By the way. I don't get it. Why do ghosts do that? Are you gonna get the first ending this stream? I don't think so. Because we still have a whole 10th chapter to go through, right? Probably tomorrow we'll get an ending. They're just having a good, jolly, grand old time, yeah. I am a ghost, Lamau XD. You're dead and torturing the living, it's fun. But even ghosts that, like, aren't torturing people are just like, ha 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 ha! My sleep paralysis demon smiles. Same. It was exactly the same as you remembered from her sister. What, your sister just randomly laughed maniacally? What? Was there a lot more wrong with Mia than we thought? Mia had always acted this very same way. In order for her to be the wrongdoer in the eyes of others. She laughed like that all the time. Oh my god, we just justified the ghost laugh.
みやちゃん
Mia-chan.
本当に私
Do you really think that I'm Mia and you're Yua? And like what Alpha said earlier, I'm me and you're you? The delusions. The shadow version. I'm you and you're me. You're not me! What do you mean?
こともし逆だ
What if you've got it backward? What would that matter?
あなたがミ
You're
ヤ死ん
Mia.
だのは
Yua's the one who died. And you're the one who killed her. What are you saying?
あなたは
You were so displeased with the love your parents had for your
ネットで
older
殺人
sister.
を依頼したのよ
You went online and hired an assassin. What?
しかも
On top of that, to make it seem like an unalive, you made 4 strangers jump off alongside her.
あなたは姉になりすまして
You posed as a poor big sister mourning her little sister's
涙を流
death,
しているふりを
tears full of deceit
これ
running
まで
down
姉
your
が独
face.
身していた親
Once you
の
finally got your parents' love that they only had for your big sister, you laughed from the deepest depths of your heart.
違うわ
You're wrong.
私はユアよ
I'm Yua.
誰がそれを証明するの
And who can prove that exactly?
私はユ
I
アのはず
I should be Yua,
でも確信が持て
but you're not sure. Well, now only because this ghost is randomly telling me that I'm suddenly unsure of myself. See, look, she could be just like Takumi. She could be her own delusion too, and then they could be together still.
私を私だと
What can prove that I'm me?
顔
Your face, your
記
name,
憶
your memories,
自分のことなのに
even though it's me.
自分で自分を証明する
I
の
can't prove who I am. I can't prove who I myself am.
私が
Could it
ミヤ
be
だっていう可能性も
that I'm Mia?
あなたはいろいろと調べていたじゃ
Did
ない
you look into all sorts of things? We wouldn't know that.
多重人格
Multiple personalities. Sleepwalking. She was projecting onto Takumi.
記憶捏造
Fabricated memories.
妄
And
想
lastly, delusions. The concepts Yua herself had been looking into prior to now show just how real the ambiguity of memories, or perhaps recollections, truly was. Wait, what? How does it do that? She didn't know nor understand herself anymore. What was she? I think she needs noids. Okay, yeah, that would make more sense. Honestly, we haven't really seen Yua in so long. I don't really... What? Was she ever, like, doubting what happened to her sister? Or herself? She also immediately said all this to Takumi. I don't really... Is this supposed to be a mystery for us, the player, or is this just like a matter-of-fact thing? Like, maybe this is Mia. Who fucking knows anymore? Yua cradled her head as she shook it in denial. Why is she suddenly getting all worked up about this?
あなたは誰
Who am I? Was she Yua, who had always played the good child and was automatically loved and cherished by her parents? Well, she's saying her parents still love her. I mean, I guess maybe she's just eluding her parents' reactions, too. A lot will be revealed in character routes. Can a lot be revealed now? What? Was she Mia, who had always played the bad child, was actively hated by her parents? The child who, despite her actions being her own, oft cast her sister glares of jealousy and hatred. Okay. Now I, you, Mia, or possibly Yua, guided Yua, or possibly Mia, as she walked down the corridor soundlessly. Shall suffer the same fate as I, shall suffer the same fate as you. Oh. Wait. Yua and Mia, identical twins, faces a mirror image of one another. And the boundary that served to differentiate the two was growing more and more blurred. That's why character routes exist. I feel like we should get a bit more detail before we go on the character route, though. Like, I should have some incentive to want to go on the character route. Now I feel like the big twist of the Yua Mia thing has been revealed, but I didn't even know that that was going to be a twist. You know what I mean? They're like, who could believe it? Maybe it's Yua, maybe it's Mia. And I'm like, were we wondering that? Was that a question I had? Oh shit. Okay. Alright. Guess that's been exposed as the big secret. The twins. Who's who? Character routes are for additional character development and clearing things up. But like, well, I don't need to do Mia's route or Yua's route now. I already know what happened. We just like spoiled the end, I guess. Now I know she might not be her. Two enormous boxes stood tall within the darkness. If you want true end as well, do I? Compared to the nearby Shinjuku skyscrapers, they were akin to a small child looking up at their parents. The hospital roof. That was where Yua found herself, having been led there by Mia. Oh, but what if it was Mia leading Yua? Or whatever, the other switch. A section of the towering fence had been torn open just wide enough to allow a person to fit through it. Whether this was an intentional effort, none could say. Mia and Yua, after moving through the torn section of the outer side of the fence, both now stood at the edge of the roof. This is where she'll get her D-sword. Before them, the outpatient ward, as that location was lower than the hospital ward. The entire breadth of the roof garden was visible to them. However, the lights were still turned off. So even if there were people there, perhaps a dead Bond being there, Yua would be unable to know. The wind blew strongly on the rooftop. The gale made Yua and Mia's soft hair flutter, along with the hems of their clothes. Okay. In the beginning, we were both one. So now, we're simply returning to one again. Should I take just one step? You shall become me, and I shall become you. Yua, her eyes vacant of all light, mechanically whispered those emotionless words. What time is it for everyone? 8 p.m. for me. Spreading her arms to maintain her balance, she endured the upward rising wind. Beside her, Mia, arms spread just as Yua's were, looked at her sister and smiled.
耐える必要なんてないよ。
You don't have to endure it for long,
あなたは私の
but
痛
you
み
have
を
to
知らな
learn
くちゃ
what
な
it
らない。
feels like. My pain.
さあ
So,
飛んで。
time to jump.
そうすれば
That way.
私もあなたも
Both you and I
同
will
じ
share
痛
the
みを共
same
有する
pain.
わ。私は
Which am I?
どっちなの？
Me?
私、
You? I
あなた。
I don't care. What? Mia's been such a side character. What? I don't... Just get your D sword.
それを聞いても意味は
There's
な
no
い
point in
わ。
asking that. True.
どっち
It
に
doesn't
したっ
matter.
て
No matter which it is.
私は飛ぶ。
I will jump. All hesitation left within Yua disappeared. So, moving her foot forward, she... A gunshot tore through the dark night. With a start, Yua came to her senses. Realizing where she was, she let out a frightful scream. The sheer height of where she stood immediately disorientated her, making her lose her balance. Pacific time zone? Oh, dude, that's wild. You are, like, literally almost an entire different, like... You're more than 12 hours ahead of me. She very nearly fell, but in her desperation, she shot her hand towards the fence behind her and grabbed onto it. Because of this, she successfully managed to avoid being met with a terrible fate. But why didn't what's-her-face, the other, push her? The gunshot had come from the roof of the outpatient ward, leading her to look at it once more. In the circular clearing on the roof garden, she managed to spot multiple figures. There were two of them. One was on the floor and the other stood beside them.
バンさん。
Bon! Had the detective shot someone? Or had the detective been shot by someone?
何をしてるの？
What are you doing?
どうして私と同じ
Why
痛
won't
み
you
を味わ
suffer
おう
the
とし
same
ない
pain
の？
as me?
そんなの卑怯よ。
You're such a coward!
ずるいわ。
Do you realize how not fair that is?
ミヤちゃん。
She's like, excuse me, I have to go to the other rooftop now. Goodbye. Mia.
違うわ。
No.
私はユアよ。
I'm Yua.
ユアは
But
私。
I'm Yua.
ミヤはあなた。
No. You're Mia. No. I'm Dirty Dan.
あなたは一体
What on earth
何なの？
are you?
私はあなたの望んだもの。
I am what you wished for.
あなたは私の望ん
You
だ
are
も
what
の。
I wished for. Ooh, here we go. Action. Mia reached for her sister. Placing her hands around Yua's neck, she began to strangle her. Yua felt a strong pressure on her throat. She could no longer breathe. Why would you bother strangling her when you could just throw her off the roof? Just give her a good shove. Harder! Mia was no ghost. She definitely had a body of flesh and blood. And now, she was strangling Yua with it.
お願い。
Please, die for me.
今日ぐらい。
Just this
私のお願いを
once.
聞いて。
Do this for me. This is giving me major Kagari subplot vibes.
いつも我慢して
I've
きたん
endured
だ
this
から。
all alone for far too long. Yua's vision grew crimson. She reached her hands out into the air in front of her, but found herself unable to grasp anything. I'm gonna die. She got them crazy eyes I was talking about. I feel like this is the first time we've seen her eyes like this, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, I guess we saw her eyes like this when she confronted Takumi in the cafe, right? Like 8 chapters ago. Awash with the most extreme dread, using her whole body, Yua called upon the strength she didn't even know she had as she tried desperately to break free from Mia's grasp. I'm sorry, Alpha. It was just so memorable. How could I have forgotten? But Mia was too strong. Yua was unable to move her even a single inch. Why? Even Yua's thoughts were dyed crimson. It felt as though her consciousness was being coated in a layer of viscous blood. In a desperate frenzy, she shook her head so violently her glasses fell from her face. And from that point onward, to an outside observer, Yua and Mia were no longer distinguishable. Get it? I am you and you are me. That's why you can't tell them apart. Whoa. It didn't matter who killed whom. The result was arbitrary. If Yua died, all Mia would have to do was become Yua. If Mia died, all Yua would have to do was become Mia. And you and me, and you and who and who and me. Feelings of resignation steadily spread throughout Yua's heart. Before our eyes were Mia's, or possibly Yua's, face seeping with anger. Not wanting to see such a sight, she looked away. I don't feel that Yua has had enough development for me to be like tense at all in this moment. Like, this really dramatic fight's happening, and I'm kind of like, okay. I guess this is happening now. Like, did anyone else feel the connection with him at this point? Like, it's a fight, so there should be some tension, right? But, like, I barely know what the fuck Yua's deal is. But this feels like the climax of her story. But wait, what? What vaulted into a red field of view was the shrubbery. The shrubbery and the flowers adorning the roof garden. No way. Get those surprised Pikachu faces out, guys. It's here. In her mind, Yua felt that there was a shadow among these flowers, the likes of which she had never seen before. Though perhaps it was simply an illusion. She had dropped her glasses after all. However, no longer able to breathe and suffering from so much pain, a faint sense of peace gradually rose from within her. This feels like a really contrived way to get her sword. I would have believed it more if she got the sword when she saw Bon dead. And, like, freaked out. And, like, wanted to, like, feel a way to defend herself. Despite her thoughts of simply surrendering herself and peacefully passing on, her instinctive desire not to die denied her of that peace. It made Yua extend her hand towards that desperate shadow. Her distance from the shrubbery was about 2 meters. How she was now, there was no way she could reach it, even if she were to extend her hand. And yet, her fingertips touched something hard and cold. She then grasped it, almost completely unconsciously. The second she did so, Yua's consciousness, right on the verge of fading, instantly became clear, as though the haze had been dispelled from her mind. There was an invisible yet fierce impact. What is this animation? This gets an animation? Like no other scene in the game has gotten an animated, like, CG. Her sister, rained upon by showering red lights akin to petals, was blown away. Languidly standing up as she gasped for air, Yua looked at what she was holding and instantly doubted her eyes. The coin on the string was animated? That's true. Don't tell me you forgot the spinning coin. Yeah, but like, nothing else got animated except this moment I don't care about. Who cares about this moment? But it gets a huge animated scene? He was actually the main heroine? I guess so. Languidly standing up as she gasped for air, Yua looked at what she was holding and instantly doubted her eyes. She gets like a Sailor Moon scene with her sword? It was a sword. All too sharp, like the wit shown by the other. All too elegant, like the glasses worn by one. All too immaculate. All too vigorous. All too profound. Its nature veiled. All too delicate. Its frame easy to fracture. And so beautiful, it beckons tears from all who laid eyes upon it. What on earth? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What? I mean, I guess maybe, did they add all the animation because there's no real detail about Yua as the character, so they're like, okay, people really aren't going to be that, like, impressed by her getting her D sword. But if we add a bunch of really cool CGs and animation, now people will be invested. Like, what? Like, just don't worry about giving any details about her as a character. We're just gonna fucking whop this cool-ass cutscene for her to get her D-sword. The object now in her hands. This hand's like going through the blade. It reminded you of Fez's sword that she had seen at the overpass, and of the sword that Ban had spoken of, Aoi's. What was that? Does that mean Takami's the only one left without a sword? Nanami doesn't have her sword yet either. I guess, assuming she gets her sword. Remember, shh, that's a mystery. We don't know. It could be Masumi. Guys, he's just as pretty as any anime girl in this game. Mia. After being blown away by the mysterious impact, had been buried in the shrubbery. As she held her head, she freed herself from it and crawled back to her feet. What have you done? You used all the animated CG budget! You can't! Now Takami won't have an animated scene! Yua draws her sword. Nothing personal, Takami. Nobody likes you anyway. And then, fshing, slices her. I. Mia. I think I finally understand why I went to such great lengths to learn the truth behind your death. Did you try to kill me? Did I almost just die again? Again? In the end, I was afraid of you. I thought you let yourself die out of spite. I didn't understand you. Alpha, you're on a roll tonight. Taku doesn't get a sword, he just holds his Sarah figure and uses its rock-hard nips to cut through his enemies. I wanted to prove that your death wasn't my fault. I wanted to feel some kind of relief. I'm the worst big sister ever, huh? Why? Why won't you die? An excellent question. She could no longer get through to her. Their two selves, once together in the beginning, had now diverged completely, never to return to one again. Mia reached to grab her once more, reminded of the pain she had experienced before. Yua's trembles of dread returned, leading her to... No! Brandish her sword. It carved a sharp trail, and then cut the ghost in half. Mia's movements came to a halt, and with a look of shock on her face, she traced the wound of gorged flesh with her hand, beginning from the left side of her torso, ending all the way at her right shoulder. It called her a ghost. No blood sprang forth.
ミヤちゃんは
Mia died 2 months ago. So if that's true, who
あなたは
are you?
誰なんですか？
Countless particles, large enough to be seen by the naked eye, came flowing out from within Mia. Her body, now enveloped in bubbles, gradually collapsed to the floor as her silhouette faded and faded. It's now transforming into something else. Yua, with feelings of incredulity, saw what it was. After a moment's wait, a man with an impressively large physique appeared in Mia's place. He was wearing a denim shirt, jeans, and a rucksack on his back. Yua had never seen the man before. Who
あなた
Who are you?
どうしてミヤちゃんの姿
Why did you turn into Mia?
どう
How
やって
did... Yua backed away in confusion, still holding her D-sword. The man was similarly bewildered. He had not likely predicted that he would have been uncovered, leaving him to act in a very clearly frantic manner.
お前こそなんで
I'm the one who's confused here.
まさかこのガキ
This brats of Giglomaniac? Nobody fucking told me.
聞いてないぞくそ
Shit, what do I do? And then, ignoring gravity itself, it came flying in. Its path almost horizontal.
Huh?
Huh? By the time the man looked behind him, it had already perforated the rucksack on his back. It's Aoi. And from that same rucksack, a pale flash of light surged. The man, as though he had just received an electric shock, stiffened up like a pole. His eyes shot open wide, and only a moment later he lost consciousness, falling face first onto the ground. He foamed at the mouth, and would twitch every so often. The object that had pierced the rucksack. Oh? Fez. Was a sword quite like the one Yua had obtained just a moment ago, with beautiful curves adorning its every edge.
これ
This is... Yua remembered the sword. She had seen it once before. A single presence approached her. Yua raised her head. Someone emerged from the darkness.
何事かと思ったらこんな騒ぎになっていたのね
I was curious about what was Average Cubani stream? Wait, what does that mean? Was it lagging? Seems to be working for me. I was lagging too. Forgot Fez was the only hospital resident. True. The only one with a sprite, anyway. For a few seconds. Vegito, is it lagging for you? Oh, we just had a huge spike in viewership. That might be part of it. It's good now? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Without a change in her expression, Fez glanced at the sword Yua held in her hand.
感じる
I can
大いな
feel
る意
it.
志を
I feel like I gotta sound super dramatic every time Fez starts talking.
こういうことだったんだ。
The Feds. I can feel it. The greater will. So that was the meaning behind why I came to stay in this hospital. Huh? Don't worry about it, Yua. No one understands what Fez is ever saying. Yua had sunk into the floor, dumbfounded. Fez picked up the glasses that had fallen near her, crouched down in front of Yua, and peered at the girl's face. Don't worry, Yua. You're about to get the most confusing fortune cookie bullshit speech you've ever heard in your life. Get those glasses on tight, girl. This bitch never makes sense. Then, with her slender fingers, she brushed Yua's hair aside and gently put her glasses back in place. Wait a minute, I've seen Yuri that starts like this.
グラジオールの
So you too were one of the Black Knights of Gadul. And with that, Fez gave a faint, transient smile. You'll be like, what? And then Fez will explain absolutely nothing and then leave the hospital. Is Fez more confusing or Ferris? Well, Ferris was just a side character that told jokes, so she wasn't really confusing at all. I mean, yeah, she randomly spouted Chuny shit, but she wasn't, like, a serious character. Like, it was known that she was just joking. She wasn't, like, trying to explain time travel to you. Fez is, like, I think trying to explain plot points to you, but honestly, I can't tell. But I'm assuming Fez is a major character. Won't you kill me? Nanami's face stiffened, but shortly after that, she put on a clearly forced smile.
お兄、つまんない冗談やめなよ。
I swear, you always tell the worst jokes, big bro. That reaction wasn't like her. Normally, she wouldn't just laugh it off. Normally, she'd angrily yell, "Don't say that, you dumb jerk!" and spend the next few minutes reprimanding me. But she said, "Nya," which is somehow sexy. Yeah. Well, not that it mattered. I didn't care. If she wouldn't kill me, I had no more business with this Nanami. She could just up and vanish for all I cared. I locked eyes with Seira. If only Seira was in the third dimension, she would have gladly granted my wish. If I was going to be born a delusionary existence anyway, at least have me be born in the second dimension.
ねえ、そんな冗談は置い
Hey,
といて。
jokes aside, I
話があるわ。
have something I need to tell you.
あのね、お兄にもらったバ
So,
ン
the
グ
bangle you gave
な
me?
くしちゃったの。
I lost it.
どうせ適当に扱って
I
た
know
の
what you
よ
want
と
to
か
say.
言わないでね。
Why weren't you more careful?
そんなことしてないもん。
But that's the
本当に
thing, I
大
was.
切にしてた
I really, really treasured it.
もん。なのに、
But
どこでなくした
I
の
still
か
have no
わかんな
clue
くて
where I lost it. What, you treasured it? Seriously? Incredibly. Incredible. Genuinely fucking incredible. Comedy gold, really. Besides, I gave you it, didn't I? So it's worthless anyway.
僕は妄想じ
I'm
ゃ
not
な
a
い
delusion. I'm not a delusion.
僕は妄想じゃない
Besides the fact that I'd given Nanami the bangle in and of itself was suspicious. It could have been a delusion too, for all I knew. That was why nothing in this world was worth anything. Each and everything in my memories was worthless.
僕は妄
I'm not a
想じゃ
delusion.
ない
I'm not a delusion.
お兄が初め
That
て
was
く
the
れた
first
プレゼ
present
ン
you
トだった
ever
の
gave
に
me.
な。なんでなくしちゃったりしたん
Why
だ
did
ろ
I
う。
have to lose it?
僕は
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
お兄、聞いてる？
Big bro, are you listening to me?
僕は
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
お兄はどうしてい
Why are you always like
つも
this?
そうなの？
Why are you the way that you are? Her head hung low, her fist clenched tight. Nanami let out a faint whisper.
たまには
Why can't you
お
just
兄ちゃんらしく
show your reliable side
頼
every
りがい
once
の
in
あ
a
ると
while?
こ
Like a good big brother would. What now? You're here to criticize me. You're wasting your time. After all, I'm an otaku freak. I mean, delusionary.
僕はもう
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion. All I did was stare blankly at Saber's
じゃ
smile.
ない
There was no reason to listen to Nanami. It was all pointless. After all, I was an otaku freak. I mean, delusion.
今までずっと
Every day up till
なんか
now,
しっかりしなきゃって
I've always tried my
頑
absolute
張ってきたけ
hardest.
ど
All while telling myself I have to hang in there, but
でもね
I just can't help it. After going
マ
through
マだって
so
たま
much,
には
even I want someone to take care of me sometimes. To spoil me.
ううん
No,
誰かにじゃなくて
not just someone.
お兄に
I want it to be you, big bro.
僕は
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
だって
You're my big brother, after all.
ナナのお兄に頼りたい
I
って
can't do
思う
everything
こと
on my own.
ナナにも
There's things
あ
I'd
るん
like to
だよ
rely on you for, you know?
僕はもう
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
そりゃ
I know you don't like being told to do stuff.
お兄も嫌だそれは
You're always slacking off anyway, so I guess there's no point in trying to change that.
うんうん
Wait,
言いたいことはそうい
that's
う
not
こ
what
と
I'm
じゃな
trying
く
to
て
say.
僕
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
ない
ナナだって
What I'm trying to say is,
愚痴を
even
聞
I
いて
have
もらいたい
moments
時
where I
と
want
か
someone to vent to,
泣きたい時とか
a shoulder to
あ
cry
るんだ
on,
よ
you know?
お兄に
When that
優し
happens,
くしてもらいたい
I
時
just
と
want
か
my big brother to be nice to me, you know?
僕は
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
僕
ね
Come on, big bro.
えナナの話
Listen to me, please.
ナナ
I'm, I'm really, really sad right now.
悲しいお兄にもらっ
I
た
lost my bangle that meant so much to me. The one my big bro gave
なっ
me.
ちゃって声出して
I'm so sad.
泣きたいくらい
My chest hurts so much.
悲しくて
I just want to cry and cry.
お兄に
I just want my big bro to
抱き
hug
しめて
me.
ほしいのにお兄に
I just want my big bro to pat my head.
慰めてほしいね
Big bro,
え今日だけは
even if it's selfish. Can I ask for that?
受け止めて
Just this once? Raising my head in a daze, I saw Nanami crying. She was hanging her head low. While she was trying her best to hold them in, tears rained down her pained face all the same. We just not gonna give Takumi a likable moment. He can't just like hug his sister, even if she's not real. Like, can we just give him a moment of some kind? Jesus. Ugh. Upon opening a glass door, the very moment Remy entered what appeared to be a lobby, a twitch of fear ran through her. A chill breeze, cold enough to freeze her over, crept up her legs. There was no sign of anyone anywhere. A fact that was obvious for this place, in this place alone. And yet, when Remy thought about what awaited her ahead, she could not help but wish that someone could have been there with her. Like, I don't know. Takumi. Before her was a soundproof door, a door akin to those of a movie theater. From a small crack within that gateway, the chilled breeze came wafting through. The breeze was accompanied by a white haze, a haze akin to the smoke that rose from dry ice, or the white haze that covered the sky at one time. Remy fiercely bit down on her lip. In her hands was her D-sword, already real booted.
だから大丈夫。
It'll be fine. Narrator. It won't be fine, because there's still a whole chapter to go.
だから。
It'll be
怖がっちゃダ
fine.
メだ。
So, no more being scared. Despite desperately telling herself that, she gulped a single time before proceeding to burst open the soundproof door with her shoulder. Is she in the hospital too now, or is she in a different building? Remy's eyes went wide at the scene she saw before her. There stood a device that was beyond enormous. Enshrined in the center of the dome-shaped room, it could only be described as a monster. No, it's the thing projecting the simulation onto everybody, right? Right? An ominous sound rung faintly throughout the spacious room. It was a low-pitched noise, akin to the deep growl of a beast, a sound that signified the device's operation.
の圧
Noah 2.
も
It's already
う動い
running.
てるんだ。
It's been running.
君のおかげですよ。
All thanks to you, a voice replied to Remy's vexed murmurs. The moment she heard that voice, Remy felt her very soul tremble.
崎畑リミ。
Another character sprite!
1年半ぶりですね。
Oh my god. It's the guy who we always see the back of in the Nozumi cutscenes, right? Remy, it's been a year and a half since we last met, has it not? Remy's instinct was to be engulfed in fear. Shivers rose from the depths of her heart. The character that was barely alluded to and didn't have a sprite until now. This guy's the villain, right? I mean, yeah, look at his black and red clothes. Abominable memories attacked her consciousness. Her grim past was on the brink of being resurrected. To endure such a threat, Remy strengthened the grip on her D-sword and lightly shook her head. Once she regained her hold, she shifted her gaze toward the voice. Right beside the enormous device, Noah 2 was him, the figure of a man donned in a suit, and by his side... Oops.
ナナちゃん
Nana-chan. Is that the symbolism we're going for? She's on, like, chained up on the cross. Nanami was held captive. Her uniform was torn, and a bandage soaked with blood was wrapped around her right wrist. Her head hung toward the floor, and she looked terribly, terribly pale. Is that future sight thing that Takumi has part of why he saw the hand or something? Faced with such a pitiable sight, Remy was at a loss for words. Crucified in Jesus of Narazinth's likeness? Narazinth's? Nazarinth's likeness? What? No. What held her now could not be called a cross. It was something far different. For it took the shape of pure, unadulterated malice. Bruh. You didn't even, like, space out how to pronounce it. You just retyped the same word. Have you never heard of Nazareth? I don't know. What is it? city in Israel? Like the Bible? Yeah, I don't know, man. I went to public school. We weren't allowed to talk about it. The entirety of this world's evil, the entirety of this world's disorder, the entirety of this world's immorality is Nanami. Anime girls were the real evil all along. It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a symbol sculpted to those very attributes. I have no interest in knowing where you've been, nor what you've been doing these past 18 months. All I must say is that having you loiter here presents quite the trouble. The writers, when they thought about if they should give you Remy's backstory. I have no interest in knowing what you've been doing since the game started. Nazareth? Oh, okay. The man, Narose, spoke in a peaceful tone, but his voice was embedded with the sharpness of a blade. Doing everything in her power not to sink to her knees, Remy glared back at Narose. Let Nana go. Oh. Could that have perhaps been why you came here? To rescue a friend? Let Nana go. She's nothing to do with this. She's looking pretty involved. In that case, why not consult with her directly? Naro's offer left Remy confused. She was acting brave, but in truth, the moment she had seen Narose's face, her heart had been seized by fear, and her legs had begun to tremble. He's dressed so nicely, though. What's there to fear? Unable to move an inch from where she stood, she called out to the crucified Nanami. Nana-chan! Nana-chan! Nanami's head ever so slightly stirred. Her eyes, which had been closed until that very moment, opened faintly. She raised her head, and her hollowed eyes fell upon Remy. Remy. Are you okay? Don't worry. I'm here to save you. In the middle of Remy's sentence, Nanami's face twisted in pain. Her face was pale, and her breathing labored. It hurts. My right hand. It hurts. Because you can see her left hand here, but you can see nothing here, so it's been lopped off then. Then, with very little resistance, Nanami's body slid off the cross. Wait, had it just been, like, waiting there the whole time? For, like, this dramatic moment to slide off? Nana! Hey, Remy. Without getting up from the floor, Nanami lifted her head and let her gaze roam about the room. It was as if she was searching for something. You know, my bangle? I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. What? She staggered to her feet, and this time she searched her surroundings with her left hand. Bangle. It's a bangle, right? Got it. I know where it is. If we get out of here, we can go get it, Nana. So let's go to the hospital, okay? My hand. It hurts. Why do I know you, Remy? Where have we met before?
リミさん。
Remy.
リミさん、
Is it you, Remy?
リミさんが
Did you
何
take
なの？
my bangle?
嘘。どうして？
No. Why?
よ。
Why would you do something like that? I assume she's just delirious from the blood loss or something. Oh no, my bangle. I just wound you. Remy, who realized that something was wrong with Nanami, instantly looked at a rose. Realized something was wrong with Nanami. The blood didn't give it away? With a scornful grin painted on his face, he simply observed Remy and Nanami's exchange.
ナナちゃんに
What are you showing her?
何を見せてるの？
Nanami's gaze was fixed on Remy. Trembling like a newborn fawn, she slowly stood up and then... She held out her right wrist, as if offering Remy her palm. A bandage drenched in blood. It almost appeared as if her hand was still connected. And yet, one after the other, the vibrant scarlet drops fell from the bandage without reprieve. By her feet, a pool of blood grew larger and larger with each passing second. She needs medical attention and fast. But despite how frantic she was, Remy was unable to get closer. For getting closer to Nanami would mean getting closer to that man. It frustrated her greatly, leaving her on the verge of tears. So why is she so afraid to get close to this dude? Did you have it the whole time, Remy?
ナナちゃん、帰ろう。
Time to go, okay, Nana? This way.
どうして持ってくの？
Why did you take it from me?
返して。
Give it
ナ
back.
ナのバングル返して。
Give my bangle back.
落ち着いて。
Calm down, Nana.
お兄からもらった。
It's my treasure
ナナの
from my big bro.
あれは誰にも
I won't let
渡したくないの。
anyone else have it.
返して。
Give it back.
返してよ。
Give it back!
ナナちゃん。返して。
Give it back! Together with her pain scream. A single drop of blood fell from her right wrist. Before it had the opportunity to hit the ground, the drop crystallized at high speed, originating from nothing, with the drop at its center. Where's the drop? A mineral-esque object burst into view. It was as if a carapace formed from minerals had ripped through a rift in space. Wait. Didn't they say her arm looked like it was still connected? That is definitely a stub. In the blink of an eye, it took shape. It resembled a cross far more than the object that had previously held her. Perhaps it was a sword. A sword which pierced itself perpendicularly, as if rejecting all.
これは
That's a D-sword. No, it's a thinly veiled metaphor. You could real boot food and just have infinite food solve world hunger. I guess, Alpha, but haven't you considered what if you made a really cool anime sword? I mean, really?
返してよ。
Give it back.
お願い。
Please! And Nanami, as if embracing it, held it close to her chest. Tears, born from all the sadness within her, fell upon it. Her D-sword flickered scarlet, as if one with her pulse.
でないと。リミさんのこと
If you don't give it back, Remy,
許さない。
I'll make you pay!
そんな。
No. This whole time, Nana-chan was a giglomaniac? Get those surprised Pikachu faces out. Let me be selfish. Just this once. You know, I take a second to remind everyone Okabe is a few miles away. This is something that it feels like should have been revealed much earlier. Because the game seems to still be trying to present these events as like a surprise to you. But at the same time, it's been none too like subtly hinted at. Like chapters ago, I guess. I don't know. I don't know a good way to phrase it. It's very backloaded for sure. Yeah. But it's like... the seed's planted, of course, which is good. Like, you gotta plant the seed for, like, who could be what. But then it feels like so many hours pass after, like, it's... like planted, that by the time it's revealed, you're kind of like, oh, wait a minute, do we not already know that? Like, there's a delicate balance to, like, how you gotta do that, and I feel like it's been so long. It's like, oh. Yeah. We technically didn't know she was a Giglomaniac. I saw Nanami crying. She was hanging her head low. While she was trying her best to hold them in, tears ran down her pained face all the same. I took one look at her and then I returned my gaze back to the ceiling. Resuming my mission of counting the rusted spots. Takumi has a sympathetic, likable moment challenge. Impossible difficulty. Cry all you want. There's nothing I can do for you. I'm a delusion after all. A delusional. Don't say that! There's no way you're a delusion, big bro. Because I remember you from back when we were kids. I've always taken care of you. And even though I can't say you're reliable, or likable, or memorable, you've always been with me. Ever since I can remember. Wait. She was right. It was just as she said. I had memories from when Nanami was little. I had memories from childhood. I had memories of watching the news reporting on the bus accident my classmates had been in. The one that happened on the field trip I hadn't been able to go on. I even remembered my teacher, Mr. Saito, who'd passed away in the accident. The words of Remy, a total stranger, were the words of Nanami, who I'd grown up with. It went without saying which to believe. The right person to believe wasn't Remy. The right person to believe was Nanami. If Nanami was real, that meant that I, too, was real.
Nanami.
Nanami. I extended my hand towards her. Nanami's existence was my one and only hope. The sole existence that would save me. When anyone gives Takumi any semblance of attention, this will save me and solve my problems. Save me. Nanami,
ナナミ
save me.
助けて
Big bro! Don't ask her to save you. She's literally having a breakdown and asking for once in her life if she can be the one that gets taken care of. And you're like, well, save me! If Nanami's worth was real, then I could prove I was real too. Nanami, who had been crying from loneliness, wiped away her tears. She looked at me with her reddened eyes, smiled at me with her tearful smile, and...
抱きしめて
Will you hug me? I nodded. Then again. Then again. Then once more. By doing so, if I could save Nanami, by doing so, I could save myself. Hey, what's up, Khan? I could gladly hug this bratty little sister of mine, no matter the time or place. I would hug my one and only sister in this world, the one that shared my blood.
ナナミ助けて
Nanami, save me. I wanted to feel her warmth as soon as I could. And so, opening my arms to welcome her into my chest, I prepared to hug her. Tightly. Ever so tightly.
鬼
Big bro! But right at that very moment, Nami's body was enveloped in a faint light, and she burst into countless blue particles. They were pink, first of all. One after another, the particles burst like bubbles in the air in which my arms remained extended, never receiving the hug I so desired, my chest never feeling the warmth I so desired. Right before my very eyes, Nanami had vanished. This is why they say vape kills, Alpha. With only her left hand, Nanami tightly embraced the D-sword that had been born of her own blood. Her right arm, meanwhile, only lay upon it. Her blood, seeping from the bandage on her right wrist, slowly ran down the sword's fuller. How long has this arm been cut off that she's just still bleeding?
痛
It hurts.
い知ってたの
You knew?
ナナちゃんが
You knew she was a
ギガロマニアッ
gigamaniac?
クスだって
Ermi's question was directed at Nerose, who had evidently chosen to remain a spectator. No matter how much Remy glared his way, he always retained the same composed look on his face. That's a great question, actually. People have infinite blood in anime, though, so I guess it doesn't matter.
偶然の産物というものですよ。
I feel like we first saw the hand thing, like, several chapters ago. A fortunate coincidence, if you may,
ナナちゃんにひどいことした
after
くせ
doing all
に
these horrible things to
何が
her.
偶然なの
You think you can just say that? What do you mean, coincidence?
君の時のような苦労はしませんでした。
Simply that there was no need to go to the same great lengths that I had with
覚醒
you.
させるためのマ
After
ニュアル
all,
が
my
確立して
company
います
already has a well-established method on how to awaken Gigamaniacs.
もっとも西条拓
But
海
in
だけはそ
opposition
の
to
マニュアル
this,
も通用しませ
Takumi
ん
is the only one to which this method does not apply.
イレギュラーな化け
I
物
must say,
は扱いづらいこ
There is
とこ
nothing
の
more
上で
difficult to handle than that irregular monstrosity.
化け物だなんて
Don't you dare call him that!
君も化け物だ
Why,
から
may I ask?
ですか
Is it perhaps because you are one as well?
そういう話はしてない
That's not what this is about.
虚無から生まれた
Allow
も
me to
のだから
rephrase.
と言い換え
Perhaps
た方が良かったですね
someone born from nothing? A averting her gaze. Remy bit her lip in frustration. Her trembling had yet to cease. In direct opposition to her wish to save Nanami, her legs refused to move. It was as if they had taken root inside the floor. Rose, meanwhile, caressed Nanami's head almost lovingly, acting as if he was under no threat whatsoever. Nanami had no reaction to this. She simply hung her head low as she repeatedly drew shallow breaths.
闇のある一点だけを灯しているスポットライト。
illuminating a single spot amid the endless dark.
その周囲には
Around
無数の死体が
it,
転がっ
countless
ているので
corpses
しょ
lying
う
on the
が、
floor,
誰にも
with none being able to see them.
君
Not
自
even
身で
yourself.
す。
そんな話
Stop!
例えば君が
And if
自
you
殺を
say
したら、
committed
スポットライ
unalive,
トは数十セン
the
チ横
spotlight
に
would
ずれ
move a
て
few dozen
君を
centimeters,
闇で覆って
and
く
you
れ
would
る
be
でしょう。
swallowed by the dark.
そして
Then another
何も知らない
someone,
別の誰かが
unaware of everything,
代わり
privy
に
to
スポッ
nothing,
トライトを
would
浴び
in
る。
turn be bathed in the spotlight. Stop! Prompted by Remy's sharp tone, Rose shrugged his shoulders, then returned to silence.
痛い
It hurts.
ナナちゃんを
I want you to let
解放して
Nana-chan
ほしいん
go.
だけど
拘束は解きました。
Whatever you do mean. Whatever do you mean? I already released her restraints.
連れて帰る
I'm taking her with me.
構いませんよ。
Feel free.
もう
I have no
どうする
use for her anymore.
ナナちゃん
Okay,
その
Nana,
剣を
let's
消して
go. You can dispel the sword now.
だったらバングル
Then
返して
give me back my bangle.
返すから
I will. So please. Remy knew where Nana's hand was being kept on that day, on the night Nanami's hand had been delivered to Takami's room, after Takami had collapsed from sheer humiliation on the roof of O-Front. We still don't know why he was on O-Front, right? Remy had retrieved the hand from within the refrigerator. Shogun was the one who had it now. It was in cold storage to keep it from decomposing. The bangle, too, was...
いいからもらったの
I got it from my big bro.
ナナのだよ
It's mine. It's my bangle. Yeah,
持ってい
okay, we know.
ひどいよ
Taking it away from me. How could you? Nami's voice, which had only been speaking in incoherent mumbles, was gradually growing more and more intense.
落ち着いて深呼吸
Calm
して
down. Take deep breaths. I need you to pull yourself together.
一つ聞きますが、
If I may ask, Rose's sudden interruption elicited a click of Remy's tongue, though only in her mind.
西条匠にとっては
Which of you two was the more important being to Takumi?
どちらがより重要度が高い存在ですか。
Remy cast her eyes downward.
リミさんなんか
Remy, While Nanami instead raised her head, a sparkle returned to her once empty eyes. A glaring, brilliant shine, one that warranted only a single descriptor. Abnormal. In a panic, Remy frantically attempted to brace herself, only to be frozen in place by the sudden darkness. It was as if all the lights had been turned off. Remy had no way of knowing whether it had been intentional or accidental.
負けちゃダメ
I can't fail here. Remy whispered so in an attempt to encourage herself. Her voice made the air undulate, but it melded itself into the dark before long. She then noticed she could no longer hear Noah 2's growling rumblings. I hate the dark. It always reminds me of back then. Back then what? Remy tried looking around, but all she could see was darkness spread through every corner. No speck of the concept known as light existed. Could she not see because it was dark? Or because her sight was not working properly? She had lost the ability to tell up from down. She could not tell where she was anymore. Her 5 senses eroded by darkness, and now her body was unable to recognize anything. It was as if her body had been turned into a gas, as if her consciousness had slipped away from its vessel. Past and present fused as one, Remy's memories began to intermix. What? When was now? When was the past? What the fuck is happening? In the world ruled only by sheer darkness, a single ray of light shone down. And there, within the circular spotlight, was Remy, cradling her knees close to her chest. Remy was seeing this very scene from within the darkness. It's the same as back then. You know, back then. Back then, Remy had nothing. Before she knew it, she had been confined and tortured. Rather than anything physical, the psychological pain she suffered had been far greater. A daily life born from the depths of hell. A daily life consisting solely of enduring. How she had been before that, Remy did not know. When and how had she been confined? For how long had she been tortured? That Remy did not know, but something told her that this was not due to memory loss. The moment she suddenly opened her eyes, a consciousness known as herself had been born, or so she felt. Perhaps the one inhabiting this body before her, unable to escape from all the pain, had ended her own life within her delusions. And then perhaps as a new her, a new personality, the current Remy had been born. Perhaps there had been countless other hers before her. Even the name Remy might have been different each time. To myself, I don't exist. Something moved amid the darkness. Remy stood up, then slowly began to move towards it. And as she moved, so did the spotlight. And what she found was a dead Remy, lying on the ground. Without ever looking at Remy, a whisper flowed from Remy's mouth.
あなたは
What number are you? This doesn't have anything to do with eyes.
私は
I. Ooh. That's a big oof, Nanami. I think I was able to tell. Something was wrong with Nanami. Remy's eyeballs twitched incessantly. An endless amount of tears ran down from the corners of her eyes. Her D sword slipped from her hands, and Remy sank to the floor. Much like a child would, she covered her face with her hands and weakly shook her head. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. Nanami stared at her with a vacant look on her face. Onorose let out a short, disinterested snort. Nanami, did you do something new with your hair? Wow. Nanami had vanished without a trace. Oh, I don't like this motion. Really making me seasick. It's like when you look down in a game and you don't see the character's legs. She had turned into bubbles before my very eyes. Her substance had simply ceased to exist. The bottle is smaller than before. That's a delusion, Alpha. How did he do that? Is he upside down? Yeah, I know, Zero. Like, what? He just did like a 360 loop. No, not me. Where are you? Come on. Come out.
いるんだろう
I know you're here. Is this another prank? You're hiding. Stop hiding from me. I wonder how many straight sentences Takumi has said in this entire game. I feel like he always stutters in every sentence. I don't think he's ever said a straight sentence, even to himself. My vision grew blurry from my tears. No matter how many times I wiped them away, the lukewarm droplets kept pouring out. But this warmth, and the feeling making me shed these tears, were delusions. I myself was one, after all. Nanami had been a delusion. I had been stupid to believe it would all be okay. My hopes had been crushed just like that. Hey, will I wake up from this delusion? Please, can it hurry up and happen already? Not even I knew who I was talking to, but right now, I was fine with anyone. I just wanted to be heard. I'm sure once I wake up, I'll actually be an alpha. For sure. With an understanding little sister and a gentle big sister. Andrew Tate fan copium. I'll be going out with a cute girlfriend. She won't be some insane girl like Remy or Zaina. She'll be a good girl like Sarah. You are a delusionary existence. Groveling on the floor, I buried my head in the mountain of trash and tightly gripped Sarah. I tried my best to avert my eyes from reality as I pounded the floor with my fists, but I couldn't. Remy's words pummeled my mind relentlessly, and you're relentlessly pummeling my mind by replaying this scene over and over. I wanna die. I wanna die. Why? Won't anyone kill me? Hey, Sarah, can you kill me? Kill me. You really want to kick the bucket that badly? I want to die. I can't take it anymore. I can't take my own existence anymore. I don't want to think of anything. I don't want to keep living. Oh, poor little Taki. In that case, I'll show you a real quick way to do it. Ah, this is why you're my waifu. Sarah always devoted herself to me. Commendably so. For starters, get your patooey outside. Outside? And touch some fucking grass, nerd. Doing as I was told, I stood up and headed for the door. And then, after nearly tripping and falling over trash countless times, I exited my base. I had no need to question her. Sarah would never betray me. She was my waifu, after all. And she wasn't 3D. Once I was outside, a strange sound hit my ears. The sound. Hadn't I heard it somewhere before?
この音を追いかけて
Okay, now you just gotta follow the sound.
追いかけたら殺してもらえるの。
Will someone kill me?
そういうこと
Yupperoni.
優しく殺してもらえるかな。
Will they be gentle?
私が保証する
You
よ
got my word, Snookums.
よかった。
Thank goodness.
やっと死ね
I can
る。
finally die. This sound was my Messiah, the bell of salvation that would grant me passage to the promised land. With Sarah in hand, I set off toward the sound. Whenever I got close to the sound, it would move further away, almost like it was guiding me somewhere. Every time I seemed to be onto it, it would quickly become distant. Every time I seemed to lose track of it, it would come close and wait for me, as though it had a will of its own. A sound with a will of its own. It reminded me of Shogun's existence. His face flashed through my mind, but I quickly grew indifferent to it. And it's gonna turn out to be his sword, right? Whether it was him or someone else, as long as someone killed me, I didn't mind. I even stopped wondering about the true nature of the sound. I was an otaku freak, and I was going to die pretty soon, so there was no point in caring. With my head completely empty of all thoughts, like a moth to flame, I staggered after the sound. A barrage of noise now surrounded me, and I was unable to differentiate any of them. With a click of my tongue, I tried to find the origin of the clamor, only to gulp instead. Suddenly, without me having realized it, I was standing in Scramble Crossing. Oh my god, guys, flip phones! It was then that I realized that the clamor was coming from the sheer number of people crammed into the crossing. It was almost jam-packed. Everyone was pushing right up against each other, like a morning trade ride during rush hour. Compared to when I'd been broadcasted from the top of O-Front, there was an even bigger number of people here. Now that I've thought about it, Grim had mentioned something about this. Something about there being a festival at Scramble Crossing tonight. Did you have a flip phone? I did not have a flip phone. My parents were not the type that believed in cell phones, so I never had a cell phone until I could afford to pay for my own. So my first phone was a smartphone. When I was, I think it was 15 or 16 when I finally got a phone. What version? It was a Motorola Droid. Then it had like some memory leak, and then it like fell apart because it was such a cheap piece of shit. So like for whatever reason, towards the end of the phone's lifespan, like the memory, the internal memory had only would only hold a single text message. So I'd have to get a text, read it, delete the text, and then I'd have to send a text and then delete my sent message. Because the internal memory, like, just had a complete fucking meltdown. And anytime I tried to call support, or if I took it into Radio Shack, they would be like, meh, sorry bro, don't know what's wrong, can't fix it though. And ever since then, I've been an iPhone guy since. Because you don't have stupid problems like that you would have on a Droid on an iPhone. What the hell is this, Sayra? I have nothing but horrible memories of this place. Why'd you bring me here? I have horrible memories of my first phone. How else are you gonna receive email? Yeah. For revenge! Oh, is he gonna get his D sword and just slice through all these people? That's funny. Also, I wonder... This must be a fake choice, right? So... To be honest, this achievement I got earlier, the positive person thing, said I found all positive delusions already. This is the first choice we've had since I got that achievement. So this must be a fake choice then, right? Like, not a real delusion that we're about to experience. I honestly don't know why you got that achievement early. Oh, really? Weird. It'd be interesting to figure out, like, if the achievement just glitched, or if that is the last delusion choice or something. I don't know. Is Chris still here? Would he know anything about the glitch? Chris might have peaced out, though. This is the last delusion choice. Oh, really? Because we knew some, like, delusion choices didn't mean anything, so I was wondering if maybe this is one of the same. Where's the person who's going to kill me, Sayra? Right in front of you. Right in front of me? This tremendous crowd on this cold autumn night. Just what kind of festival could make so many people gather here, to the point of there being no room to breathe? Everyone was focused on me. I braced myself for it to happen again, being verbally abused, laughed at, humiliated. My legs froze as I recalled the trauma from back then. And yet...
Ganbare!
You got this! I'll be rooting for you. You can do it! Go forth and show us a glorious death! So young yet so brave. We'll never forget you. We'll watch you till the very end. Show me you're a real man! The onlookers' reactions were different from last time. Rather than insults, everyone was hitting me with kind words of encouragement. I was so confused I had to blink a few times. Were they cheering me on? Oh, well, of course. What'd you think the festival was for, ya dum-dum? Everyone's been waiting for you, Taki. Before me, a pathway showed itself in the center of the crowd of people. They formed an arch with their arms, urging me to go through. Just like an elementary school graduation. Past the many arms was the entrance to O-Front. And so I nervously started heading towards it. As I walked, words of comfort were thrown my way without end. Once I stepped inside O-Front, even the Tatsuya and Starbricks employees greeted me with applause. Courage gradually came to me. Courage to finally die. the roof of O-Front was just as dark as last time. Hey, Serval. What is up, my dude? Steam delusions are messed up. Oh, is the achievement just bugged? It procs early. Weird that it would just proc like one early. Reminded of what had transpired the last time I'd come here, I hesitated to move any further for a moment. Even after gathering all that courage, I was made painfully aware of how much of a pussy I truly was. No matter what happened, that would never change.
きっと戻ってくると
I always
信じてたよ。
believed you would come back. Suddenly, a wheelchair creaked. And together with that noise, just like he had last time, Shogun showed himself. He was wearing the Darth Spider helmet today as well. But Shogun wasn't the only one here.
よくもう一度挑戦する気になったな。
You stepped up to the challenge one more time. I'm impressed. Did you see Ant-Man yet? I'm seeing it Sunday. No spoilers, please. You're an awesome possum, Takumi!
西条くんのおかげで
Thanks to you,
私も勇気をもらい
I
ました
found courage too.
君はとても崇高だわ、匠。
You are an agent of consummate sublimity. Or no, I'm seeing it Monday. Not Sunday. I'm seeing it Monday. Tell me if it's actually good or bad when you finish. Okay. I will. I'll probably talk about I'm probably not going to stream on Monday when I go see it. It's probably going to be mid, but probably a fun time. Yeah, my buddy and I are going to get have a couple drinks before the movie and go see it. So that way we don't have to think too hard. And maybe it'll be good. All of the anime girls stood in a line smiling at me.
一緒に飛ぶわ、
Let us all leap forth together.
あなたと。
Us. And you. So, there's no need to be scared. What's up with everyone needing to jump off a building in this game? Is that like a reference to something or a metaphor to something? Fez did. Yua was about to. We're supposed to. On both sides of me, Kazubi and Fez took one of my hands each. But it wasn't just us that held hands. Wait, what? I think this is a typo, actually. I think this is supposed to be Yua. On both sides of me, Kazubi and Fez took one of my hands each. But it wasn't just us that held hands. Sena and Fez joined us too. Fez is mentioned here twice. I joked about the typo earlier, but I do think this is actually a typo. COZ patch 1.2. Screenshot of that and send it to COZ. Flat as Justice was here earlier. I don't know if she still is. And I think Chris probably fell asleep too. But I do think this is actually a typo. Look at me bug fixing the game. I'm sure someone's already beaten the game with this patch and noticed some of these, but I'll take a screenshot of this anyway. And I'll give it to Chris. I'll send it to him on Discord. Where could you find people in the Discord server? a link to my Discord servers in the description below if you want to chat about stuff and talk to people about this game and other Psy Adventure stuff, or just any game in general. I'm talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot, Fire Emblem a lot, or whatever. If you want to chat, be buds and friends, join the Discord. Will be part of the COZ team credit? Absolutely not. Those guys probably want absolutely nothing to do with me. I'd like to, but I'm sure they're like, okay, dude. Weird streamer, man. All five of us stood hand in hand. Anyway, yeah, join my Discord. Was this a recreation of the group dive? That's so fun. I love remakes. The crowd down below, watching us with bated breath, clapped in unison. It was as if they were giving us their blessing, extolling us. Man, we're just giving everyone their D-swords in fucking Chapter 9. It's a D-sword fucking bargain sale. How's the Metroid one? I actually haven't played it more since the stream. I might stream it again later this week. But I mean, I loved what I played so far, but yeah, I haven't played since I streamed the Metroid remake. Farewell. I won't forget you. Shogun waved us goodbye with his slender hand. Then Kozupi and Fez pulled me in. As if they were inviting me to frolic with them, or inviting me to dance with them, all while they had the most gentle smile on their face. And so, without feeling even an ounce of fear, I, ever so smoothly, was able to dance away into the air, and he whooshing grabbed the D-sword out of the air. Oh, nope, that was just his delusion. Such thoughts came to mind. How wonderful it would be if I could die such a happy death. And yet in the end, it too had been a delusion. The path of people was in front of me was real, the path that seemed to guide me forward, but no one was making an arch with their arms. That delusion seemed like such a waste of time. Everyone looked at me, but their eyes were cold and sharp, staring daggers at me with what felt close to murderous intent. Everyone was out for blood. No one had been waiting for me. No one had given me their blessing. All the energy they'd had back when I humiliated myself atop Outfront was gone. The reality was I probably wouldn't be able to die a happy death, but I already expected that even before this. Even so, it didn't matter to me. As long as I died, it didn't matter. As long as someone killed me, it didn't matter. And so, as I laughed and laughed, I walked through the path between the people. When I looked up, I realized all 4 of the enormous jumbotrons were showing footage of me walking through the crowd. Isn't that still, like, delusion-worthy? I was sure that just like last time, this was a national broadcast, too. If the viewer rate was even 40%, I would die while being watched by approximately 48 million people. Oh, man. I could only dream of that! The death of me, who was no more than a delusionary existence. The death of me, who had no value whatsoever. The death of me, who was wholly and entirely worthless. Is that all you want to see? Well then congratulations, here you go. Doesn't matter either way to me. As long as I die, I don't care how many people see it. And so, I stood before the battery of cameras and microphones. A swarm of flashes burst in unison. Blinding lights flashed intermittently. Why are they even here for this? I don't understand. Straining my eyes, I fought to endure them. Then a reporter that was probably in his 40s spoke up. I had seen him on a number of talk shows before. What kind of performance are you planning to show us today? Well, I got you here. There's been some talk about the crucifixion suspect that was arrested this morning. I totally forgot about that. The people are saying that they were just a pawn and that the mastermind's still out there. You got any thoughts on this, my friend? Why would Talk to Me have any thoughts on this? Why was this random guy acting all buddy-buddy with me? What was that last part supposed to mean? Was he asking for my opinion? I guess when the media called up the criminal psychology professors every time, they always said the same standard, uninteresting bullshit. Even an amateur like me could serve as a replacement. Amateur. What? Regardless, I couldn't have any less of an opinion on what the guy was asking about. I had lost all interest in New Gen. I had come here to be killed, not to answer questions. I had no energy for it. Honestly, kind of forgot about New Gen. Well, anyway, I'll just get straight to the point. The true culprit is commonly referred to as, whose eyes are those eyes? There's been some rumors about it potentially being you.
そうかもね。
Very well might be. My whispers were broadcast all throughout Shibuya via the Jumbotron speakers. Commotion ensued. The bloodthirsty atmosphere got even stronger among the people gathered. I don't care. Just kill me. Set me free. Take a shot every time Takumi says kill me. Stop asking me for things. Despite my wishes, the microphone came a bit closer. They were pushed so violently toward me, the next step would be shoving one straight into my mouth. The other reporters, too, were raining questions down on me incessantly. Are we to take this as you admitting you have part in the case? Have you ever been unable to distinguish video games from reality? What's your relationship with the suspect that was just arrested? Give us a statement. Why? Do you view killing people like it's some kind of video game? In a sense, I was like a video game character. Someone please reset me. Just get me to game over once and for all. Just kill me already. Oh my god, this is... It feels like that I'm like dragging my body through this. Oh my god. Just kill me. Just fucking someone wipe him out. As soon as those words left my mouth, the crowd, at the peak of its tension, exploded. Inhuman garbage! Goddamn savage! I'll kill you myself! Burn in hell! Get the death penalty! I'll fucking kill you! And do it, you won't. Murderer! I was overwhelmed by the waves of people. As the screams and shouts swarmed, I was swallowed up by the unadulterating masses. I was tossed around and jostled, crushed to nothing and pulverized. Being shoved by people in all directions, my body started floating. My soles left the ground. No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't do anything. I was struck on the head, punched in the arms. None of it was painful enough to kill me. With no room to breathe, I started to suffocate, but I didn't resist. I entrusted my body to the chaos. The chaos head, Noah? Huh? Huh? And in doing so, the pressure disappeared, and my body fell to the floor. Sarah fell from my hand and toppled to the asphalt. Countless feet lined up like trees in a forest, and as they writhed about, my waifu rolled through the gaps between them. Despite extending my hand, I couldn't reach her. Her face, complete with that endlessly radiant smile of hers, the smile that soothed my soul, was stepped on by someone's shoe. It hurts! Help me, Taki! Her small body was kicked further away, and some lady in red high heels ended up crushing her torso. You big...
Sarah.
Sarah. No matter how much I called out to her, no answer came. My one and only ally, gone. Felt like my chest was being crushed by sorrow. I had lost all reason to stay in this world, to live. Yeah, I know, dude. You said that like 3 hours ago. When I looked up, surrounded by people as I was, even the night sky was hidden away. No one noticed I was there, slumped down on the ground. Even though I was right here, even though I was asking for someone to kill me, why was everyone ignoring me? Suddenly, I felt it, right on the nape of my neck. That tingling sensation, God's gaze. But if you're laying on the ground, how could you feel it? No one would be looking at you through the ground.
君は
You. And within my mind,
ここで死んじゃダメだ。
can't die here. A voice rang. I gulped.
理想度
Obtain your D sword. And firmly gritted my back teeth.
将軍
Shogun! No! I searched for that wheelchair among the crowd, for that bastard cosplaying as Darth Spider. And so you were the one behind this festival? I knew it. Are you planning to wheel out here and threaten me, all while you're in your offensive Darth Spider cosplay? You trying to recreate what happened last time? I wished for death. The entire time I've been alive, I've just been some tool for everyone's amusement, and I couldn't take it anymore.
あの時の自称将軍は
The Shogun from back then wasn't me.
僕はコスプ
I
レ
don't
はしない
tend to cosplay. I don't care. Just kill me, please.
あいつらが動き出しているんだ
They're starting to take action.
この場は今以上に
This
混乱になる
this place will soon turn even more chaotic than it already is. They,
全ての黒
the
幕
masterminds behind
この混乱を引
everything,
き起
the
こした
ones causing this chaos,
混乱を
and the
利用し
people
て
using it for their
利己を
own
追求し
interests.
ようとする者たち
What interest? It's just a bunch of people yelling.
彼らを止められるのは
No one but you
君だけなんだ
can stop them. Why? I stood up. The angry voices kept surging above my head. No one was looking at me. The onlookers and the people from the media were all jumbled together, grabbing each other, cursing at each other, punching each other. So, but the people controlling all of this wanted Takumi dead because, as Narose said earlier, he's like the difficult one to deal with or whatever. Meanwhile, Takumi's literally trying to be unalived. Why would they not just control the swarm of people to kill Takumi here? Right? Why were they?
沈黙の兵器
The silent weapon.
ノア2はすでに稼働してい
Noah
る
2 is already in operation.
この混乱が起とされた一番の目
The
的は
one and only motive behind this
無差
chaos
別人体実験
is indiscriminate human experimentation. Something hard hit my head. A sharp pain ran through me. A pain so intense I thought my skull had been broken. My hands automatically shot up to my head, cradling it. As I looked around with tears in my eyes, I found a rock on the ground the size of a fist. A tiny smear of blood colored part of it. I don't want him to die. Oh. Someone had thrown that rock, and it hit me. Rip. A throbbing pain coursed through me. Moving my hand toward the source, my fingers touched something sticky. Bringing my hand down in front of my face, I saw blood on my fingertips. My own blood. Hope this isn't Chris's blood. I heard a dry explosion in the distance, followed by a lady screaming. A gunshot? There were people with guns here? Why was everyone so worked up? Why was everyone fighting each other despite being total strangers? Why was this so chaotic? The villain sacrifice everyone was waiting for wasn't mine.
渋谷の GE レートバイオリズムが
Shibuya's GE rate, the biorhythms, are rising to unprecedented levels.
言ったでしょ
Like I told you
無差
before,
別人体実験だ
indiscriminate human experimentation.
この場にいる人たちは今
Everyone here is under
見えない攻
invisible
撃を
attack.
受けているんだ
The earthquake's about to happen again. I left for a minute, guys. What happened? Takumi wants somebody to kill him. That's been about the last 2 hours. Then I heard a sound. A creaky, rusty sound. Hey, what's up, Matt? Did you just renew your membership, or did you just put the message in? A sound akin to a dying woman gasping for air. The sound of a wheelchair. I would never describe a wheelchair like that. Despite how many people there were, despite the wall of people surging erratically, Shogun moved his wheelchair forward. Without bumping into anyone, without getting dragged into a single fight, he made his way straight to me. Why has he gone through such a fucking roundabout way to communicate with us? I don't understand. What has taken him so long to just kind of talk to us? I don't get it. What's his deal? Oh, I got you, Matt. Even so, with a small body of skin and bone, he was covered in wrinkles and looked so frail. It was as if he might break at the slightest touch. I feel like a lot of this game could have been entirely avoided if he just tried to talk to us the first time we interacted with him. Like when we met him on this exact same section of the town. I feel like we could have skipped so much stuff if this conversation or whatever's about to happen just happened earlier. Like he spent so much time hiding in the background and puppeteering all of this unnecessary shit. Now he's here. His eyes cloudy as could be. I didn't know what he was looking at, nor what he saw through those eyes. I couldn't bring myself to look away anymore. And suddenly, the tumult surrounding me began to grow distant.
ずっと
I've been
君を見てい
watching
た
you. Always. With the same voice as the time we first met. It wasn't that strange voice I heard at O-Front.
君は誰なの
Are you?
僕は
I'm you.
君だよ
Hey, thanks for the donation, Matt. A beautiful gifted membership. Everyone shall be members. Almost 2 years, Matt. Wild. It's been 2 years. That's awesome, dude. Thanks for the support, man. I appreciate it. 3 notifications from me taking over the stream. With those few words, I finally understood.
僕を妄想して
The one who envisioned me in a delusion. The one who created me.
神の自然の
The
正
one
体は
behind God's gaze
君だったんだ
was
ね
you. Okay, this is another thing the game is revealing now as a twist, but haven't we known this forever? Am I crazy? It's been over 2 years, but I skipped out on some months. Respectable. It was never explicitly stated. But wasn't it, though? This is, I feel the problem of the game drawing out, telling you some of these answers so much. it's like giving this as a big reveal, but I feel like we already knew this. Like, for a while. Right? It was obvious to everyone except for Taco because Taco actively avoids answers. What made you think that? Didn't we have this scene in like chapter 6 where Remy called him Takumi? I mean, the game is like presenting it like we don't know right now, I feel like, but don't we? Yes, my creator. The existence who had envisioned me within a delusion. Someone who I could never hope to match up to. Like, we knew this was Takumi for a while, and I guess earlier we might have thought it was time travel. At least I might have thought it earlier. But then as soon as Remy said that young Takumi that we're playing as was a delusion, I mean, wasn't the immediate obvious thing, like, that this is it? He's the one deluding young Takumi? Right? I'll save questions and answers for after the Stimfo dump so things don't get confusing. I feel like things already are. But I'm now more confused by the fact that it seems like the game is... I shouldn't know this yet.
君の名前は
What's your name? Shogun was sort of obvious after the Remy scene, but that was like... I mean, I'm talking about the one in like chapter 6 or some shit. Like, a while ago. And we've still been... I thought Takumi knew already. Like a long time ago. Chapter 6? I mean, I don't remember exactly what chapter, but I feel like we knew a while ago. Where Remy's like talking to Takumi in the hospital room, and she's like, we got to erase him. That happened like a long time ago, I feel like. Taco didn't know that? But didn't he mention that he was Takumi, like, when we first saw him, like, when no one was in Shibuya, and it was just us? Like, wasn't he like, I'm you, or something? Didn't he say I'm Takumi then? Nah? No? I just feel like this was revealed already. It's so weird. Whatever.
Nishijo.
Takumi. The real me. The original me.
君は
How old are you?
いくつ
君と同い年だよ。
The same as you.
君の設定と
It's
ね。
fucking annoying so hard. Yeah, I mean... I don't know, bro. "17 years old. Even though he was so small and covered in wrinkles, he was only 17.
このままだと世界が死んじゃう。
Things stay this way. Tsukai's memories from another world line, I guess. I mean, I feel like some of the answers have just been so drawn out now. I'm, like, blurring together what, like, the game is supposed to know, or, like, what we're supposed to know in the game, and what has been, like, implied to the reader, or what's just been made generally obvious to the reader. I don't know. I just, like... I don't know. Things stay this way, the world dies.
ノア2に
Everyone's mind will be put under the control of Noah 2.
だから
That's why I entrusted it to you. Then why have you been fucking around with him for the entire game? Like, what? entrusted. Entrusted what, exactly?
意味がわかんないよ。
I feel like just so many early chapters should have been cut.
僕には関係ない。
I don't understand. I have nothing to do with any of this. Is that what you meant, the phone call scene? No, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the scene where Remy is in the hospital with Shogun.
頼むよ。
I beg you,
僕を消
erase
し
me.
て。今すぐ
I
に
want you
消してほしい。
Erase me. Hurry. I mean, never called Shogun Taco in that scene. But I feel like we knew he was Takumi, like, way earlier, right? Like, just way earlier? Am I just insane? Or was it just that it was, like, obvious? Not even a hint of it prior. What chapter was it, like, where he went through the black wall or whatever? And then, like, the label was Takumi? Was that 7? 8? They made it pretty obvious. Okay, so was it just... Am I just thinking that the game told us it? Because it was, like, it was obvious? Like, I feel like we've known this has been... He probably intuited it, and then intuitioned it, and then misremembered. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I just feel like we knew this for so long. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I just am misremembering. Shogun's wrinkles stirred. He was likely making an expression, but I couldn't see it as anything other than wrinkles shifting on his face. You never suspected it, I don't think, super early on, or at least never told us. Really? Maybe I am super misremembering it. Wasn't it 6 where we see his name on the room? It could be. I just feel, maybe I'm like Mandela affecting it, but I just feel like I remember Kubai first thought Shogun as time travel Taku in the first essay scene. Yeah. And that essay scene happened in like at least chapter 4, so maybe I've just been thinking since then, right? Well, that was chapter 4 or something, right?
全部僕のせいなんだ。
This is all my fault.
僕が IR2 を妄想しちゃ
All
ったせい
because I happened to delude IR2.
なんとか止めようとしたけど
I tried my best to
僕は
stop it,
こんな体だか
but
ら
with my body like
満
this,
足に動くこと
I
もで
couldn't
き
do
ない
what I wanted to.
それで
That was when I created you. So why didn't you, like, talk to him at all? To
止
have
め
you
てもら
stop
うた
it?
めに
そんなの
I know
知らない。
About any of that.
僕
Just
は
because I'm
君
your
のコピーだ
copy
けど、
doesn't mean I don't want to do the same things as you.
コピーだけが苦し
If
ま
the
なくちゃ
copy
い
is
け
the
ない
only
なん
one
て
who has to
そんな
suffer,
の嫌だ。
I don't want to be a copy. Only Takumi could look at this tiny 17-year-old shriveled raisin of a man stuck in a wheelchair, unable to move, and be like, I'm the only one suffering. Just let me die.
君はコピーじゃない
You're not a
もう
copy.
一人の僕だ
You're another me.
つまりコピーじゃない
In other words, a copy!
君のしてることはすごく残酷だ
Do you realize how horrible what you're doing is?
悪かったって
I know.
思ってる
And I could never apologize enough. You know, talking to him like 5 chapters ago, a little bit less vague would have probably helped.
でも
But there was
他
no
に
other
方法は
way.
なかった今世界の命
It's
運
no overstatement to say
Kimi ni
that the
kakatte
fate of the
iru to
world
kagon
rests
janai.
on your shoulders.
だから
That's why.
そんなの
Why?
そんなのリミに
Why
頼め
can't
ば
you
いい
just
じゃ
ask
ないか
Remy to do it? Again. Takumi has a likable moment challenge. Impossible difficulty.
知り合いなんでしょ
You're acquaintances after all. Acquaintances. I'd said that on purpose. I didn't want to think they were lovers or good friends. And so, only then did I realize my feelings. I was jealous of the original me. That was rich coming from a delusionary existence. What a fucking disgrace. I couldn't believe myself. There was not knowing your place, and then there was this. My own feelings made me want to throw up. My emotions continued to spiral. I wanted to die.
リミはナナミを助けに行って
Remy left to
逆に
save
捕まっ
Nanami,
ちゃったんだ
but was imprisoned instead.
え
Huh?
リミはね
Remy.
僕を救おうとしてくれていた
She tried to save me.
その理由は
The reason being
君も知っているよね
one you should already know.
あれは
Is that
空
the sky?
あの空は
That sky.
どうしてあんなに泣きたく
Why
なる
is it
く
so
らい
blue that it makes me want to cry? This is commonly referred to as the color white, actually.
それを望んだから
Because someone wished for it to be. Well, accurate. Your whining is almost too on point. You mean when I'm trying to, like, act, or, like, when I'm trying to voice act for Takumi's lines? Or just my general complaining?
私は
I
望ん
didn't
で
wish
ない
for it.
僕が望んだん
No.
だ
But I did.
ここは君の心象世界であると
Because
同
this
時に
place is your image world.
僕の心象
But
世
at the
界でも
same
あるから
time, it is mine as well. I told you guys I was trying to... I'm trying to voice act. I wasn't kidding. Remy turned towards me. She stared at me. Her face deeply puzzled.
あなた誰
Who are you?
ここ
There
には
shouldn't be anyone here other than
私以
me.
外はいないはずなのにあなたは
Are you
実は
another me?
私
違うよ
No.
だったら
Then
誰
who are you?
どうやってここに来たの
How did you come here?
私の心の中だよ
This is the inside of my heart.
暗闇しかなかっ
Here,
た
there's never been anything but
光
darkness.
は私に当たる
The
スポ
only
ットライ
light
トだけ
was the spotlight shining down on me.
それなのに
And yet,
あな
the
たが
moment
来た
you
途端
arrived,
に暗闇が
the
なくなった
darkness vanished
空
and
が
the
できた
sky appeared.
妄想がシンクロしたんだ君の力が
Our delusions
とても強かったから。
synchronized. Something that was only made possible by your immense power.
そう
Oh, Remy has the immense power? Remy looked up at the sky once more. It was a crystal clear azure sky. Can I get 2 tacos? I've
本物の空
never seen
見た
the
ことない
real
ん
sky.
だ私っていう人格が
When
生まれ
this
た
current
時
me
には
was born, the current personality, I had already been locked in a dark room.
心の中も
There was nothing but darkness,
外も
both inside and
闇しかなか
outside
った。
my heart.
そこからは
I've never been allowed to
絶対に
leave
出し
that
てもらえ
place.
ないの私
Just now, I was trying to die.
死のうとしてたんだ 心を
To make my heart
自殺させるの。
unalive.
きっと
I'm sure
これまでの私も
all the previous me's have done that too. Yeah, there's been quite the epidemic of that in the last, like, 2 fucking chapters.
でも
But
せっかくあなたが空を持って
since
き
you
てくれ
brought
た
the
から
sky to me,
この光景
would it be
を記憶
okay
に刻んでおいて
if I carved this scenery into my memories? That way,
次の私が
the next me can envision
ま
it.
た
死にたいの？
Do you want to die?
うん
Yes.
本当の空を
Don't you wish to
見てみ
see
たい
the
とは
real
思わ
sky?
ないの？
ね
Say,
え空って
is there really a sky out there?
本当にある
What is
あ
this?
るよ。
There is,
でも現実の空は
but
こ
the
の空より
real
も
sky
汚れ
is
てる。
far more polluted than this one.
どこにある
Where is it?
あの空は
That sky.
どこにあるの
Where is it? In the real world,
君が望めば
wherever you wish for it to be.
望んで
Is it okay
いいの
for me to wish for it?
もちろんだよ。
Of course.
どうやって
How
望むの
do I wish for it?
光は電磁場の波。その振動現象を人の視覚は色として捉える。
Light is composed of electromagnetic waves. The oscillation of these waves are what people perceive as color.
自分のデッドスポットに望む色を当てはめてごらん。そうすれば
If you apply the color you desire to your own dead spots,
君の望む世界の色を
you can create the color of the world you desire.
世界は
The world
君の望みに応えてく
will
れるよ。
meet your wishes. I just... Okay. What? I am losing it, you guys. This happened to my buddy Frank. Several days, even months perhaps, had then passed since that encounter, and one day Remy had come to my hospital room. She and I were fellow patients at the same hospital, fellow possessors of something that transcend human understanding. The power of Giglomania! It's so wacky! An attribute we were unsure whether to abhor or take great pride in.
お兄お客さんだよ
Hey bro, you got a visitor.
ねえねえ
So, who is she?
彼女さん
Is she your girlfriend? When'd you get one of those?
やるねお
Way
兄
to
って
go,
ば
big bro! Oh yeah! Oh.
また
Will we meet
会え
again?
たね
She was deeply haggard. Her skin morbidly pale. That's a rude way to describe my skin tone. Her hair was dry and neglected, growing according to its own whims. Her fingernails cracked. Her eyes constantly squinted, as if dazzled by a brilliant light.
本物の空は見られた？
Were you able to see the real sky?
うん
Yes.
あそうだ
Oh, right. Nanami, who had been watching us talking, suddenly clapped her hands in apparent remembrance.
ナナお洗濯してこなくちゃ
I gotta do the laundry.
リ
What
ナ
was
さ
your
ん
name,
でし
Remy?
たっけ
Well,
どうぞ
you
ご
two
ゆっ
have
くり
fun. Nanami left the room. Remy then turned back toward me.
匠はいつから
How long have you
して
been hospitalized, Takumi?
5年
5 years.
退院の予定は
Is there an estimate on when you'll be able to leave?
ないよ。
No.
僕の
I
運命
have
は
about 2 more years
あと
until I
2
die.
年ぐらいだと思うし、
私は
Thanks.
あなたのお
I
かげ
was
で
able to hang on.
終わりなんて
Thought it would never end. But even so, I told myself to keep going. Till I could see the sky you told me about.
頑張ろうと思った。そしたら
But then, all of a sudden, I was allowed to
外に
leave.
出してもらえ
It's probably more accurate to say I'd served my purpose.
た。用済みになったって言った方が
Of what? What are we doing?
そう
I see.
私は
You saved my life.
だから
So this time, I want
今
to
度は
pay you
私
back.
は
I
あ
want
な
to
た
be
の
your
力
strength.
になりたい。
そんなの
You don't need to
気
worry
にしな
about
くてい
that.
い。わざわざ僕に会いに
You
来
don't
な
have
く
to
て
go
も
out
い
of your
い。
way to see me.
君にはこれから普通に
From
生きて
now
ほしい。
on, I want you to live a normal life.
普通の生き方なんて
I don't know how to live a normal life. Remy's past, her feelings, her resolve. My chest tightened as I remembered them all. Wait, was that...
なんでリミ
Was
は
that her past?
僕に
What?
近づいてきたの。
What? Why did Remy approach me?
彼女は君の近くにいることで
Her being close to you allowed her to watch over
君
your
に接触し
actions.
てくる人間のことを
The
監視して
people who come
君
in
を覚醒
contact
させ
with
ないよう
you,
にしていたんだ。
as well as prevent you from awakening.
彼女を恨まないであげて。彼女はた
Please
だ
don't resent her for that.
おせっかい
She's
な
just
だ
a
けなんだ。
hopeless meddler, that's all. A tinge of sadness appeared in Shogun's voice.
巻き込みたくなかったの。
I didn't want to involve her,
彼女は僕がどれだけ
but no
止めて
matter how hard I tried to keep her away, she wouldn't listen. Well, then why didn't you tell me the first time I saw you what happened? Or what was going on?
勝手に僕に恩義なんか感じ
Despite
た。
everything I said to her, she felt she was indebted to me.
本当におせっかい
She
だ。
truly is a hopeless meddler.
リミとナナミは誰に捕まってるの？
Who was holding Remy and Nanami
プ
captive?
ロジェクトノアの責任者
The。one in charge of Project Noah.
すべての黒
The
幕。
mastermind behind it all.
ノロセ
The
源
Rose.
一。かつてリミを捕ら
He's
えて。
also the one who captured and
拷問してい
tortured
た
Remy
男
in
で
the
もある。
past.
それなのにリ
And
ミは
yet, despite all the
Nanami
suffering
と
he's
僕と
put her through,
そして君
Remy
を
went
助
to
けるため
confront
に
that man alone.
あの男のとこ
Also,
ろへ
she
た
could
った一
save
人で
me,
乗り込んで
Nanami,
いっちゃ
and
った。
you. A voice echoed in my head. It uttered the words of a Remy I didn't know. Words she had spoken to Shogun.
Remy?
Yeah, it's me.
私実は
Truth
ちょっと
is,
した報
I have
告が
something
あり
to
ます
report.
ナナちゃんを
It's time to go save
これから
Nana.
助けに行こうと思って
How long has she been there? What is... Wait, what? What?
やめるんだ。
Do not.
君はあの男
I know you don't want to see that
ノ
man
ロセと
again.
はもう会いたくないでしょ。
You don't trust me, do
私って
you?
信用
I'm
され
telling
て
you
な
it'll
い
be
な
fine.
昔の話
Besides, that's all in the past.
そもそも
If I have to choose between my feelings or saving Nana, I think it's pretty obvious which one I'm going to pick.
ナナミを助け
Saving
るのは
Nanami and putting an end to Project Noah is my responsibility.
僕のやるべ
You
きこ
don't
と
have
だ
to。go that
君
far.
は
Well, you haven't been doing anything to make progress to putting the end of Project Noah. You've just been fucking totally avoiding your Takumi. He spent like 2 hours saying he wanted to die in his fucking cabin.
言ったでしょ
Like I told you,
私は
I want to be your
あ
strength.
なたの力にそれに
But also, I don't want to drag Taku into this.
おせっかい。
Ever the meddler, aren't you?
そうかもね
Maybe. You're the only one who says
そうい
that
ったこ
about
と
me.
はないけどね
Is it okay if I tell you
え
something?
タクにね
I told Taku a lot of awful things.
しかも
I know it's selfish to say this, but all the time I spent with him, it was fun.
何もかも
And though it was all make-believe and deluded,
学生生活
my
も
school life,
あの学校に
Taku and I going to
私やタクが
school,
通っていることも大地と
being
友達だって
friends
いう
with
ことも
Daijin,
私が
Me trying to stay by Taku's side and then ignoring him for an entire chapter of the game, and even Taku's existence itself.
タクって
Taku's so helpless, weak, and pathetic, he's the kind of boy a normal girl would never even look at, let alone go near.
怖くてなのに
And despite it all, my heart tells me it was fun.
なのに
Despite it all, my heart tells me how much I wanted to spend more time with him.
この気持ちって
What do these feelings mean?
インプリンティングのようなもの
Might be something similar to imprinting. Automatic assumption present in some animals in which a newborn child recognizes the first thing it sees as its parent. This can occur even if the parent is of a different species. Oh, okay. So this isn't a romance. It's a mother-son. Or it's a father-daughter romance.
本能っていう
It's something
ことかな
instinctual? That would be surprisingly romantic.
君が楽しかったなら
If that all made you happy, I'm sure it must have made
彼
him
も
happy
楽
as
しかった
well.
と思うよ
Meanwhile, I'm sure it must have made him happy as well. Meanwhile, Takumi's just sitting there, I wanna die, I wanna die, I wanna die, I wanna die, I wanna die.
そうだと
If that's true, that'd be really nice.
私は
Because Taku and I,
タクと似たよう
we
な
have a lot in common. Like what?
肉体が妄想から
A
作られ
body created through delusions.
人格が妄想から作られ
A
た
personality created through delusions.
どっちも変わらないでしょ
Not so different, are they? Not so different, you and I, Spider-Man.
だからタクのこと消した
That's why I couldn't bring myself to erase him,
消さなくちゃダメだって
even though I convinced myself I had to.
でも
I guess
いつの間にか
I grew attached to him at some point.
タクには
I just want him
ごく普通に
to live a
暮らしてい
normal
ってもら
life.
いたいの私は
I want to help both Takumi and Taku.
タクもね
So please, leave Taku out of this.
そういうわけにはいか
I
ない
can't do that.
ノア
He has
2
a
を破壊す
destiny
るた
to
めに
destroy Noah too,
Cutting
and
his
I'll
teeth.
get around to telling him about that destiny in a couple more chapters.
私が何とかする
I can take care of that.
君はそんなことしな
You
くて
don't
いい
need to do that.
君こそ
You should be the
ごく
one
普
to
通
live
に
a
暮ら
normal
していく
life.
べきだ
さてと
Well, gotta hang
そ
up.
ろそろ切るね
リミやめて
Remy, no! It'll be fine, really. You don't have to worry about a thing. I promise. I'll put an end to everything myself.
決着をつけてね
Okay,
タクに
Takumi. After it was already too late, Remy's words sank into my heart. She really was a hopeless meddler. Why'd she have to keep fighting so hard? Why'd she have to keep acting so selflessly? So, is it gonna explain soon why Shogun had to just not, or couldn't have just told Takumi this like several chapters earlier? Because I'm on your side, Taku. Memories of Remy all came back to me. Memories of the short time we had spent together until now. Memories of the feelings that had hidden behind every word she'd said. I'll stay by your side. Over the past year and a half, if I had to summarize what I'd done, it'd mostly be ESO, RMT, and Naroge. I devoted myself entirely to those things, all while staying shut inside my base. I'd barely gone to school, and I rarely tried to talk to anyone. Born into this world, I'd lived as though I were dead. Over the past month, that changed. No, it didn't. Even though he wanted to see Remy, he still constantly, like, skipped school and only, like, abided by his, like, minimum attendance thing and still played ESO. What? And even though as a result of this I've been lied to, it sort of did? No.
朝一緒に
He didn't start
学校
like
に
regularly going to school. He just kind of paid attention to Remy the few times he went. We'll go to school in the morning. She'd stay by the side of someone like me.
学校では休み時間
Talk about whatever comes to mind in between classes. Most of the time, he ran out of class in a, like, horrific fit. Or didn't talk to her because of the earthquake thing, but sure. She had given me peace of mind when I was quivering in fear.
お昼休みは
We'd eat
一緒に
together
ご
at
飯食べて
lunchtime. She supported the failure that I was and encouraged me.
夕方
At the
一緒
end
に
of the
帰
day,
って
we'll head back home. She had embraced me. We're good now? Was lagging. Okay. So you were saying not the school thing, but he discovered friendship and how happy he was. He's still kind of toxic. I don't remember him ever being, like, happy. Genuinely. I still remember him following the minimum attendance chart, mostly barely acknowledging Remy and, like, not able to talk to her. I just don't buy this. He was happy when she was around. Most of the but like even when she was around, he was still like just kind of hiding under his desk and stuff. I mean, he didn't really interact with her at all. I mean, I guess he was like, yeah, I like Remy. Happy with Remy until she left him. I guess. I mean, I would have assumed, like, if he was really liking her, he would have been taking steps of, like, I go to school every day now, so I can see Remy every day. But that, like, didn't happen. He was still like, yeah, I'm not going. Fuck that. I don't want to go to school. It's not very well fleshed out. Yeah, it's just... And I mean, I guess it's kind of just like, you don't... It's a more of a... Tell, don't show. Disappeared, it really show how attached he was? Did it? Because even then, she disappeared, but he didn't, like, really seek her out. Because he kept saying he was too, like... Didn't he, like, talk about how he was just too afraid to text her or anything? So, like, she was just gone, and he was like, man, this sucks. He didn't change at all. Like, nothing about him changed for her. It said he'd go to school more often? I explicitly remember him, like, texting Remy, like, not going to school today. It's, you know, because of his minimum attendance chart. In fact, sometimes he even started skipping it more because he started getting more anxious. Kept begging for her to come back, but didn't seek her actively. But is that really any development? Takumi always just kind of begs for shit. After the earthquake, he started going to school to wait for Remy, like every day. Did he? I thought after the earthquake, he like started hiding in his cabin for a bit because he was like scared about the pain he felt in his head, right? Didn't he like not leave for 2 days and like mess up his attendance chart? Because he was freaked out about the pain he felt in his head? Sam ain't buying it. I'm really not. I literally do not remember. I think Vibin's correct, though. I mean, I guess. I mean, if we just don't remember, like, I guess that just speaks to how memorable their relationship is. I think this stream, I've definitely pissed off most Chaos Head fans, because I think this is, like, by far the lowest viewership we've had on the Chaos Head stream. I think I've pissed everyone off. I don't know. Well, I mean, I just gotta speak my mind and how I feel. I think it's less their relationship is memorable and more that Tako's only just now realizing that she mattered to him. And he didn't appreciate that. Okay. I guess I'll take that. Your POV is valid. It's weird we have low viewership right now because this is a major chapter. Yeah. I think this is by far like the lowest viewed chapter we've had. And even though this was like the, this is kind of building up towards the climax of the game. I have been quite shocked by its performance. I don't know if it's just 'cause it's a busy Saturday. Is something going on today? I mean, it's just a random February 18th. Maybe. I feel like Saturdays have been bangers before, though, for streams. Because, yeah, I mean, we're 4.5 hours in, not even at 100 views. It's a holiday weekend for me? Oh, shit, is it really? Ant-Man eating your viewership? Oh, shit, you right. That could be it. People out Ant-Manning it up. Although if it's a holiday weekend, yeah, I guess people would be doing stuff on a Saturday. I'm like totally unaware of what holiday it is. IDK the holiday, I just said a 4-day weekend. Wow. I mean, that could explain the low viewership then. It's a slow chapter because Kubai is Kubai. I would actually argue that for the most part of this chapter, I've kind of just... I think the last 2 Chaos Head streams, I don't think we've gone on any big rants not related to the game. I feel like both the last 2 Chaos Head chapters, we made pretty significant progress. The only rants I've had in both this stream and last stream have been rants about Chaos Head. We've stayed pretty focused these last 2 streams. Was the fastest Kubai's gone through a chapter? That or... I think I went through chapter 8 really fast too. Need to slow down. Well, now I'm slowing down so I can go on a tangent about how I just don't buy this relationship with Remy. Is that a hot take? I need to know from... because all of you guys have completed this so far. Is that like, am I giving out cold takes here? Am I just giving out ice cream scoops? I don't think his PTSD, paranoia, and 100+ other mental issues don't really negate his attachment to Remy. There's no rule that you love somebody you magically turn into an extrovert. That's true. I guess I'm not saying that he has to magically be an extrovert. How should I phrase this? Because you're right. You can still be an introvert and attached to somebody. You're absolutely right there, Serval. So I think I should phrase it better. Is that... Let's see, this is why I appreciate interacting with chat, because it makes me think about it differently and like rephrase my thoughts on the game and actually kind of, you know, take a look at how things are. So I guess I would say then, more that I don't feel that his behavior changed in any way that expressed an attachment to Remy. He definitely said it. But nothing changed with him. Is that a good way to phrase it then? I'm trying to think now. Still speed bumps in terms of progression. Yeah, I mean, I like to think out loud a lot during the story. Because that's part of the fun part, right? Is like, I know I definitely come across some of the time, because like when I'm streaming, I'm trying to commentate on all of my thoughts, like all the time. So I think like when sometimes I come across, I would say kind of dumb to some people for sure, because I just immediately start spewing out my first things before I've had like a fully developed thought. But because I'm like, part of the fun for me of streaming with you guys is to like verbalize my internal thought process as I'm like processing the information. I say what I'm thinking of first, and then I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Let's like piece that together. This is what I first think, and okay, let's take some information, and then I take what chat says, and I like process things differently. But I think that's part of the fun for the progression. Because I think, or what I try to avoid a lot on the stream is having my thoughts internally and just progressing, both in, I mean, obviously this game, but like every game I do. I feel like the important thing is to always keep my thoughts out in the open for everybody to like have, like reflect on. So that way I also, because I don't like to be, you know, to get to the end of the game or whatever in a game I'm playing and then be like, oh, I knew it the whole time. And then people will be like, well, how'd you know it? Like, I want to reveal as I'm going, like, my thought process to, like, how am I getting to that conclusion? Instead of just, like, thinking about it in my head and being like, okay. And then at the end of the game go, I was right. Like, I want people to see the thought process and stuff like that. I think I get you. They didn't show enough internal dialogue with an introvert character, like, subtle moments. I feel like they did show a lot of internal dialogue, but... Or yeah, like what my thought process is kind of like what Wandering said, of like a good relationship sparking the change in somebody. For me to think that the relationship would have mattered, he would have changed. Didn't he go to school after the earthquake because there was a chance to see Remy? Maybe, because I was thinking he stayed in his like storage container for like 2 days after the earthquake because he was afraid of like the piercing headache he got. But you could be right, I genuinely don't remember. Not a hot take, it's a less developed relationship. I see it as the relationship that forms through toxic factors but evolves. Remy being a friend to him was something he needed, and it's just been implied that Remy has been through some messed up shit. Taking care and being friends of Taku gave her purpose. Okay. I do kind of wish, as a reader, we knew a bit more as to what happened with Remy. I like it that she was fleshed out at all. Went to do my essay. I see we're doing psychology stuff again. That is what my college degree is in. I like to always try to think about the thought processes and things like that. Takumi is definitely a unique character overall. Takumi is definitely a character of all time, that's for sure. That's why I love him. I'm still waiting for that dramatic reveal, like, pretty soon here that will show why anybody likes this dude. We can get going. Maybe we'll see something soon. Maybe we'll get some of this info that answers some of my thought processes. But we'll say for now, they have an understanding. He's just interesting, is he? Okay. She embraced me.
帰るついでにたまにどこかの
Sometimes
お店
stopping
に
by
寄
a
った
shop
り
or
して
two on the way back from school. She had taught an otaku freak like me the warmth that humanity held.
タクの部屋で
Then
ちょ
when
っ
we
とだ
do
け
get
お
back,
しゃべりして
we'll chat for a bit in your room. She could have erased me, and yet she tried to protect me. Why do we keep saying that she could have erased him? Is it just that he would have, like, killed her? Or she would have killed him with, like, her D-sword? Is that the erase we're talking about? She tried to protect me.
それでまた明日ねって手を振って
Well, I know that. Yeah, Taco being alive shortens the wheelchair bound Shogun's life. Yeah, I know that. Kinda like Code or Real Boot. But she must have to, like, stab him or something, or wouldn't Aoi have just been able to go and get rid of him? Like, so I feel like they must have had to stab him or something.
He's pretty good as a fictional character. We're all tuckered out. We'll say goodbye to the nice wave and a see you tomorrow. She had made memories with me.
You're fine with that. I can definitely go the
いくらでも
distance.
してあげるよ
My year-and-a-half long life, I could still vividly remember the time I spent with her even now. But I also thought he couldn't remember anything but the past month. With her, right? Right?
そういうの
I've always wanted to be that person for someone. Remy's little gestures. Remy's scent wafting from her hair. Her little sighs and the sound that came from them. Her glimmering eyes, cheerful voice, tender warmth. I see. I was in love with Remy. How disgusting! What a freak! A smile crept onto my face in response to my own creepiness. An otaku freak falling in love? Were feelings of love something an otaku freak could feel? Or were they a mere illusion? I really didn't know, but I wanted to be true to these feelings. Remy saw me as a friend. There was no way she saw me as someone of the opposite sex. Besides, an otaku freak like me wouldn't go well together with her. Is he about to complain about being friend-zoned? Even so, even if she didn't love me back, even if it was just for my own satisfaction, even if I was just an otaku freak, I at least wanted to do something for someone, for Remy, before I disappeared. It was disgusting that a disgusting freak would fall in love. It was disgusting that a disgusting existence would fall in love. So what? Even if it was disgusting. Even if it wouldn't go anywhere. I didn't want to brush these feelings away as mere illusions and delusions. The memories of this past month were, with both Remy and mine, mutually recognized between us both. Even if the rest was make-believe, these memories and the feelings born from them
were real.
世界を救ってほしい。
I want you to save the world. So Shogun said, and I shook my head.
僕は勇者じゃない。
I'm no
人
hero.
間でもない。
I'm not even human.
そんな僕に
What are
世
you
界を救え
thinking?
とか。
Asking someone
何を
like
考え
me
て
to
る。
save the world?
君には本当に悪いと思っ
I
て
know
る
how
けど、
terrible it is to ask this of
君
you,
にやってもらうしかない
but
んだ。
there's no other way. Why couldn't you have asked several chapters ago?
自分に謝るなんてバカみたいだ。
Apologizing to your own self? Do you not realize how stupid that sounds? Well, don't you realize, Taku, how stupid it sounds to fucking complain to yourself? I glared at the real me. The real me caught the fake me's gaze.
僕は君が嫌いだ。
I hate you.
僕は
I envy
君
you.
が羨ましいよ。
僕は世界のためになんか頑張らな
I
い。
won't do it for the sake of the world. I sped through this game first, so I didn't realize how annoying Taku is until hearing Kyubai. I mean, I'm just speaking his dialogue, buddy. I think part of it is probably when you're reading this game to yourself, you can skip a lot of his repeated dialogue. But like when you're listening to someone do it, like a playthrough, like every time he repeats some of that same stuff over and over again, what blurs when you're reading it through by yourself becomes more apparent when someone's reading it.
世界を救うとか。
I
そんなこと
couldn't
どうで
care
もいい。
less about saving the world. At least he's not stuttering. Yeah. I'd be the one to give meaning to my birth.
ただ、
But
僕は
I
リ
will
ミを
save Remy.
助ける。
ありがとう。
Thank you. The sounds around me started coming back. More and more oil was being poured on the fires of chaos. It had become a riot. Oh yeah, some people are bloody in the crowd. I think Takami's issue for some people is they made him so unlikable. It could be hard for a casual viewer to invest in his arc. Yeah, I would agree with that. I'll give my full thoughts once we get to an end. I'm definitely not giving my full opinion or my full essay. Once we get to a credit, I'll at least start giving out some, or giving my feedback. Because I've got a lot to say, but it wouldn't make sense to start dumping it before we get to the end, because maybe some things will change, but I do have a lot of thoughts. And as we do with every game on this channel when I'm streaming, I always give my full breakdown during the credits of what I thought. In fact, I think during Steins Gate 0, that was like a fucking 3-hour like thought thing after I beat the game, where I like gave my verbal essay on my opinions on Steins Gate 0, yeah? We'll get to that. I definitely think I gave my like 3-hour rant during Steins Gate 0, though. But I always give like long reviews during the credits. I wonder if I should upload those as separate videos. Like my opinions. Because I always do give opinions of like my overall thoughts of the game and everything during the credits of every game I stream. Psychologist analyzes Takumi. Yeah. Did the game explain why Shogun didn't just tell Taku the truth earlier? I can clarify that if you'd like before we get to some major stuff. Name the video, Kyubai reviews, title of game. I should do that. That seems like a fun thing. Or maybe I could re-clarify some of my thoughts for a game. But yeah, I would like to do something like that. I've always wanted to like do like game review videos. Editing them is just a lot. But no, I don't think the game explained why Shogun couldn't just tell Takumi earlier. Or at least if it did, I didn't pick up on it. if you want to explain it. Because, yeah, I don't get why Takumi couldn't earlier. If they're about to say it's because he needed to go through suffering to be able to achieve the D-Sword, I will be really mad. I was hit with the smell of blood around me. I heard the sounds of screams, shouts, moans, and a mechanical noise that sounded almost like audio feedback. It all pooled together and overflowed across the crossing. Tell me how to get a D-Sword.
君はすでにそれを知ってい
You
る
should
はずだ
already know how. My gaze moved upward, looking for the silhouette of a sword blending into the scenery. Basically, Shogun's limited physically and mentally. He could watch, but doing much else will lessen his remaining lifespan. He attempted to tell Tako the truth in the empty scramble crossing delusion, but Remy intervened and woke him from the delusion. I feel like he would have had so much time to, like, explain it, though, even with Remy's intervention. Then I feel like he still could have done it even shortly after. I guess, I don't know, you're right, maybe you're right. It just seems like such a cop-out. Whatever. I guess that's as animated an explanation as we'll get. He had other opportunities, but Tank was kind of a freak and he didn't want to do it the wrong way. But like when he was sending him emails and stuff to like go to the roof, he couldn't have just explained. He made it like super convoluted. Or no, that was Sua sending him emails, right? About the other stuff. That was Shogun, not Shogun. Right, yeah. So was... And then Shogun, Sua, was also probably the one that was sending him, like, IMs as well. Every time we had a green delusion, we were killing Shogun. No, we were getting him off. My gaze moved upward, looking for the silhouette of a sword blending into the scenery. Rocks were thrown at him. Canisters of tear gas made smoke rise from the ground, and people from every direction crashed into me time and time again. In the center of it all, I focused and sought the sword I had once seen from the roof of O-Front. It had to be visible already. Without a doubt, it had to be here somewhere, lost amid the scenery. Yeah, did we still not figure out why he's at O-Front? I guess it was just Sua, right? That's like the most annoying question that I've like hung on to the whole time. Is why the fuck did we get baited to the rooftop originally? Just Sua fucking with him for some reason? Sua probably under the employ of Narose. My D-Sword was always right beside me. Now seize it. It looks like a needle.
見つけた
Found it. On the building to the right of 107, there was a vertical billboard. When I looked toward it, I saw the shape of a sword. Anxiety seeped into me. I swallowed back my saliva. When I had looked from the roof of O-Front, I had been able to perceive its shape. But in the end, I hadn't been able to physically grasp
自
it.
分の意志を強く持つんだ
Hold on to your
迷っちゃダメ
will
だから
to find it. You mustn't waver. Taco hates being the center of attention because the bad guys want him to get his sword. It seems like so many people wanted him to get his sword. It's baffling that he didn't get it earlier. I also like how simple his is compared to everyone else's.
君にはも
You're already more than capable of obtaining your D-sword. I extended my hand as I stood in place. In order to save someone dear to me, I had to get it no matter what. No matter what. No matter what! I gritted my teeth. This wouldn't be like last time. My mind was surprisingly calm. I wasn't afraid. I couldn't be afraid. But it wasn't that I was keeping a cool head. Emotions simmered and boiled inside me. I had something I needed to do.
う掴むんだ
Grasp it! 107 was about 100 meters away. And upon overlapping my fist with the sword, I grasped it. Even though I should have grabbed an empty spot in the air, there was something there. It was neither hot nor cold, hard nor soft. Keeping my hold on it, I drew it closer to me. Ripples surfaced across the air, and from within those ripples, it slid free. Okay, at least he kind of gets an animation. But his animation was way lower budget than Yua's. That's hysterical. He got like one scene. Yua had like the pedals and stuff. All too long to be called a sword. Delicate enough to shatter at a moment's notice. Purveyed with phantasmal elegance. Lacking any meretricious features, absent of all garnishes. With an immaculate malice, capable of swallowing one's soul whole, one which belonged to an awe-inspiring beauty. It's a needle, bro, it's not that serious. Linking with my exalted heart, the design of the sinister flames on the handle flickered. I didn't feel an ounce of weight. Rather, it was as if it was an extension of my arm. As though it had been there from the beginning. As though it was part of my own body. Didn't feel like I was holding a sword. You already said that, bro! Stop repeating! So this was a D-sword. I grasped it firmly with both hands. I should have been able to real boot it now. If I got it to be mutually recognized by my surroundings, the sword would be brought forth into reality. As for how to do it, I didn't know. I simply desired it. I shouted within my heart for it to become reality. All hesitation within me was gone. The D-sword, as if answering my call, started faintly shining. The flame pattern on the hilt transformed into real flames. Flames would swiftly envelop the sword. And yet I felt no heat. Wait, where are these flames? Why did they spend all the budget on Yua's summoning? Soon enough, those flames were swallowed by the entirety of the sword's body and... together with a fierce impact, the D-sword shone with crimson light. They had the animation, you just blinked and missed it. True. But even this isn't animated. But Yua's, like, standby thing was animated. Whatever. Yua's the real main character. Also, why does everyone say find the blue? It's clearly crimson. Jesus. A number of the people around me were surprised by my sword. However, there was only a handful of them. Only a handful were left dumbfounded by its appearance. The others were too focused on punching and kicking each other. The riots didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
この暴動を引き起こしているポーターたちを探すんだ。
You must find the porters causing these riots. If you destroy the devices they hold, the heightened biorhythms should be alleviated. Oh yeah, we still haven't really explained why the people are walking around with porters. It's only chapter 9 though, so... we haven't really explained why they're fucking walking around. Or what those are really doing. Or anything about them, really. Porters? Those who exist as terminals for Noah 2. You yourself should have seen that hint already. It should be carved into your mind as memories. Nope, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I called forth all that I had seen. I like that instead of explaining things as the story went, they're just kind of like bullshitting at the end. Yeah, you knew it all along, bro. Duh, the porters, man. You know. Fly and cross, and now the promise of the porters will. Yeah. Why did we even shoot? We just showed her going, yeah! You finally shown yourself. I just gotta grab onto you and never let go. It must be hard. What the fuck are these scenes? Faithworks Limited, ever heard of them? Give me my bangle back! What does this have to do with anything? What? Location L2-8, 0.6 mega, the highest score yet. What kind of magic is that? What is happening? Nozomi. With my company, these are what they call porters. More precisely, one could perhaps refer to them as mind control units. All of the things I had unconsciously seen, all of the thoughts I had unconsciously read. What? Guess I'm a peeping Tom, how in character. Shogun calmly gave me orders as I laughed at myself. Open your channel and read the porter's minds, like Kozupi would. I just still think it was funny that we saw the Fez crying scene, we saw this. They are somewhere in Scramble Crossing. Search for them and find them. I opened my channel. Like his Discord channel? Is his in the link in the description below too? I didn't have to think about what to do. Okay, but could you explain? Without being conscious of it, I enacted it by feeling alone. The minds of everyone here, their negative emotions. The whole game was in first person. Kubai? I mean, yeah, we kind of inferred that Shogun was... I guess we didn't know that the game was in first person, but we definitely we knew that Shogun was the god's gaze or whatever. And because whenever the perspective shift to another character, everyone was always like, oh my god, someone's watching me. Which was obviously like the player. I mean, I guess I kind of thought it was like a fourth wall breaking thing, not necessarily Shogun, but like... Yeah, it was obviously... Like every time the perspective shift, they were like, oh my god, someone's watching me. And so what? Young Takumi is now, like, accessing the, like, chat log of the game? Is that what he's doing? This Giglomaniac things. He likes, subscribed, and hit the bell. Yeah, you're right. That seemed kind of lazy. Good thing I can read minds now, and I'm fully up to date on everything. He's seeing through Shogun's memory, basically, to understand. So yeah, he's just reading through the game log. This, I don't know how many of you guys have seen Dragon Ball Z Abridged. This reminds me of the running gag in this game, in the Abridged series, of where like a character is monologuing about something, and then like they're describing events of the story so far, or like doing flashbacks or whatever, and then after all of it, they look back to the character and like they're like, how'd you know about the parts you weren't there for? And then the bad guy always attacks like immediately after that. That's the scene that I feel like just happened. Where, like, Shogun just explained the whole game to Takumi, and he was like, how'd you know about the parts you weren't there for? That's kind of I feel like just happened. Takumi's Discord server is going to be full of Seira and his ramblings. That's true. You can post Seira in my Discord. Actually, don't. Never mind. They're the same person? I mean, yeah, but it just, I don't know. It's weird. Because I feel like I barely know the answer of what he's fucking talking about. Reminds me of the whole Alpaca Man thing. Oh, yeah. I made a thumbnail where I photoshopped my face onto Alpaca Man. I've made quite a lot of interesting thumbnails for this Psy Adventure series. By photoshopping my face onto things. So Taku is no longer in the dark and he knows the whole plot. We can stop running from explanations and resolutions. Does he know the whole plot? Because I feel like even though I've been following from Shogun's perspective, I still don't know half of what the fuck's going on. But now he does? The minds of everyone here and their negative emotions. Because I feel like we still don't know what porters are. Like, why do they exist? I feel like that hasn't been thoroughly explained, but now Takumi knows what's going on with it. Everything became visible and instantly flowed into me. That's the true Deus Ex Machina that Takumi needed, not a hug from an anime girl. The true Deus Ex Machina he needed was just fucking understanding the plot. Malice, hatred, envy, lust. Civility? Servility? Cowardice, superficiality, corruption, cunning, indecency, hideousness, vulgarity, libido, madness, bloodthirst. It's been sort of explained already. Of course, my super secret powers. This is what I needed. Want me to explain the porter to you? I mean, roughly I get that the porter projects the illusion of Noah 2. They're basically like the server rooms boosting this simulation that Noah 2 is projecting over the city, right? But still, that's been like kind of only inferred, not like explicitly stated. Well, I mean, it was just explicitly stated earlier. But, you know, but before this point. They exist to spread delusions? You sure that was explained? Oh, maybe not. Anyway, this was the manifestation of unsightly emotions people hid from one another. More brutal, unequivocal, and repugnant than words could ever be. All the negative emotions people held inside them became a torrent of images. This torrent proceeded to swallow up, shatter, and violate my mind. I was verbally abused by words of disdain. Gazes of contempt rained down on me. I was spat on. My nails peeled off. Punched in the face. Kicked in the ass. Hair torn out. Nose chewed. Okay. Some of these descriptions are getting... yeah. My eyeballs gouged out. I got it. Tongue ripped from my mouth. Blood was sucked. My dick was sucked. My ass licked. I was showered with boiling water and covered with burns. Skin torn off. Arms broken. Bones broken. Beaten with blunt weapons. Stabbed with a blade. Organs gouged. Neck strangled. Oh my god. Flesh eaten. Torn off, thrown off a high place. Drowned in a pool. I had my entire body burned by flames. Having synchronized with it all, my mind was being broken. Felt like I was about to go insane. I gritted my teeth and desperately held on to my consciousness. Was this how Kazupi lived her whole life? Control the delusions you want to see. Don't receive them all. Ring out the target. Use the sound to your advantage. The sound. All while enduring the negative emotions overwhelming me, I listened carefully. But I picked positive delusions all game. Why is he only getting negative emotions now? This should be green, and he should just be getting all of these positive emotions. What came to me were voices from all around. I cut them off and searched for the sound. I heard a mechanical sound. The one Sarah had said would kill me. The sound had also been inside the memories I'd gotten from reading minds. Aoi had destroyed a porter's rucksack that emitted the sound with her D-sword. So if I were to focus on that sound, the delusion I heard... May the divine light save us. May the divine light save us. Or are we finally going to get explained why there was that one group of, like, porters just chilling there going, may the divine light save us? Because I feel like that wasn't explained either. There were multiple voices. There's more than one porter here. Looks like there are 3 of them. Holding my breath, I took a step forward. In front of me was the chaotic crowd. Without a trace of order, they moved through Scamble Crossing as they pleased, beating each other within an inch of their lives. It'd be difficult to go straight through. I hacked the delusions of the people in the direction of the target. Portals are terminal for Noah 2. Yeah, they're used for a variety of purposes, such as pushing people to the brink. Every Gigalomaniac at some point in their lives broke. Okay. If you say so. Little by little, the people in my field of view made way, and there was a path made for me. Why was Aoi trying to destroy all these porters then as we went? But Kazupi wasn't. No one else really was but Aoi. I was Remy not. There was a single man 50 meters from me, and all of the obstacles between me and him had been removed. Our eyes met. A plump man in a suit wearing the rucksack on his back. There's the first. Taking the shortest path there, I ran straight ahead through the crowd without bumping into anyone. Code samples lead to the perfection of Noah 2. I was actively fighting against Nozomi. Right, but shouldn't Remy have been too? Remy's more focused on other things. What other things? Doesn't she also want to stop it? Because she keeps saying she doesn't want Takumi to lose his life. And she wants to stop the Noah 2 thing.
It just feels like she hasn't done anything all game to be like... She's like, I don't want you to have to end the world, Takumi. Or save the world, but I'm also... not gonna intervene at all. Or he just wants to have a normal life. Yes. He's dragging his D-sword with him. Oh! The porter, having finally noticed me, frantically turned around and tried to run, but I wouldn't allow it. Just like Aoi. I swung my D-sword, a blade longer than I was tall. As always, as in the couple minutes I've had it, it felt weightless. I could wield it like it was an extension of my arm. The tip of the sword dug into the rucksack, and then, almost as if it had been melted by an unfathomably high temperature, the contents vaporized. The man sunk to the ground, cradling his head as he trembled from fear. Without looking at him even one more time, I headed for the second one. Below Oakfront, once again the obstacles began to disappear and a path was built. The man who stood there was thin, with a checkerboard shirt and a pair of jeans. He had long hair and his skin was alarmingly pale. He seemed to be holding a bag, which he was treating with great care. Noticing me, he tried to blend into the crowd. But before I could do anything, I threw my D-sword. They haven't learned that with the great power comes great responsibility. But if Remy doesn't want Shogun to lose himself fighting Noah 2, why didn't she get involved? She just kind of like wagged her finger at him and was like, don't use your delusions. Don't worry about stopping Noah 2. I'll get around to it eventually. And then she just didn't. Fly. I formed a delusion. Michi did, that's why they need to go save her now? Well, what about the last 8 chapters? They've known about Noah 2 for a while now. The more Takumi uses his powers, the more life he sucks away from real Takumi. Well, I know that. That's what I mean. Why didn't she just stop this fighting that Nerose now, I guess? I know, but why didn't she just do it like 8 chapters ago? It's not like she didn't know. Knowing all no laws of physics, it flew parallel to the ground, soaring faster and faster. She doesn't want to confront him, she's just forced to now that they're at the end of everything. Hey, Marnie. Or Marine. That's why they added side routes. She's not a fighter, she's just a girl who wants to live a normal life with her friend. But she could live her normal life if she... with Takumi. If she just told him what was going on and then they dealt with the problem. The sword delicately corrected its path and pierced the man's bag with unmatched accuracy. But she doesn't want Takumi to fight? So Takumi fights, Shogun loses his life.
So, like, the thought process then is just that if nobody does anything, Noah 2 will also not progress? Because it seems like Noah 2 is happening no matter what, right? And Shogun's also like, I'm stopping Noah 2. And, like, he's been very upfront about that, like, the whole time, yeah? Thought process is inherently contradictory. She just wants to push it off as far as you can. For example, Shogun's gonna die no matter what. Okay. Yes. This is the nature of her. She just wants as much time as she can get. Alright. The sword delicately changed its path, hit with unmatched accuracy. It emitted a faint light, and the man fell to the ground. One more. I approached the man now on the ground and retrieved my D-sword. You'll have her out eventually to help bring things out for you, I guess? Bring things in? Yeah, I guess, but I feel like they should have put those details here. Because now I'm about to get to the conclusion with a bunch of details missing. Of, like, why I should care. I had seen that porter countless times by now. Actually, let me be more precise. I had talked to them every day. The crowd dissipated, and for the third time, a direct path appeared. At the end of it was a woman wearing white scrubs. In fact, that made her conspicuous as could be. Everything I've told you are things off of Common Route? I know. Well, I know that's what you've said from Common Route, and I know that's. But, like, I'm just saying they're nonsensical reasonings. Like, I understand that they are the reasonings. It just seems nonsensical. You're the last one.
Hazuki-san.
Hazuki?
Yeah.
No, Grim.
Grim.
Okay, that's actually a surprise. I didn't think she was Grim. It's kind of like how with Zero, important details and perspectives are only brought up in side routes. Which, I mean, as we already kind of covered when I did Zero, was one of my biggest critiques of Zero, is that a lot of the side routes just shouldn't have existed. So that's probably gonna happen here. Alright, well, just keep going. Because I already said I was going to give all my, like, thoughts during the credits or whatever. We might not even get to the credits today, well, honestly. Because we still have all of Chapter 10, right? The nurse who had smiled so gently to me at the hospital was now glaring daggers at me. She had a large handbag with her. Most likely a Noah 2 terminal inside. Reveal the truth. You show all these people what she did. This fever-like chaos will subside. What she did. If she is Grim, you should have noticed the unnatural actions she's taken before now. Think back to the first time I made contact with you. That's actually wild. I would have never in a fucking million years guessed she was Grim. I'll be very interested to hear what the breadcrumbs were. Could you have figured this out before? Other than, like, when she just was randomly drawing the, like, picture of the crucifixion? There are a number of things. I was so worried you predicted this a long time ago. Did I? You know how in the beginning of the game you could choose if you like glasses or not? Oh, you did too. Maybe I did predict that this was... Hazuki will change depending on if you chose if you like them or not. Because Grim is listening to your preferences. Huh. Did I predict this and just forget that I predicted that the nurse was it? I actually don't even remember now. Because there were so many... We went so many chapters, I feel like, without even talking to the nurse. You saw the art she drew and mentioned that it was Grim, what Grim showed Tako? Oh, yeah. I did immediately make that connection, but I think I ended up going with the assumption that that was a delusion. I probably predicted it. Streamer. Read and it will show. Well, yeah, but I want to have fun theorizing stuff and learning information first before I just get the conclusion. You got to think about it for a minute. She was also saying, "May the divine light save us" at the time. Right. But I was wondering, yeah, like, are there other ways? Because I think before the... I think definitely the picture of where she showed... or she didn't see, but she was drawing the picture that Grim sent was a definite giveaway. But I'm interested in other ways that you could have known. Because that was probably the biggest clue, right? Who can't delude that if he's never heard it before? Think back to the first time I made contact with you.
貼り付け事件の予言をした。
I showed you a prediction of the crucifixion case. It was meant to be a wake-up call for you. How was it supposed to be a wake-up call? What?
でも僕よりも先
But there was someone else.
貼り付けを予言した人
Someone who
間がいる。
predicted the crucifixion case before me.
No.
I remember the exchange we had at the time. A few moments before Shogun talked to me for the first time. Her having a sprite was a minor clue. That's also very true. You're right. That should have been the biggest. That should have been the biggest sin. In my defense, though, that Nerose guy didn't get a sprite until the end of fucking chapter 9, too. The sprite thing is what I meant by metagaming, yeah. I think I might have gotten confused at this part in the story, though, when, I think I got the dates confused. I think I should have noticed this, but I actually felt like Shogun was the one who showed the image first. And then the crucifixion happened, and then Grim sent the drawing. Or there are like some delusions in between that would have thrown me off. A few moments before Shogun talked to me for the first time, Grim had left the chat room, but right before that they posted an image as a joke. A drawing. Yeah, he sent me that. The very same drawing that Hazuki had scribbled on the medical chart. The drawing had been very poorly done, but what mattered was that it was depicting the crucifixion case. If you read the other routes, you'll understand everything was set up from the beginning. The whole New Gen case is supposed to mindfuck with Takumi. Well, I'm in the base route now. This is messing up the reveal without the details.
I feel like if you get the details first, this big reveal is much better. Could I have done the side routes before, or like these other routes before I got the like main end? No, you're locked into common route. Damn. Side routes are unlocked after common. So the Shogun spammed him the picture. So Grimm's picture was first then, before the killing. But we see a delusion of the crucifixion killing before. Right? We see the delusion, then Grimm sends us the picture. Then Shogun sends us the picture. The drawing comes before the delusion. Really? Do I just really not remember that? The first time Grimm had talked to me about the New Gen case, they said this. It's all up in your neighborhood, lol. Even though I never told him I lived in Shibuya. Even a few hours earlier, Grimm had left some comments that made it seem like they knew I was Takumi. Yeah, towards the end of the game, or like, towards the end of the game, when she was talking about the festival, obviously, that was a pretty big giveaway. I called that out, like, why does he know we live here? Or she. You're a celebrity, so you'll be the center of attention. That was literally like this chapter. The second time I'd gone to the hospital, Hazuki said, I'm afraid Dr. Takashina is no longer here. To be fair, it wasn't Takumi doxed. True. A week later, Dr. Takashina's corpse had been found. But I mean, him not coming into work would easily explain this for her. I'm afraid Dr. Takashina is no longer here. I mean, he hadn't been coming into work. So, like, even if she didn't kill him, she would still be like, yeah, he's not here. I swallowed back my saliva. Is she the real killer? Her mind was right before me. If I looked inward, I could see. May the divine light save us. Man, I guess I should have stuck with, when I saw that text, or when I saw her draw the picture, I should have stuck with, maybe Hazuki being more involved. But I guess I ended up going with that being a delusion, because I was pretty convinced it was Sua. Was the New Gen killer. Midnight fell on the Tokyo General Hospital, the place of Hazuki's work. Within one of its operating rooms, the nurse stood nearly still. On the bed lay a young man, Kanoe Chizu. The sleeping pills he had been given had induced a deep coma in him. Oh, this is the man-child dude. May the divine light save us. As she repeated the same words over and over like a Buddhist prayer, Hazuki caressed her large, swollen abdomen. Oh no. She slowly removed her white scrubs, then sat atop the operating table, scalpel in hand. Ayo. Man, I would like to make this a thumbnail, but I don't want to be that fucking YouTuber that spoils shit in this thumbnail. I've never done that, but man, this face is like perfect thumbnail material. But I've always been that guy for years on YouTube. I know it's cost me views, but I never do spoilers in my thumbnails. Oh my god, it's perfect. It's like this image was meant to be a YouTube thumbnail. You should use Takami's Sword Awaken as a thumbnail. I feel like that's pretty spoiler too, though. Just Photoshop Takami's hair on it. I could try. I don't know how good I could do it, but yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot. Blur out her eyes, hide her identity. It's the frustrating dilemma. I know this is definitely the scene you guys want to you guys probably just want to see the CG in the background, yeah. But it's definitely like the YouTuber dilemma, right? I know I get beat out in views by these people who put like clickbait, like spoiler thumbnails. But like I just can't bring myself to be that douchebag, because I know if I saw thumbnails like that, I would be pissed as fuck. And I don't want to like do that to somebody. But I know that's also how you get the views on YouTube. But it's like, I've been thinking back to this back during like my Persona playthroughs and stuff. It was really frustrating because like after I had finished my playthrough of Persona 5, this is a side. We'll finally have our first side tangent of the entire stream. 6 hours in, I'll complain about stuff that's not related to the stream. But it was back when I was streaming Persona 5. I was live streaming it. I was the first live streamer to beat Persona 5 Royal on YouTube. And because at the time I knew I was like way ahead of people because I was getting the most views. I had like, I think one of my Persona 5 streams got like 12,000 views or some shit, which was obviously, as you can tell, quite a bit. But eventually I started getting beat out by, like, once other streamers started beating the game and, like, finishing up and catching up to me, they were putting thumbnails of, like, major character awakenings and stuff, and, like, massive spoilers, and, like, the twist of the big bad at the end of the game, which is, like, pretty much a secret, and their views were, like, skyrocketing past mine, and I was like, this is such bullshit. And I would click on the video and I'd look at the comments, and there would be like angry people in the comments like, hey bro, this like thumbnail fucking spoiled me. Now I know who the bad guy is because you like put this thumbnail. And it's like, it's irritating because that rage click fucking drives so many views on YouTube. And it's like, Professor Gaming moment. Yeah, I know. It's like, it's that dilemma of like, well, I don't want to do that to somebody because I know that shit would piss me off. But at the same time, I know I handicap my YouTube channel by not fucking putting the spoiler thumbnails. Because when I just put like generic shit for my thumbnails of like, you know, like for Steins Gate, I just put picture of Kurisu and like, you know, that's not that's not driving a lot of clicks than it would be if I like put a major thumbnail in the spoiler in the thumbnail, like Mayuri getting fucking, you know, domed. Like, that would drive a lot more clicks. Because people would be like, what? But then I'd also spoil shit for people, and I don't want to do that. That's my YouTube dilemma. Of like, my first instinct was like, this would be such a good thumbnail. But also, this would be super spoiler if you saw this picture. I mean, I guess maybe I could stretch it and say like, well, if it's, you see this red swirly stuff in the background, maybe it's just a negative delusion. Maybe people wouldn't think it's a spoiler. But I mean, people would still get suspicious, I feel like, if they saw this. I hate incentivizing spoilers for Capital. It's so annoying, but it's the YouTube game, bro. I just wanted to go on the tangent. I wouldn't risk it unless you mega shopped it. Yeah, it's not worth.
I feel like this was the perfect CG for a rant, though, because we get to see this beautiful face. To do the right things, but sacrifice the views, but you did the right thing. I know. But that's the thing, right? Like, I want the dopamine of the views, but I don't want to be the douchebag spoiling stuff. That's basically all I can think of. Always use the exact same image of Takumi with a red circle arrow pointing to his head saying noids. That can do it. But yeah, I just wanted to rant about it. Really pisses me off when people who put spoilers in their thumbnail get more views than me. Because it always happens. I wish clickbait just didn't work as hard for people. But it works so well. But I stick to my guns. I've been streaming for like 5 years now, and I have never once put a spoiler in a thumbnail. Or a title. Never. Now, have I done clickbait images of hot anime girls in the thumbnail? That, I mean, who's to say? You know, I mean, some people have different tastes or preferences. But never spoiled. I also will say, I hope some of my other theories are fucking right soon, because I take pride in the amount of plots I've predicted correctly on this channel. I've for like every anime game I've played. If she's the new gen killer, this would be a pretty big miss for me. Cause I'm brag about it again. I streamed all the Danganronpa games, and I got every single trial right except 2 across all 3 of them. I predicted the plots of many a game. I take pride in how many games I've like totally predicted from like halfway through. I very rarely am wrong on these streams. This is gonna be quite a blow to the ego. Which of the 2 you got wrong? I got 1 wrong in Danganronpa 2. And I got 1 wrong in Danganronpa 3. Watch his VODs to find out, yeah. Is it 2, 5, and 3, 5? What chapter is this? I guess it's not spoilers to say this. I got the 1 wrong in Danganronpa 2 with where you're in the Strawberry Tower. The Strawberry and Grape Tower. But I did predict... I got the ending right from the beginning for Danganronpa 2. Where it's all, you know? It's all the thing that I've been... It's pretty obvious in retrospect. Yeah, but I called it from, like, chapter 1, though, before it becomes obvious. That's what I mean, is I'm pretty proud of, like... So one of the things I used to do with my mom as a kid, and I always was like, I always had such a good time doing this, is my mom is a huge, like, horror mystery buff. Like, I was in, like, 1st grade reading Stephen King books, that's how big, like, my mom is on horror. And she would always try to teach me ways to, like, predict plot points and stuff, because that was something we had fun doing. And so ever since I was a kid, I've been really good at predicting plots because my mom would always teach me ways of, like, when we were reading books together or like watching horror movies together, we would like pause the movie and like talk about like, okay, so who's the killer, or like what's going on, or like if we were reading like a mystery novel together or a horror novel together, we would like, you know, be like, oh, okay, we've read up to this point, what do we think's going on, like, okay, how can we like figure it out so far. Or like, you know, maybe my mom had already read the book, so she would like teach me ways to figure out the mysteries and stuff, because I used to love mysteries and things like that going on as a kid. So I always take great pride in being able to like piece the puzzles together. Of like, and that's always what I try to do, and that's the big enjoyment for me in like these kinds of stories, is like, can I figure it out? Are the breadcrumb trails there to figure out the mystery? But I will give credit, the dark spider thing with Sua, I think, threw me off her trail. I noticed you're pretty good at it. I assumed it was just because you take your time with it, or as I imagine most people speed through. That's probably part of it, is because I find enjoyment in this, like, taking the time to stop and be like, okay, let's think about this. Let's work our way through what's happened. But again, that's the enjoyment for me. That's how I got good at it. I learned the Cubine family secret to predict the plot. I mean, it's just like taking the time to actually think about it. And if you like stop the movie or like stop the film or stop the game that you're watching and go, okay, what do we know so far? Like, how can we go back and like think things through or whatever? I think that's really just the way to do it. Because most of these plots are like, if you stop and think, are more predictable. But like, obviously, when you're caught up in the emotion of like, oh my god, this just happened, and like you keep going through things, you will miss it. But like, for most like movies and games and books and stuff, the plot is predictable if you stop and like think about it. But obviously, it's what can be a good part of the mystery that can prevent you from understanding it is when you get so caught off guard, or where you get caught in the emotion of like something happening to a character you like, and things like that. Like, those can be what takes you off the scene of your, like, off the like trail of the mystery, because you get swelled up in the emotion. Good scene for a 10-minute rant. I'm guessing you're good at knowing who's sus in Among Us. That's different. My sleep meds are kicking in. I'll catch the rest of the VOD. Thanks for letting me be part of the family. It does mean a lot. Awesome, Jade. You have a good night. Enjoy the VOD when you get back to it. Hey, Jesus. Do you miss the Persona era? Not particularly. There's a difference between reading story conventions and clues and reading your friends. Yeah, like when your friends are just, you know, or like when everyone's lying or whatever, like there's not a lot of context to like what people do in Among Us. But that's why I like mysteries and stuff and all of the like horror and things like that. Like if you go through my channel, you can see like all the different kinds of like mysteries games I've played and stuff. I did, Vibin, yeah. Some nice skill. Well, I also played Golden. I think people said it was more obvious in Golden. I didn't play OG, but so I guess I don't know if it was more obvious or not. But I also guessed one of the characters that is pretty. God, how can I say that without spoiling? I predicted one of the characters that got like a one screen scene in the entire game being the not the murderer, but the big bad. I called that one too. But now I'm trying to remember. I got one thing wrong in Danganronpa V3, and I'm trying to remember what case it was. I repressed it from my memory, I think, because I got it wrong. I think it might have been Chapter 3. God, I'd have to rewatch my own VODs to remember which one I got wrong. I probably just, like I said, I probably just repressed it. I'm confident QI can't solve Nirvana Initiative. Oh. Oh. I've been procrastinating playing Nirvana Initiative for so long. Because for a while I was thinking it was going to be like the final game I streamed, but maybe I should just stream it anyway because I love Somnium Files and have it not be my final stream and be okay with it not being my final stream. The temptation is there. Stream it after Chaos Head? Maybe. I could do that. I do love the Somnium Files universe so much. You should play a Somnium or Nirvana Initiative before that. Yeah, I probably should. I'll think about it. Because, yeah, for whatever reason, I was saving that as being my, like, swan song out on YouTube. But I guess I don't really see myself ending streaming anytime soon. I do enjoy it. But for whatever reason, I had it in my mind that that was going to be my swan song because I love the franchise so much. And I was like, well, I'll just keep this to the side and I'll play it years later to dip out of. What was your favorite game to stream? I don't know. I think probably the OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams I used to have. Because I remember when I used to stream Yu-Gi-Oh! And it was the first time I started to stream. And I used to get like 500 to 600 viewers on my Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams back in the day. I remember that sense of like adrenaline and anxiety, like nervousness when I would go live because I wasn't used to going live or like doing a live stream or presenting for people at the time. So like like feeling those nerves before I would start streaming, I look back on that fondly now of like how fun it was and how I was getting over like any of my nervousness of like speaking in front of crowds and stuff. Because I remember getting so nervous when I'd get ready to to do those streams because I'm like, oh my god, there's gonna be like 500 people watching me. Oh no, what if I don't play good? And like obviously that's not stuff I think about now. Because I play like shit on every game I do now, but I remember those like early thoughts and early thought processes of like, oh no, and like the nervousness. And, like, those are kind of feelings I don't have anymore while streaming. And plus just seeing so many people like chat all at the same time, because when you've got like 500, 600 viewers, man, because this was back in like 2017, back when not that many people were streaming, it's like hard to fucking read chat, and sometimes I miss that, sometimes I don't. But like, that was always really fun, and just being anxious and all that kind of stuff, and it was all so new. I think that would I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Was probably my favorite game to stream when I first started. You're a good streamer and your experience shows. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I try. Sticking with release order is something you should do if you continue Psy Adventure. Oh yeah, you're real big on the you're real big on release order. I feel like I've seen you go on a release order rant for Psy Adventure like a lot. But I think, yeah, that's probably, I think the Yu-Gi-Oh! Like my very first like stream game would probably have been my favorite game to stream. Robotic Notes as a COZ patch. I will only play Psy Adventure games that have a COZ patch. IDK if you would be into it if you found this slow. Yikes. Must be a snail's pace then. Robotic Notes with 200 hours playtime. Hey, we might fucking get to 200 hours playtime for this game. What are we at now? 63. Oh, easy, bro. Easy. We'll hit 100 hours. To be honest, I really just wanted an excuse to look at this CG for a while. Oh, Chris, that reminded me. Did the COZ patch have any influence on when achievements unlocked? Because I think we got the obtain all positive delusions achievement too early. It's fixed now. Oh, nice. Because, yeah, we got all the get all positive delusions achievement, like, a while ago during the stream. Like, quite a while ago. No, that one just seems to trigger one early for some reason. It has nothing to do with us. It just triggers when you get all but one for whatever reason. Oh, Lamau. Okay. I was just curious. Did you tell Chris about the 2 Fez typo? Oh yeah, we did actually find a typo this stream. I'm confident this is a new typo. I feel like I would go, if I was to do another one of these, I would go Chaos Child next, just because it's like interconnected to this one, isn't it? Or no? Isn't Chaos Child related to this at all? Or is the Chaos thing just mean nothing? Chaos Child is more than double the length of this? What? Thematic sequel. Oh, okay. Double the length, bro. That is wild. Is Steins Gate just not that long? Because I feel like we made it through Steins Gate in a pretty short amount of streams. It took me like, what, 7 streams to get through Steins Gate? Is it just not that long? Noah is about the same gate as Steins Gate? Did I just go on more rants during Chaos Head Noah than Steins Gate? That must be it then, right? Yeah, more rants. Noah's 30 to 35, Steins Gate 25 to 30. Is that another typo, Chris? You meant to say Noah was like 70 to 75 hours? I know we just talked about a typo in the dialogue earlier, so that might be on your mind. So you're... my name is Jeff. My name is Salvation. Anyway, now that we've killed all sense of momentum of this very pivotal scene, with all my different tangents, can I at you in the Discord, Chris, of the typo that I think I found? Or are you not on Discord right now? I'll just post it in the, Oh, no worries. No worries. Send it to Viben, he'll send it to you? Oh, okay, cool. I'll post it in my Discord and Viben can send it to you. And then put my name in the credits, because I did a lot. I posted it in the anime tab, Viben. Truly our savior. It was the typo I found was very important. In fact, I think it will reestablish credibility for the COZ dev team with the Psy Adventure community. You know, I think people were really on the fence. Is COZ truly making quality patches? But once this typo's fixed, I think those rumors will be put to bed. You know, I think that'll do it. No one, no one will discuss that anymore. Divine salvation, yes. I am the divine light, here to save. Yeah, we got that typo. Damn it! Have I owned? That's it. The stream is over. COZ. Unbased. I will have none of it. You might be like, kill me. Kill me. Listen, if other people playing through Chaos Head Nova just took 75 hours, we would have been the first to do it. All these other people just reading through the story. I don't understand. That wouldn't have happened. Fucking speedrunners of Chaos Head Noah out there. My bad. Sorry if I like to go through the side routes. Actually, no, we're technically not doing the side I like to take detours, you know, I want that 100% completion rate. I simply turned on the skip function. True. True. Alright. I guess, should we get back to it? I feel like I've now alienated anyone that was potentially new from watching. And also, like I said, killed all momentum of this very serious scene. Mostly because I wanted to, one, look at this face, and two, I'm pretty sure this is about to get graphic. And I'm not sure if I'm ready for it yet. The salvation. Then, with no anesthesia to speak of, she incised her own abdomen. Is she, like, diluting this? What's happening? An incision so masterfully done, it would have earned her incredible praise from surgeons and obstetricians alike. But isn't she just a nurse? This is Grimm's Memories. This is another moment where I want to, like, look at Shogun, and, like, my response would be, like, that Dragon Ball Z abridged quote. So how'd you know about the parts you weren't there for? This isn't Shogun. Oh, is she just recalling it? But I thought the entire game was in first person. We're looking directly into her mind. Okay. Tako is reading her mind right now. But I thought you could only read like what they were currently thinking. You can, like, peer into their memories when you're reading their mind too. Like it's just full, like, Goku's palming Krillin's head right now. Not just what they're currently thinking. Alright, I'm gonna head out now. Alright, see you, Volcrum. Have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I'll probably stream this game again tomorrow, so you can come by and watch me freak out more. Shogun instructed him how to do it. No, I remember that. Tako's mega powerful main character plot armor mode is just hacking into her brain. Okay, that's all I needed. It's Deus Ex Machina time, baby. I also kind of want to play that game. God, there's so many games I want to stream. But where is the time? And so many games I know won't get views. But I really want to play through the Deus Ex Machina games. I've never played any of them, but I own them all. Because, of course, when a bundle's on sale on Steam, I have absolutely no self-control. And I just buy them. That's why I own over 500 games on Steam. Because I can't help but waste my money. Anyway. Hey, this is what I just said. Although she was a mere nurse, her surgical skills were quite remarkable. Even while enduring the uninhibited pain of self-surgery, the incision she made in her abdomen was performed with the utmost dexterity. She's just like so nuts she's good. Blood and amniotic fluid flowed from the wound, her face contorted in pain. Then, after a few grueling moments passed, Hazuki inserted her own hand inside her abdomen. Okay. And from within her, she removed an egg. It had yet to reach full maturity, and its forced removal had already ended its life prematurely. I just randomly cut out words sometimes because of the YouTube censors that are listening to my voice. Just for reference. If people wonder why I do that. Sometimes certain words get censored if they're picked up on the algorithm. Shh. I doubt that I'll notice some of these words in like a 9-hour stream or whatever the fuck I do. But that shit gets picked up sometimes. That's why we say weird things sometimes, like unalive. I'm not trying to be funny, I'm trying to avoid the censor. But every other time I just am funny without even trying, so, you know, whatever. Hazuki performed an ophalotomy, cutting the umbilical cord. Upon completion of this, she embraced her child lovingly, then placed it on the stand next to the operating table. With her hands now free, she began suturing her wound. She hasn't passed out from this? People need hardcore drugs to do this. The whole ordeal took nearly an hour to complete. Oh, I also said this. Here she's on the noids. The whole procedure took nearly an hour to complete, with the sheer pain of the procedure procured. Any normal person would have fainted a long time ago. On adrenaline and endorphins, you can go wild. But yeah, like this says, any normal person would have just fucking passed the fuck out. What keeps her alive? Returning the egg to her embrace, she stood up from the operating table and approached the man lying down in the bed. Religious zealotry moment, yeah, I guess. One thing I will say, well, this is just going to be a preview for my end review. I will promise I won't go on a tangent on this because this will be involved in my end of game review recap thing. The biggest emphasis on all the new gen incidents seems to be like the first three. I feel like we just glossed over that one of the DQN. Like, and the person that ate their hand. Like, that shit was boop. But this one gets brought up all the time. The group dive brought up all the time. And the crucifixion gets brought up all the time. But, like, all the others are kind of like, yeah, and this happened too. With bloodshot eyes, she looked towards the unconscious man's face and thrust the scalpel into his abdomen. Unconscious. The movement was reckless and without care, providing a vast contrast to how delicately and accurately she had torn open her own abdomen before. Thing is, that wouldn't kill him, though, but how would he not wake up from this? The pain roused the man. Oh, there we go. And the scene's predicting everything I'm saying. But before he could consider any hope of escape, he realized both his arms and legs were tied securely to the bed. Disregarding the man's screams, Hazuki drew back the scalpel she had used to stab him. It cut through his flesh and tore through his skin. Blood gushed forth, covering her face in crimson. Yeah, I did just get predicted there. May the divine light save you, sir! She neared her hands to the victim's wound. And then she forcefully began to widen it horizontally. Ah! The sound of flesh being torn open echoed throughout the operating room. I'm normally pretty good when it comes to gore and stuff, but this is kind of gross. This happened to my buddy Frank. Yeah, bro. You ever just take some sleeping pills and you wake up getting eggs put inside you? The man's body started violently convulsing as the pain forced him to undergo a cycle of fainting, then waking up again. Why doesn't he just go through his own religious zealot moment and not fall, like, not faint from the pain? Fucking skill diff. Honestly. Hazuki, 100 to 0s, whatever this fucking loser is. She gazed at the gaping wound. Hazuki smiled a gentle smile. She then took her child, which she had just taken from herself, and forcefully pushed it inside the man's gaping wound. Of course, this is the one of all of the incidents that they decide to go into in detail. Just to make this one case a little bit more fucked up. They're like, yeah, well, why don't we describe this one a bit more? Thanks. May the divine light save us! Can we get a replay on that? Do you think the squish... Oh, the squish noise isn't something we can hear again.
信仰の救いをあなたに。信仰の救いあれ。
Damn, we can't repeat the squish noise. It was the most inspired murder, to be honest. Yeah, but it definitely is the one that I feel like is definitely going for the reaction of like the shock value. Reminds me of like those old memes on 4chan where you would just post things to get the shock value. What was it called? The jar thing. Mr. Hands, I think. Don't look these up, by the way. But like some of those old classic like shock value things. One man, one jar. Yeah. Yeah, this reminds me. This I feel like is very akin to that with some of these. Yeah, I think we've actually talked about like all of these frequently throughout the different streams of the game, but yeah, a lot of them seem to try to invoke that old shock value. Don't Google any of those again, by the way. Matt, you just missed it, or were you here for the reverse birth? Midnight fell on Tokyo General Hospital, the place of Hazuki's work. Within one of its operating rooms, the nurse stood nearly still. I didn't see it? You guys really call it that? I just called it that right now, because that seemed like a very fitting name. Reverse birth. I don't think anyone's called it that. Or maybe people have. That doesn't seem like a really clever name. Hey, Francisco. Welcome, man. Unless it is the first time that anyone's ever called it reverse birth, then of course I am very clever and original. That's why I'm the streamer man. This guy didn't like Scream. On the bed lay her psychiatrist colleague, Takashina Fumio. He was tied to the bed, but this was not the only thing that had been done to him. His cranium had been opened and his brain was exposed. The skull had been cut cleanly, the line being right above the eyes. Did someone, like, delude all of this surgery info into her? Like, how is she such a masterful surgeon? May the divine light save you, Dr. Takashina. Why is this not voiced? It's quoted, but it's not voiced. We're aware of this bug. Unacceptable. Hazuki! Stop this! Whatever you're doing, stop! Takashina was conscious. Due to the effects of the anesthesia, he did not feel any pain from the cut. The utter dread he felt kept his eyes open wide. His body was sweating greatly. Salvation. Ignoring Takashina's pleas for his life, Hazuki retrieved a shiny silver utensil from the pocket of her white scrubs. A utensil that could not be referred to as a traditional surgical tool. Uh-oh. I thought she was going to say a scalpel. I'm suddenly feeling hungry. Anyone want a bite? I think Alpha just outed himself as a zombie. We're about to remove a brain, and bro said he's hungry. Oh my god. He's a zombie. It was a spoon. An all too ordinary piece of tableware. She's gonna scoop his brain out with a spoon? Couldn't she just pick it up? What are you planning to do with that? Stop this! Cease! Hazuki reveled in ecstasy, as if enjoying a meal of curry and rice. She took a spoonful of Takashina's brain. Oh, so she's gonna, like, take pieces of it out, not just the whole thing. I imagine the texture of brain would be rubbery. I mean, it'd be like any other piece of muscle. Like a tongue. It's made of the same material, kind of. Ish. Probably not as tough, but you know what I mean. She then took the spoon and violently cast the contents into a stainless steel tray. The pink brain tissue was pulped into a jelly-esque substance. My buddy Frank having a real bad time. Brains are closer to fat than muscle. Yeah, probably fair. Hazuki thrusted the spoon inside the brain once again. This time, however, she accumulated even more matter than she had the first time as she scraped away the brain tissue. Takashina's own brain was getting removed from his body, yet he felt no pain. Nor did he lose consciousness. As well as this, the anesthesia had robbed him of any freedom of movement whatsoever. All the man could do was tremble in fear. To be fair, the removal of portion of his brain probably would also cease his movement as well, because he wouldn't be able to... You know, there's no brain to send muscle commands to the muscles, so he probably wouldn't move after that either. Can I just say how unrealistic this part is? He would totally die after his brain was removed. SMH, guys. I think this is the last straw for my immersion.
これがあなたの記憶なんですね。
Those were your memories, weren't they? Hazuna looked up at the projection in shock. Hazuki. On the scramble crossings, 4 massive jumbotrons. Her very own memories were being shown. She couldn't even understand how it was being done. Perhaps it was Takami's power as a giglomaniac. Oh, so wait, he was... all those scenes we just watched, he just set up on the Jumbotron. Hey, everyone! You want to see something cool? And then he's scarred an entire city. That brain was boneless? That's how you gotta order it. Boneless. Takashina died of starvation. Yeah, I know. I was just making a joke that he wouldn't make it to starvation if his brain was scooped out. Well, I guess technically the body could, but... Now it truly becomes a philosophical question. Do you die when your brain dies, or when your body dies? A headless chicken? Yeah, but that only happens with, like, chickens, because they're dumb. It depends entirely on what was taken from the brain. There's been instances where the body remained in a state of death. Yeah, I was getting all philosophical with it. We talked about it when, like, that case first happened. Like, yeah, his body could be kept alive, like, on life support systems without his brain. But I was just being a philosophical person. Because are you your body, or are you your brain? Just being a smartass. Because, like, you could artificially keep a body alive without a brain by, like, using life support systems to pump the blood through the body, add oxygen to the blood, like, without a brain. But, yeah, I was just being a smartass.
あなたの
Your memories.
記憶です。
Okabe does this in My Darling's Embrace. Yeah. Well, not the brain scooping thing, but the projection on the screens, yeah. He does that. Or he has a gadget that does it, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can survive without your hippocampus. You can actually pretty much survive without most of, like, large sections of your brain. But it's just a question of, like, how much of, like, what kind of quality of life will you have after it? If you don't have, like, you know, your sense of memories or anything, or your sense of self anymore, are you truly alive? Or are you just a body? You know? Because people can live after getting, like, lobotomized. But, like, are you living? With his head hung low and D-sword in hand, Takumi murmured those words. Well, I've got half of mine. The riot came to a halt. Silence was now the ruling entity. I feel like this would cause a bigger riot than what was going on. Not that people would stop. People would see the man-child incident happen and then be like, oh, what the fuck? Like, the general public would freak the fuck out if they watched that. The thousands of people who had been assailing each other until only a moment ago were now looking up at the screens. Some went pale. Some averted their eyes. Some felt such horror it compelled them to vomit. The mass media was starting to record Hazuki with their cameras. Countless blinding flashes ensued.
あなたがニュージェネ事件の真犯人だったんだ。
You were the culprit behind New Gen.
私の記憶を映像に投影したんですね。
You projected my memories as image data.
もう
There's
言い
nowhere
逃
to
れは
run.
できませんよ。
Well, she's gonna be like, I won because you've awoken. Right?
胎児とあなたの DNA を鑑定すればわかること
A
です。
DNA test on both you and the egg will reveal everything.
どうしてあんなことを
Why did you do it?
ね
Tell.
え、
Oh,
クリ
wait.
ム。
We've gone so long, I forgot that, to do Takumi's whiny voice. Why'd you do it? Tell me, Grim.
ナイトハルト、
Neidhart.
すべては教祖様のお言
Because
葉
the
なんで
glorious
すよ。
founder ordered it so. Hazuki plunged her hand into the bag resting over her shoulder. From it, she retrieved both a Noah 2 terminal port and a scalpel. Ooh, she is about to unalive. She gripped the scalpel and placed it right against her throat. Due to the nature of her position as a nurse, she knew the location of the carotid artery all too well. And because apparently she's a fucking master surgeon, I'm sure that's also, like, none too subtly mentioned. I don't think it's because of her position as a nurse, but because she's a fantastic surgeon. Fucking dissected people's brains and stuff, and gave herself birth. I don't think it's because of she's a nurse. think it's because she is a surgeon. Need to remind you of the Kennedys lobotomized one of their family? Yeah, that shit's wild to read about. Lobotomies are crazy. Takes more than you think to be a nurse. True enough. But I don't think you learn how to do a cesarean removal of a child, right? That seems pretty drastic. You have mock-ups? Oh, interesting. Hazuki smiled at Takumi. It was a kind smile, much like the one she would oft show to her patients. May the divine light save us! She didn't, we didn't see this. We didn't get an animation for that one. Cowards. As her own blood gushed forth from her neck. Her entire body was painted a bright crimson. And then what?
Espada.
And what happened? Sorry, I just spaced out for a second because people in my alpha question. No, I was just making a joke. Like, what happened to Hazuki? They didn't directly say it, so I didn't know. No, I spaced out for a second there because people in my apartment lobby started talking. Like my neighbors all started talking to each other in the lobby, and I was worried that when I screamed, "May the divine light save us," someone was going into the lobby and being like, "Who the fuck is yelling out here?" So I spaced out for a second so I could listen to what they were saying. Make sure they weren't being like, "What the fuck?" Because it is 12:30 at night, which is, you know, probably not a reasonable time to be shouting things like this at night, but so I was worried that might have carried through. I have, for people, I've posted a video of an apartment tour on my channel, but for those who haven't seen it, in my streaming room setup, I have a bunch of foam on the walls to try to like reduce my sound carrying out, like so people so I don't disturb people in my apartment complex. But I was worried for a second that might have been a bit too loud. But I don't think people can hear me from my room because of the foam that I've put on the walls. Guys, I just try real hard to be a considerate person, okay? I got foam on my walls so my neighbors don't think I'm too loud. I don't post spoilers in the thumbnails. Can I just fucking get these pats on the back out of the way, bro? Damn. Apartment complex, I find it simple. He's doing fucking cult shit. Yeah, I know, but because people started talking in the lobby, like, right after, like, not too long after I shouted that, I was like, am I finally getting outed? I remember, one of the first streams I did in this apartment complex that I live in now, I think I might have made someone move out, or like they weren't going to stay for too long. Before I put the foam up on my wall. I put foam up on my wall shortly after this, but I was streaming, and you could definitely, I'm pretty sure you can hear it on stream, or you can at least see me react. It was a stream like 2 years ago, and I don't remember what game I was streaming at the time, but whoever was living across from me at the time, I was like streaming at night or whatever, they like opened their door into the lobby and were like, "Hey, shut the fuck up! It's midnight!" And I remember how terrified and embarrassed I was on stream. I didn't like react or say anything. I was just like And after that, I ordered the foam for my wall, and I haven't heard anything since. But I think their lease was up anyway, because I had like just moved in. Which stream? I don't remember now. I moved into this apartment in like 20. It would have been a stream in November of 2019. I think is when I moved into this apartment. And I think their lease was up at like the end of the year. Like, so I don't think they heard me again. But yeah, it would have been like November 2019. I don't remember what though. Like, yeah. Talking about when he feels God gaze and he's trying to catch some Z's. But yeah, I basically just had flashbacks for a second there. Of like, oh shit, I pissed off the neighbors. God damn, I wish I knew what stream it was. God, that would be funny if I could find the VOD. That would take so much time to comb through. Just do open heart surgery on your neighbor. Funny prank. You can find it for the Discord later. It would take hours because I'd have to find what moment it was. Because in November, I mean, I probably streamed like what, 20 times. Granted, I was working back then, so like the streams would have been shorter, but still. It's not really their business if you're having conversations in your place, no matter the time. Yeah, I actually, when I moved into this apartment, I like made I made like my apartment complex aware, and I know I've gotten a noise complaint before, but like I put that into like the stipulation of my like my contract. I was like, because the apartment complex was very like outspoken of like, oh, you won't be able to hear your neighbors. Our walls are very thick here. Because I asked when I was moving in and doing the tour, I was like, are the walls thin here? And they were like, oh no, they're super thick. And I was like, okay, because I am loud. And they were like, oh? Like you blare music and stuff? And I'm like, no, I'm just loud. Like, so just so you're aware, like you say that the like sound won't travel through the walls. I want to like make that clear. Like, I can't get kicked out because of a noise complaint. And they were like, yeah, totally. So I've never personally received noise complaints from my apartment complex, but there's like a whole like thing in my contract that's like I can't be removed from my apartment from a noise complaint if it's not like egregious, like music is shaking the building. I can't be removed from for a basic noise complaint thing. Granted, I still do my best to like not freak people out. Like I said, put the foam up. I don't shout at the top of my lungs, but I'm loud when I stream. I know that. I still try to be considerate, but like I'm loud. So if you say your walls are thick, you better be fucking telling the truth. Cubai, truly a gamer. I am indeed. I am in your thick walls. He's a real Esper. No, he's a real gamer. Anyway, blood gushed from her neck. But guys, do we think Hazuki's okay? It didn't say she was dead. He's a real Esper. He's the Messiah. How would they be able to know that he was the one that put the images on the Jumbotron? Is it like a fucking energy beam coming from his head to the Jumbotrons? I didn't know who, but someone had mumbled those words. His real Buddha D sword. I mean, he was the only one talking to her. I mean, you guess, but like, that would be like such a fantastical line of thinking. Not that it was just some video playing. You know damn well people would be like, fake news, it was just a video. He's not an Esper. It's all a show. It's a show. They already know him as the Esper Kid. Still not quite sure on that one. Why do they know him as the Esper Kid? But you're right, AK, so that would probably make it more believable. But why? He held his hand and said, Gigalomaniac power, go. Fake blood? Oh, yeah, totally. So was it then Grimm or Hazuki who got the, got everyone to think he was an Esper and gathered everyone here? Did she use the Noah 2 terminal to, like, make people think that? Or something? And, like, project the delusion? I'm still hoping my simulation thing is, I still want to get at least one thing right. I don't know who, but someone mumbled those words. After seeing the sheer number of gazes pierce through me, I realized that those words were also directed at me. You people call it magic. Where I'm from, we call it Gigalomaniac. You got Suo right, I thought. Yeah, I got Suo being Darth Spider right. Didn't get that he was the... I connected Darth Spider and the new gen thing. Suo's involvement is unclear for now. Yeah, other than his D-Spider thing, or whatever. Why didn't we see the memory of the crucifixion thing? There are still multiple killers. Maybe. I can still be right. I can still get half credit. I'm getting my conspiracy theory red lines connecting all the pictures on the wall. Here's how I can still be right. A YouTuber is never wrong. I can absolutely make all of the here's how I can still be right theories videos. In front of the countless number of people, Hazuki threw up jam all over the side of the road. Although calling it martyrdom might have been more accurate. The choking smell of blood filled the air. My truth. At the center of the chart where the points converge, it says Noids. The riot had now entirely stopped. Hazuki's memories of the crimes she'd committed, which I had projected directly onto the Jumbotrons, ended up being the perfect thing to make the excited parts of the mob quiet down. I feel like that would escalate the mob, though, right? I'm never dropping this joke, don't. The Noids is the biggest joke. But am I crazy in thinking that this would not stop the riot? The shocking nature of what had been displayed left everyone at a loss for words. No, because they were looking for the killer? Is that what they were fighting about? Even now, Hazuki's corpse was still vomiting jam. A number of people then walked up to it and began kicking it. It was the corpse of an atrocious murderer, so there were no respects to be paid. Next, they might even publicly behead her like it was the Middle Ages. What difference was there between her and the ones kicking her corpse? I mean, the ones kicking her corpse didn't fucking murder people. I don't know. By their very nature, humans were disgusting, horrible creatures. Myself included. Oh, now he considers himself a human. The media, like hyenas, were accumulating around anything that could act as a scoop. Why don't they scoop these brains? Roughly half of them gathered around Hazuki's corpse, the other half surrounding me. Talk about a sight to behold! Was that some kind of psychic power just now? So you really were an Esper. That's incredible. Was today's gathering simply bait to lure out the true culprit from the get-go? I have no comment because you guys all made fun of me before. How old were you when your psychic abilities first manifested? What was your nickname as a child? Have you ever been referred to as a prodigy or anything along those lines? Do you plan to assist the police with their investigation? Would you appear on one of our shows? One after the other, endless words of praise were thrown my way. Well done! Takumi! Look over here! You're incredible! I love you! Please go out with me! One after the other, endless words of affection were thrown my way. The random famous psychic that vouched for Tako was probably mind-controlled, since they didn't address that. Oh yeah, I remember that too. That question didn't get answered. What the fuck happened to Yuri Brightman? He's done with delusions now though, right? He's not, like, deluding these thoughts anymore. These are all real now. Now that he is awoken. The delusions are over. I felt hollow hearing those voices. A fabricated image formed by public opinion. And a delusionary being. They weren't all too different, were they? Oh, is Takumi about to start getting all kinds of philosophical? Only I can get fucking smug philosophical. Takumi! 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 I did it first. It was all coming back. The energy they'd all shown when they'd seen me up on top of Earthfront. Shut the fuck up! Unable to take it anymore. I screamed. So now you're doing a complete 180, calling me a hero? Are you fucking kidding? Tears started flowing. Take a shot every time Takumi cries in this game. I felt completely miserable and ridiculous. I didn't have it in me to keep going without crying. I wasn't a hero. I'm an otaku freak! I spend entire days fapping over Seira's sexy figures like a goddamn pervert! I'm not 18, but I play a shit ton of hentai. I moe over sprites and CGs constantly. And in my head, all I ever think about are sexy delusions. I see a woman walking down the street. I imagine that whore naked. That's who I really am. Takumi has a likable moment Challenge. Impossible difficulty. Tears and mucus smeared down my face. I forgot I was being live broadcasted across the entire country. Does this dialogue option change if you like pick negative delusions? I doubt it, but that would be funny. He's like, in my head, all I ever think about are sexy delusions, which is true because I pick nothing but positive. No? Okay. That would be funny, though. And then, like, you picked all negative. He was like, in my head, all I think about are gory, vicious delusions where I kill all of you. It didn't even occur to me that I was shaming myself yet again. I couldn't help it. I was physically incapable of reading the room. So? Still want to call me a hero? I'll jerk off on camera now! Because I'm not. I'm just a lazy ass, delusionary, otaku freak, a useless loser who can't do anything on his own. The voices around me went quiet. I went, "Ayo, bro, you good? You good, homie?" The onlookers sunk into silence. The people from the media looked at me dubiously. They hit the gritty. Within the heart of Shibuya, in the middle of the humongous scramble crossings. Only my voice was echoing. That's who I really am! I won't let other people like you decide who I am! I'll decide what I really am! And I've decided I'm a fucking loser! I'm not your toy! I'm not some circus freak! I have shit to do! I'm not here to do whatever you want me to do! Remy's smile appeared in my mind. I'm just here. I thought Kubai said Among Us Scramble Crossing. I did. It was all an Easter egg. Truly, this is Among Us, Noah. For the sake of those I cared about, I was here to fight and then disappear. But what if they all, at the end, have mutual recognition of Takumi's existence? He'll be totally fine. It'll be a good ending. Before I could voice that, I suddenly noticed that the night sky reflected in the corner of my eye was turning pure white. It wasn't a cloud, nor was it snow falling a little too early in the year. By the time I realized it was the same phenomenon from back when the earthquake had hit, it was already too late. The third melt? But it's too early. What? The first thing I felt, oh dude, I called this earthquake though, was the very earthquake itself beginning to rumble. The ground began to shake. The white in the sky was spreading further and further. The very next moment, I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound. My head felt like it was about to burst open. Everyone else around me was covering their ears too. I want Yume Pass to start playing again. And then... who was doing the Yume Pass phone calls? Hazuki then? The world was dyed completely white.
He can't just, like... He can't just use his Deus Ex powers to, like, stop this. Who would have Takami's cell number? Remy, Misumi, Nanami. So Remy was doing it? That doesn't seem right. There are two certain people he gave it to pretty early in the game. The answer is right in this chapter if you recognize it. As far as I know, there are only like 3 or 4 people that know his number. Keep going a little and I'll remind you. I thought the only 3 people that would know his number are Mizumi, Remy, and Nanami. The answer is in this chapter. Alright. Well, we're not going to go too much longer, because now that we're in chapter 10, you've forgotten a scene. Yeah, I have. Yua? I don't know. I was standing atop a body of water. Incredibly clear, transparent water. It was shallow, reaching only my ankles. But it was not cold. Intermittently, the waves whispered in my ears. I was tightly grasping the handles of a wheelchair. Shogun. No, the real Takami was right before me, his head adorned with his knitted cap. He sat ever so slightly hunched forward in his wheelchair. Oh, I think I know now. Okay, yeah. It would have had to have been Sua then, right? There wasn't a single thing surrounding us. Neither shells buried in the sand, nor seabirds elegantly soaring through the sky. Nothing so expressly and emulative of the sea could be seen. There were no signs of life. Only the blue sea and the crystal clear sky. The terrain was completely flat all around me, with the horizon stretching as far as the eye could see. This was not the real world. Before long, I will be dead. Together with the sound of breaking waves, I heard Shogun's voice. From where I was standing, I couldn't see his expression. The tone of his voice didn't carry any particular feeling of lamentation. In reality, his words felt like they were simply casual passing remarks. If you look at this body of mine, I think you'll understand. Small, wrinkled, and withered away. All of his hair had fallen out. Why is he like this again?
先天的な病なんだ。
It is from an illness from within. Oh, nice.
僕の体の成長は発症した10
It
歳
first began at the age of 10, when my physical development halted. Apparently we didn't know yet, because I think we're getting that explanation right now.
そして
And then, I aged. Was he aging prematurely? That illness was supposed to be rare, affecting only 1 out of every 8 million people.
10歳って
It started when you were 10? A gruesome scene etched into my memories and began to rise from the
あのバ
surface.
ス事故の3ヶ月ぐらい前だよ。僕が発症したの。
It was about 3 months before that bus accident. That was the onset. That illness is real, right? I have no idea. I don't know what the illness is. The age rapidly syndrome? Old man syndrome?
バス事故は
The bus accident. Did you?
そうかもしれない。あの時はまだ自分の力に
I'm not truly sure.
自覚はなかった。
At the time, I still wasn't fully aware of my powers.
病が発症するよりずっと
Long before the onset of my illness, for as long as I could remember, I was able to use the powers of a Gulomaniac.
使うことができた。
Without his sword,
それが普通
I
のこと
believed
だ
it
と
to be
思ってた
normal.
意識的にしろ。
Whether consciously or unconsciously,
僕は
I repeatedly made use of those powers.
だから僕の存在としての矛盾が大きくなりすぎ
And
て
because of this, the contradictions in my existence grew too large.
青い背中から聞いてるだろ。
Aoi told you about this, didn't she? What? I don't know, but she's spoken so many fucking riddles, who
粒子と
knows?
ともに追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。
They're produced in tandem with particles and antiparticles, which stock up in the D-sword.
反粒子は数学的に言えば
Given mathematically speaking, the antiparticles are that which approached the past.
ストックすればす
The
るほど
larger the amount stocked up, the larger a Gigomaniac's
現在の
gap
状
from
態
their
とのズレ
present
が
state.
発生し
But if it's going to the past, shouldn't he be Benjamin Buttoning? Like getting younger?
やがてその矛盾に
But
よ
if
り
not corrected, those contradictions will eventually lead towards one's self-collapse as an existence. As he spoke, Shogun didn't move an inch in his wheelchair. What was he looking at? Could he even see at all?
力を使えば使うほどこの病は進行しちゃう
The more I use my powers, the more this illness progresses.
ギガロマニアックスの力で
Can
治
you
せ
just heal yourself with your Giglomaniac powers?
力を使えば病は進行する端的に言えば
If I use my powers, the illness progresses. In essence, plus and minus make 0. Nothing changes.
どうして
Why?
どうして
Why'd you...
僕みたいな肝タの下
Oh,
手野
this
郎
is Takumi talking to him.
もっと強くて
Make an otaku freak loser like
目にす
me.
ればよかったんだ
You could have made someone stronger, cooler, better looking. Some proactive alpha. I don't know.
人を一人しかもギガロマニアックスの力を
Creating a
使える
person.
人間を生み出すのは
And one who can wield the powers of a Giglomaniac at that. Is not such a simple task.
君を生み出したんですね
Creating you put me into a coma for close to a year.
僕は未完成だったってわけ
So what? I'm just incomplete?
だからこそ
That's what makes you so very human.
フォローしなくてもいい
Yeah, you don't have to try and make me feel better.
本心だよ
I'm being earnest. I clicked my tongue. I really did hate this guy. Why?
意味には
I didn't ask to be born, Dad.
怒られたよ
Remy always scolded me for using my powers.
彼女は
She was trying to help you, wasn't she?
助けたいでしょ
でも僕はリミの忠告
Well, that's sad. I can't obey her warnings.
今の危機的状況
My IR2 was the impetus for the current critical situation. That strange scribble on the back of my essay. We still haven't explained the drawing on the back of the essay, though, right?
IR2 はある科学者の目に留まり
IR-2 caught the eye of a certain scientist, and eventually it allowed Nozumi Technology to begin their research.
それが
That
プロ
being
ジェクトノア
Project Noah.
言ってみれば人工的にギガロマニアックスの
It's a device which artificially generates the abilities of a gigalomaniac, so to speak.
僕が計画に気づくことができたのは
Because I encountered Remy, I was able to realize their plan.
彼女がひどい暴動を受けていたのは
One part of Project Noah was her cruel torture.
ノアのシステムを効率化するために必要だったのが
Noah's systems require code samples to increase its efficiency.
ギガロマニアックスが力を
They're unique brainwaves emitted by gigalomaniacs in the process of using their powers.
それを手に入れるために望みの社
To obtain them, the president of Nozumi, Narose, tortured Remy severely.
強烈な負の
At the time of intense negative emotions, gigalomaniacs awaken to their powers and acquire their D-sword. Once again, I remembered Aoi's words. The biorhythms climb the neurons in the midbrain limbic system, excessively secrete dopamine, and one's D-sword appears. Depending on the person, this could come from feeling threatened, excited, sad, hateful, or happy. The higher the amount of dopamine, the easier it becomes to observe.
君が僕にちょっかいをかけてきたのもそのため
That's why you kept coming after me? Harassing me for that? Yes. To forcefully awaken you. So why'd you let him run away the first time? I'm sorry. Remy and I weren't the only ones. Wait, go back to Remy's torture thing. What was going on with that? So he just made her awake in her D-sword? But she's, like, also not real, right? Or just her personality's not real. Because, like, what, her brain gets wiped every time she wakes her D-sword or something? How does that happen? I feel like we glossed over that. There were others who had undergone severe mental or physical torture because of Project Noah, right? Because everyone's got their mind has to break to use their D-sword or whatever. Cruel trials have been laid out for all of them so they could become gigalomaniacs.
IR2 から生み出されたノア2は
IR2 gave birth to Noah 2. I must stop it by my own hands. Did this guy give a name for his disease? No, we kind of glossed over that too. But I assume because it's like a fictional disease.
でも僕はこんな体だ
This is the body I have. I can hardly move at all, let alone enough to destroy Noah 2.
それに僕の高度差を
Moreover,
欲しがる望みから
Nozomi has
狙わ
targeted
れ
me,
るようにもなっちゃう
coveting my own code sample. That was to say nothing of how he was hospitalized at Tokyo General Hospital, a place which had hidden ties to the Nozumi group.
だから身を隠さなくちゃいけない
That's why I had to go into hiding.
幻の病室の
Ami-chan of the Phantom Hospital Room.
あそこに入ってこられたのは
Remy was the sole person capable of entering it.
僕は身動きが取れなくなって
Because I was no longer able to move about, I
僕を作ったの
made
か
me. How, if he can't move, how was he able to send all those messages? Shogun weakly nodded.
リミには君を消すように何度も言われたんだ
Telepathy? I guess. Remy repeatedly told me to erase you,
命を削り
that I should stop,
やめろ
that what I was doing was whittling my life away.
僕に残された命は長くない力を使わなくたってあまり騒
And then, so Remy likes Old Man Shogun here, because of, he told her how to break out of her torture by telling her the sky was real.
The life I have left isn't as much as his. Whether or not I use my powers makes very little difference now. His voice was deeply serene, a certain sense of wiseness to him. Perhaps it was one you could only get from living out your days under a death sentence. As well as this, once you awakened and used your powers, my own life could no longer be maintained anyway. You mean you and I are as one? Yes. In body and soul.
でも一つだ
Promise
け
me one thing.
約束も
No more
More so
delusions.
ね
Okay?
タクの妄想力は
Your delusions are far too strong. We kind of didn't answer the question as well. Why did Shogun make an otaku fucking loser delusion? Not a Chad. He was just kind of like, yeah, well, it's not that easy to make a Gigamaniac. Bro could have made the Giga Chad meme. He literally just explained it. Right, so it's the coma that, because it was so intense just to make Takumi, it put him in a coma. Like he couldn't make more. Canonical proof it takes God longer to make Chads. But he can shit out otakus. Damn. I feel attacked personally. This is it, right? Creating a person, one who can wield the powers of a Gigamaniac is not a simple task. Creating you put me into a coma for a year. And that's why he couldn't make, because he like just doesn't have the strength to make like a bigger, more Chad personality dude. No? Okay, I guess that'll have to be explained again to me. I guess I didn't get it. I also just realized how little the title of this stream has anything to do with what has been happening so far. I just wanted to make that the title because of the thumbnail I made for the title, or the thumbnail I made for the stream today. Where I'm like being all sexy. And Takumi is the negative delusion. So yes, okay. So that's what I thought then, Chris. Is yeah, that he just couldn't like focus enough to make exactly what he wanted. No, the line about all the other Gigamaniacs. But yeah, there was probably a better title I could have made. The other line about if this stream would be positive or negative? Oh, okay, that's a good way to think about it, Alpha. We'll just pretend that's what I meant. I used the title in reference to this thumbnail I made, where I was the positive delusion. And that's why I had like the sexy pose where I'm taking my suit off, and Takumi is the negative delusion because he is gross and soggy and lame.
There's a very important requirement for a Gigalomaniac to awaken, is my understanding. So this, you think that if he was like a more Chad person, he wouldn't have been able to awaken because he wouldn't have had his negative emotions. He would have just done the. Would have just been the Giga Chad. Like negative things would happen to him, and he'd be like, "No, I don't care." The opposite of a wild card. I just thought to myself the hang on. I think you might be the new gen culprit. And I don't care. Fuck those people. I am literally not fazed by this. I might be wrong, but I think Giga Chad would literally never awaken. I mean, it's a fair point. If he wasn't like, he'd have to be like more sensitive. That's a fair point. Yeah, that was another thing I was getting at. Was yeah, would he just not care? Is that why he's got to be like a dweeby loser? Like I was trying to make a funny meme, but I was making a serious point, right? Like they tried to fuck with him and be like, "You're the new gen culprit." He would literally be like, "I don't fucking care." So what? You know what I mean? You can break anyone. This is a bit of a strange argument. Well, yeah, but it just would have been harder, right? Like, it'd be easier to break a frail, like, person who's already self-conscious. But if you're a muscle-bound hero, you're not gonna break as easy. Because you'd have the Shonen anime moment where they'd try to break you and you'd be like, "I won't give up! My friends depend on me to remain strong!" But Takumi definitely never has that moment. The second any mild inconvenience happens to Takumi, he's like, "I want to die. Kill me. Kill me." Like... Yeah, so I think there's probably multiple ways to interpret, like, how come Takumi's the way it is. I don't think there's probably a definitive answer, but yeah, there's probably two different ways, right? The strain argument, because, like, he just couldn't, like, perfectly craft what he wanted because it was, like, far too hard for him. But then you could also make that he intended to make someone a little bit more weaker-willed so they could hit their breaking point easier because he doesn't have much time to, like, break down someone who would be fully confident in themselves. So he would intentionally... He did not intend to make someone weak, no? Okay. Sorry, not trying to shut you down. I'm just brainstorming. Serval said it way more eloquently than I was thinking about. Not to hijack his idea. Just to give him credit. I'm imagining Taco with the Giga Chin. That's what I'm gonna try to Photoshop after this. After this stream. It's a dumb meme, but I mean, memes don't have to be real. I'm gonna Photoshop Takumi over the Giga Chad body, and someone being like, "You need to break so you can hit your, or so you can, so you can use your D sword," and he's gonna be like, "But I'm fully confident and I love myself. I would never break. I would never stray from the path." Anyway, Takumi's delusions are far too strong. The more delusions you have, the more the lifespan of the real you gets whittled away. People still get what I realize that younger one is Taku and older one's Takumi. People are still fine with me referring to younger one as Takumi and older one as Shogun, right? Like, that's not really freaking, like, throwing people off on who I'm talking about. Like, we're all still kind of aware that this is Shogun anyway, right? That's fine? Okay, cool. Because I realized I've been doing that for, like, the last 3 hours, and I just wanted to, like, even though we established their names. If I tried to keep my promise to Remy, I couldn't go help her. Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to do a thing. It wouldn't matter what I tried. They'd turn the tables on me in an instant. Would they, though? She literally just said your delusions are too strong. That means you're the ultimate deluder. The ultimate gigalomaniac. No one could turn the tables on you. How much longer do you have? Presumably, until today, perhaps tomorrow. That soon. I was stunned, and expected to have so little time left. Is it because I awakened? You don't need to worry. Your awakening is exactly what I've been seeking for so long. Well, he hates you, so I don't think he's worried about it. If you die, what happens to me? You are with me in body and soul, but at the same time, the fact you are real booted makes you a real human being. Real human being. Your birth may not have been traditional, but you're still a human being. If I disappeared, could that save you? Bro, my dude clearly does not want to be saved. What are you gonna save? He can't move. No. The most it would give me is an increase in lifespan lasting from a few days to a few weeks. You mustn't choose such a foolish option. I wish for you to destroy Noah too, and I wish for you to have no restraint in using your powers to do so. You don't have to tell me. I know. Then why'd you ask? I'm not so charitable as to hold back for your sake. Shogun's shoulders shook faintly as he laughed. Making him laugh was the last thing I'd meant to do, so that annoyed me. I'm glad you've awakened. As selfish and troublesome as this may sound, I leave the rest to you. Suddenly, the feeling of the wheelchair's handles disappeared. Oh wait, was he like moving him along? What? Before I knew it, the wheelchair he was sitting in began to leave me behind. As it moved, it almost seemed to glide across the surface of the water. Its two wheels cut into the water, making waves as they turned. I had no intention of following him. Instead, I absently watched him go. My role here is ended. Wow, that is selfish. You're seriously gonna dump it all on me? I'm just a little tired. Let me rest a while. He turned to me from his wheelchair. As usual, I couldn't read his expression, but his voice showed an intense urgency. There's no time. Nerose has moved Noah 2 into full-scale operation. You need to hurry. Now that it's come to this, Noah 2 must be destroyed directly. I'm counting on you. And then, as if embraced by a cloud of mist, it began to disappear. The very colors of this mental world slowly began to fade. You don't have the right to count on me. Anything I do, it's going to be because I myself wanted to do it. The sound of the waves became more distant. Just like Remy had once, I burned this perfect crystal clear sky into my memories. And then, I gently closed my eyes. Whoopsie. A reporter on the radio was reading the news with a grave tone. Someone's having a mess in the kitchen back there, guys. That's crazy. You hear that? As of this moment, the confirmed number of casualties is 233. The final toll is expected to go well over 30,000. That's a pretty drastic leap. This is actually like a kitchen scene. Like, you can hear the plate crash and stuff. Like, that was the plate crashing. That's really funny. As per the announcement made by the Meteorological Agency, the recent earthquake had a seismic intensity of 7 and a magnitude of 7.8 on the Richter scale. A size comparable to that of the Great Kanto earthquake. And that kills 30,000 people? A number of buildings in Shibuya appear to have collapsed, and a large-scale cave-in has emerged. Travel through the Shibuya line of the Shuto Expressway has been suspended, as multiple sections across the entirety of the elevated railroad tracks have collapsed. In regards to public transportation, all lines, the Yamanote line included. Static mixed in with the news. Till eventually the reporter no longer spoke. Piece of junk. We lost her again. Mimose shook and hit the old radio with her hand. But upon realizing she was getting nowhere, she let out a heavy sigh. Guess it's too old to do us any good. Why are they wearing their school uniforms? She looks so sad now. You got your D-Sword, and you got a way cooler animation for your D-Sword summoning than the main character did. Honestly, don't be sad. It's not really fair. Forcing a smile, she looked to the side. She could see the figures of Kishimoto and Yuo walking along, expressions of fatigue coloring their faces. Both of their uniforms covered in soot, making it clear how laborious the trek had been. Soot. And yet, the great swords they were holding, Their D-swords did not have a speck of dust on them. Instead, they shone with an unclouded, brutal radiance. The way she's holding her D-sword is so weird. Out of context, if you got rid of the rest of this, just this, it looks really weird. What you holding, Yua? After the earthquake, Yua and Fez walked back to Shibuya from Yoyogi and went straight to the Farisi office and joined up with Momose. Waiting for the missing Bond to return, the three had stayed near the office throughout the night. Even though the earthquake had put the building on the verge of collapse, they remained all the same. For the end, Bond had never shown. Didn't Yua see him get shot, or no? Mose suggested leaving Shibuya immediately, something Fez clearly took issue with.
グラジオール目覚めたの。
Gladiole has awakened. Make haste,
時して合流し
for
な
we
いと
must unite with the other Black Knights. Bitch, it's chapter 10. Stop speaking in riddles. Fez asserted her feelings of an urgency by tugging Yua's hand, wanting to reach the rubble-laden heart of Shibuya as quickly as they could. In the end, Yua and Momose had no choice but to follow along. It was 7 a.m. Not even an hour had passed since the sky had first begun to brighten. There was not a single trace of the refreshing morning air. The utter mayhem that had been cloaked in darkness was slowly being exposed by the rising sun. Right now, the three girls found themselves in the midst of it. The city of Shibuya had been transformed into the very picture of hell itself. From the beginning of the game, the intro, bros! Roads were torn to oblivion. Asphalt protruded from the earth. A number of buildings had collapsed, their debris scattered in broken chunks along the side of the road. Nearly every window that could have been seen was broken, and a massive billboard had fallen from its usual perch atop a building's roof. One would not have to walk far to see countless corpses left undisturbed, littered among the chaos. For every body Momose witnessed, the same act played out inside her head. One in which she clasped her hands together in pity for their demise. May the divine light save us. But there were far too many. It was only partway through that she could not take it anymore. Realizing the only way to retain her sanity was to ignore them outright. The remaining people would occasionally pass by. They had lost all expression, existing only to stagger aimlessly through the streets. A group of men tried to come together to help survivors buried beneath the rubble, but it didn't seem like there was much they could do without heavy lifting equipment. Shocking there aren't, like, looters. Mose took another glance at what Yua was holding in her hands. A D-sword. Why is the loading wheel on my mouse? Okay, weird. Fez had explained them to her. Much like magic, they were swords that could be taken out of thin air. What Bon had told her had been true. And yet, Yua seemed only shocked and bewildered about possessing one for herself.
ねえ岸本さん
Question, Kishimoto. Fez, walking slightly ahead of the group, paid no attention to Momose's call. The expression on her face made it clear her patience was wearing thin. Honestly, Fez is the fucking wackest character in this game.
このディソードを持つ人は
Counting the two of
あなたたち
you,
を
you said there were 7 people who can wield these D-sword things, correct? Yes. Technically 8, right? Because Neurose? Fez is hot, true. It's easy to forget, but the new gen murders in this giant quake are mentioned at the beginning of Steins Gate. Hog. Steins Gate. My beloved.
他の人たちがどこにいるのか
Alright.
わかる
Do you know where the rest of them are?
わからないわ。
I do not.
のだったら
Then how do you...
感じるのよ。
I can feel it. The will. God, she only fucking speaks in riddles.
こっちで間違いないわ。
There is no doubt this path is the one we must take. Fez was effectively a brick wall. At least we just finally came out and said it. With no other options left, Mose repeated the same words for what felt like the 1000th time.
今むやみに歩き回るのは危ないわ
This isn't the time to be aimlessly strolling. We should really find somewhere to take shelter for the time being. Why is she even here with them?
ダメよ。
No,
時間がないの。
there's no time for that.
もしかしたら他の
What about the other,
黒騎士
the Black
その人たちだっ
Knights?
て
What are they
港にい
called?
るかもしれないでしょ
Perhaps they're already at the evacuation site. How does Fez intuitively know all of this? Is that going to be explained?
岸本さん、私も避難場所に行く
I think so too, Kishimoto. That, we should be heading to the evacuation site. Fez suddenly came to a halt, as though Yua's backing had possibly made sense to her. She narrowed her eyes. And then she looked beyond the rugged Dogenzaka roads that no Khan could traverse. Over there.
えいたって
Yeah? Over where? At the end of Fez's gaze was a lone girl walking away from the station. Oh no, Rose really did just let her go. Still bleeding, huh? Still also not passed out from blood loss? She was wearing her uniform, though it was more tattered than either Fez's or Yua's. With only her left hand, she was holding an enormous cross-shaped sword to her chest. Her gait was markedly unsteady. It looked as though she could collapse at any moment. Surely she is one of the warriors who will fight.
大変
Oh no! Mose's body jiggled as she ran towards the girl, Nanami. The D-sword Nanami was carrying had caught her eye. Instead of prying in order to satiate her curiosity, she focused only on supporting the girl's petite frame. When does Mimosa get a D-sword? Honestly, though. You alright? You've done a wonderful job hanging in there thus far. But right now we need to get you to the hospital. So hang on a bit longer, okay? All this blood and the cut on her hand or cutting off her hand and stuff, that was done in order to force her to awaken, right? Nanami's eyes responded in blank confusion to Mose's words of encouragement. Bangle. What did you say? Shut up. Shut the fuck up about the bangle, bruh. My bangle. Where'd it go? She just hasn't recovered from the mental break. Yeah, torturing her to harass Tako, kill two birds with one stone. Yeah, okay. Both Yua and Fez belatedly ran up behind Mimose.
この子、
That girl.
西条くんの
She's Takumi's little
下
sister.
です。
そう。
I see. How does Yua know that? I guess they go to the same school. Okay, whatever.
黒騎士の資格があるのもうなずけるわ。
Her being Takumi's little sister, this speaks to her qualifications as a Black Knight. What? Girl is one hand. Qualifications? Oh yeah, the research, right. Also, she's gone nuts. But I guess she does have the sword, so that should probably speak more to the qualifications. You two. Help me carry her. One way or another, we need to get her to the hospital. It hurts. Nanami groaned in pain. My right hand. Your right hand? Momose inadvertently glanced toward Nanami's right hand, gasping in surprise when she did. Don't worry, sweetie. Your right hand won't hurt much longer. Technically, it's your right forearm that hurts. What manner of cruelty? How could this happen? Huh? Yua and Fez were not able to grasp why Momose was so distraught. While the bandage over Nanami's right hand was indeed stained with blood, it did not seem to be that serious of an injury. I'm sorry, what? She doesn't have the hand. Am I looking at the sprite incorrectly? However, in Momose's eyes, Nanami's hand had been severed from her bandaged wrist. Though medical measures had been taken, it was still an open wound. What? With a blank look on her face, Fez attempted to grab Nanami's hand, but her outstretched hand passed only through empty air. Like a holographic image, Nanami's fingers lacked any substance. A drop of blood trickled down from the red-stained bandage and fell onto Fez's hand. A delusion. So what, are they deluding her hand? But the sprite very clearly shows that she doesn't have the hand. Okay. Rimi came to save me. Rimi? As in Sakihata Rimi? Do you know her? She's one of Takami's friends. You had always held the suspicion that Takami was the new gen culprit, so she knew a fair amount about his background. Her hand's a delusion, but it's iffy and not doing a great job, so it's not a real booted hand because Momose can't see it. Why wouldn't they show the sprite with the hand, then? Does that mean I'm not a Giglomaniac? Remember Nanami in the school with a bandage in her right hand? Here we have the explanation. I suppose. Kibai's normal moment. Agony. This also extended to those that would frequently come into contact with him. Therefore, it was only natural for her to have conducted investigations on Nanami and Rimi. Hey! Jupiter August? I see your comments. Welcome. Time to ×2 speed the fuck out of this to try and catch up? Oh, you're not gonna. I've already been streaming for like 8 hours. I always abbreviate everyone's, like, YouTube name. Sometimes I wish YouTube had a 3x speed. That would be way too fast. I'm impressed you can actually understand what I'm saying at 2x speed. Call me Jupiter. That works too. Welcome. Carrying the comments on my vlogs, or my VODs. I really appreciate them. Like I said, I read them. But, usually the comments come through when I'm doing something else. So I can't respond to them right away. But I see them. I get the notifications for the comments on my phone. You dip out so you don't get spoilers. Oh, fair enough. Well, thanks for stopping by. Cool to see you in the live stream instead of just comments on the VODs. Both are cool, though. I appreciate comments. I appreciate people coming to the chats. All that stuff. Have a good night. Enjoy. You speak slow. Do I? I've always been told I speak very fast. I think you would be the first person to ever tell me I speak slow, actually. I guess I speak slow sometimes when I'm trying to read. You speak normal? That would also be the first time I'm told that. My whole life, people have always told me I speak fast. Kibai is normal for me. You speak normal, though? Alright, I've had enough of you guys calling me normal. I'm special. I talk fast. I'm funny. Normie. They're liars. You're slow, happy. No, I want to be fast. Gotta go fast. We know you're special. You're a very special boy. There we go. Thank you. Talk fast now. I mean, obviously, if I force myself to talk fast, I can talk fast. But I've been told like my normal speaking voice is really fast. Maybe people I talk to are slow then. IRL, that's been like my most common like interactions. People have been like, "You talk really fast." What'd you say? Your friends are slow. Okay, that's fine. We can say that. After you finish Chaos Head Noah, will you play Chaos Child? Bold of you to think we're finishing Chaos Head Noah anytime soon, Francisco. We have months and months of Chaos Head Noah streams to go. At this rate. Gamers built different. True. Very true. Is there a COZ patch for Chaos Child or no? Chris? Yeah. Oh, okay. Then maybe. True gamers understand the meaning of my face. I don't. Oh man, have we been streaming this game for over 2 weeks already? This is your biggest one? What was changed in the Steins Gate one? I mean, everyone says this one is so big, obviously. But I played with the COZ patch for Steins Gate. And very little. Oh. Steins Gate's base translation is very good. They know where the bread is buttered. There's still some typos and mistranslations we fixed. Fixed up some of the CGs. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? The Steins Gate IP is much more marketable than Chaos Head. Very easy to market the time travel romance thing. Very hard to market the Chaos had actually sold more than Steins Gate in Japan. Really? And that might be true, but I mean as like the marketing and everything. Like when you look at like Steins Gate is just much more like advertiser friendly. Is what I was, I guess I was meaning to say. Like, if you look at the Spike Publisher sale on Steam right now, like, the Psy Adventure representatives are Kurisu, Okabe, Mayuri. That's the picture to represent Psy Adventure. Because it's just more, like, clean, and it's not as graphic. Whereas, like, the opening of this game is, like, the man-child case and the dude who was crucified under the wall in blood. It's such a tough sell in the US. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Is it's just like Steins Gate's just very clearly more advertiser friendly. But interesting to see if it sold more. Steins Gate's basically only known for the anime. Fair enough. But basically what I'm saying is because it's more marketable friendly, I feel like that's why they spent more money on making the English translation to Steins Gate better. Is because they knew it'd be easier for them to market Steins Gate in the US. I think is the core of my thought of what I was trying to say. Steins Gate's translation was a feint? What? Oh, a fan translation? And they just used the fan translation? For the English release? Why didn't they do that for the other ones then? OG Chaos Head was the same way? Well, the fans of the OG Chaos Head must have sucked. Chaos Head was in licensing hell? Well, the way they copyright all my fucking streams, you wouldn't think it was in licensing hell. They pretty efficiently copyright every single one of these fucking streams. That certainly hasn't been a problem for mages. I'm not bitter about it, by the way, in case you were wondering. Anyway. Between a history of gore and horror and a thriller with time travel, the most appealing to everybody is the time travel. Yeah, it's just like, it's friendlier. There's really only the one graphic scene in Steins Gate. Whereas this game, like, I mean, you don't go very long without something graphic. Isn't the one guy in charge of the franchise really pushy about it? I remember him taking down a VTuber who had explicit permission to stream the game. Mages is definitely, like, does not want people to stream their games. I'll tell you that right now. I know that right now. But it is, I mean, a visual novel. Thinking of the former mage's head. I don't know. When I was streaming Steins Gate, I got some like automated message from like a mage's thing that was like, "Hey, we're gonna start manually reviewing your channel and like takedown threats." Obviously, it didn't happen, but I got the emails that were more in depth than just the average generic, like, "Hey, this video has like copyright detected music, so we're gonna prevent you from monetizing." I got like the shakedown email, and I just ignored it. Anyway, in contrast to Yua, Fez abandoned her typical aloof expression, grimacing at the mere mention of Rumi's name. Sakihata Rumi too is one of the 7 Black Knights. Is that really true? Fez recalled yesterday's incident at the hospital. She could remember being addressed by Rumi's apologetic voice. Oh, are we finally going to see this scene? Please stay away from Taku, Lamau. It's funny because that means Masumi was technically right about this conversation. I can't let him awaken. Have you no self-awareness? Even as one of the Black Knights? Why does she keep talking like that? I can handle this myself. I'll figure it out. It's very beautiful what you hope to accomplish, but it is not what the greater will desires. Fez is fucking nuts, yo. I do not desire it either. You must not bear all of this on your own. Can we just put this talk of Black Knights on the back burner for now? She needs medical attention this instant. She's losing a lot of blood. She's fine, bro. She's been losing a lot of blood for like days now at this point. I don't understand what the timeline is right now, but it feels like she's been losing blood for days. Momose gently placed her handkerchief on Nanami's open wound. She has an awful fever, and I can see her going pale. We need to hurry. Big bro, I want to see my big bro. Tears trickled from Nanami's vacant eyes. Right at that moment, something happened. What the fuck was that scream? In an instant, the highway they were standing on collapsed with a deafening roar. They lost all their footing, helplessly entering free fall at gravity's mercy. Also, what was up with the technical glitch there? Did you guys see, like, the graphical, like, that was kind of weird, right? To them, it was like they were falling into the deepest, darkest, slowest circle of hell. Losing herself in the illusion. Thought that was just the stream? No, it wasn't. It was the game. Momose raised a scream so loud it betrayed her age entirely. Don't watch the Chaos Head anime unless you have the right mindset. No. I'm watching the Chaos Head anime, and I will not have the right mindset.
When I came to, dark clouds covered the sky overhead. The dark night had come to an end before I knew it. What a good movie. How dare you, AK? IDK if people watch whatever as long as they read the visual novels first. I don't know, Alpha. You might as well just watch the Steins Gate Zero anime. Like... yeah, Steins Gate Zero is an exception. Honestly, the anime was so much better. I've been trying to drink from this glass of water for like the last hour and it's been empty. But yet every time I grab it, it's still empty. Trying to dilute more water here, boys. The anime is said to be the final route in the game. For Zero, no spoilers. But, I mean, I assume all of you guys have probably already experienced Zero. But the anime is basically like... they chop up a bunch of the routes and string them together. There's like a couple things from every route. I don't even... it's the anime is effectively a sequel. I don't even know if it's that. It feels like it's a little bit of everything. Really? That's not my argument? It's the Psy Adventure lore man I trust. To me, the anime felt like not a sequel, but like just one super route that replaced the visual novel. Kingdom Hearts, I'm assuming. Kingdom Hearts UX. Whatever, I don't care about Zero much. I love Zero, man. I loved Zero so much. Pacing is whack. Yeah, the visual novel pacing of Zero is pretty rough. I feel like the anime is the definitive way to experience it. Are we talking me again? There wasn't a shred of blue light in the sky. I was hit with a wave of depression. The sky could not have been more gloomy. Countless sirens from ambulances and fire trucks blared off in the distance. A multitude of helicopters were in the sky, circling the city like flies. My head was racked with pain, like someone put a jackhammer to it. It felt even worse than after the last earthquake. I tried to remember what had happened before my memories cut off. The sky turning white, Shogun mentioning the third melt. I ignored my headache and stood up, only to lose all words. It's the main menu. The usual scenery was entirely absent.
It was like a scene out of the End of the Millennium thing that everyone had been freaking out about almost a decade ago. Shibuya was on the verge of collapse. So this is where we were at in the beginning of the game, right? I don't mean to be joking in a cool scene. Alpha. You know better than to apologize for that. That's literally half of this stream is me joking during every cool scene. I started joking during the Hazuki reveal. Traffic lights, roadside trees, and buildings had fallen to the ground. The Jumbotrons, the most iconic part of Shibuya Scramble Crossing, really had cracks ripping through them and were entirely silent. The stairs leading down to the subway were buried beneath the rubble of their own ceilings. The guard around the Yamanote line had fallen apart, and the railway had been ripped to shreds. Man stayed on the Hazuki CG for like 30 minutes. Yeah. This feels like a genre shift. Well, only if we can go 30 minutes before Taku calls himself a loser in some capacity. More people than I could count were lying on the ground. Blood and guts clung to the scattering debris. Some remained motionless. Some moaned in pain. Some screamed for help. Some were covered in dust, crawling on all floors without a care as to how it made them appear. Some only cried, tightly cradling another motionless body in their arms. How'd Takumi's body survive this? I could smell all the blood. The rusty smell mixed with the stench of something burning. Everything was covered in the thick odor of dust. Far in the distance, plumes of black smoke rose like smoke signals. This was the power of Noah 2. It was horrifying. It was already on the scale of a weapon of mass destruction. I understood why Shogun wanted to put an end to this. Come to think of it, where was Shogun? When I came back to myself, I surveyed my surroundings. There was a bent wheelchair lying pretty close to me. Right beside it, his delicate frame was lying there. I ran over to him in a panic and lifted him up. Hey, can you hear me? Say something. He didn't react. Not even his inner voice said anything. Oh God, was he dead? I put his ear to my mouth, or put my ear to his mouth. As faint as it was, he was still breathing. I'd better shake him awake. He was still unconscious. I tried hitting him lightly on the cheek a few times, to no avail. Where is it? Where is Noah 2? If I didn't know where it was, there was no way I could make it in time to save Remy or Nanami. Well, Nanami's already safe. Can't he just do the, hack the memories thing? Where he, like, peers into the Matrix or whatever to find out where Noah 2 is? Can't he just go, like, I should have asked him that when I had the chance. Clicking my tongue, I took my phone out of my pocket. It was off. Despite my many attempts to get it working, it stayed that way. It was nothing more than garbage now. Aside from Shogun, who else would know where to find it? Think, goddammit. I didn't have time for this. While I was wandering around doing absolutely goddamn nothing, that Nerose guy could be ready to kill Remy at any moment. Honestly, she's probably dead by now. We've been fiddling around about this for, I mean, what, 2 days now? Then who? Who was someone I could trust? Someone who knew about Noah 2?
君たちは特別な存在だ。
You are all special beings,
中でも一番
and the
特
most
別な
special among you
その目
is the boy who birthed.
を海よ
Whose eyes are those eyes?
畑野一世
Issei. Aoi's dad. One of the founding members of Project Noah. The person who is nowhere to be found right now. Not to mention I'd never met him before. It was possible we'd passed each other on the street before, actually. Kazuki had told me all about his homeless lifestyle, with a guy always wandering around Shibuya. I wish they kept him in more CGs. I remember thinking it was really cool when we saw him in a couple CGs at the very beginning of the game, but they dropped that, like, pretty, like, fast. I think it would have been cool if he kept showing throughout the game, yeah? Am I alone in that opinion? I felt like he was in like the first couple, and then they were like, eh. Whatever.
I
have to find him. He was in them for a while. Was he in them for a while, though? I feel like he was only in them for like 2-3 chapters. He was definitely in them for long enough to get to be noticeable. Then as soon as it was like noticeable, I feel like almost as soon as I was like, oh shit, this guy's in every fucking scene, he stopped appearing in them. If Chris is here, maybe Chris would know the exact chapter he like last shows, but I feel like it's chapter 3 or 4 or some shit that he stops appearing. With a surprisingly light body of Shogun on my back, mindfully made my way through the debris. I didn't have a clue where this guy was, but I had no choice. I had to find him no matter what. You forgot his D-Sword Awaken scene already? Wait, could you actually see? Could you see the homeless guy in the D-Sword Awakening scene? You forgot his D-Sword Awakening scene? No. Are you confused? Yeah, okay. I was like, wait a minute, what? No, I just feel like the homeless guy stopped showing in CGs after like chapter 3 or 4. As light as Shogun's body was, it was still nearly 20 kilograms. How much is that? In real weight. Bro's 45 pounds. I think he was only in a couple. Yeah, I think it would have just been a fun Easter egg to keep seeing him and stuff. Why did you focus so much on the homeless man in the beginning? Because he was in like so many CGs. That's why I kept focusing on him. It was weird. Like, it was enough, like, he was showing up in enough. Obviously, he was a character. But, like, it was enough for me, like, keep seeing that dude and be like, wait a minute. Pounds? Pounds is a real measurement of weight. Kilograms is a fictional type of weight. He's over-designed for a background character? Yeah. You never noticed him yourself until my stream? Tell you, man, I'm always looking for clues. I'm always looking for clues and signs. That's why, like, I saw him. And, like, first 2 times I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. But by like third time, I was like, wait a minute. This dude keeps fucking showing up, man. I wish they kept him going as like a little Easter egg. That would have been fun. But yeah, as light as Shogun's body was, it was still nearly 45 pounds. It was hard enough just carrying him around Shibuya, but it was even worse factoring in all the uneven roads. I wasn't one for exercise. I mean, hell, my daily routine consisted of me sitting in front of my computer all day. I was surprised how you noticed the Shogun typo, too. Yeah, dude, I hone in on that shit. That's what I'm looking for. I'm always looking for clues and inconsistencies. That's why I stop so much and, like... I always try to analyze the scene. Oh shit, did you find a video of, like, Shogun's disease? Or, like, something similar? That's kind of cool. I might check that out after the stream. That's, like, kind of a real thing. I mean, obviously it's exaggerated in the game, but... Interesting. To be fair, I don't think it was, they were differentiated in the original. They were in the official. He took a while to notice it. But to be fair, I also probably took a while to just make it through the scene in general, because I probably was ranting. But I did notice it. I wasn't one for exercise. Hell, my daily routine consisted of me sitting in front of my computer all day. Okay, I personally feel attacked by this statement. Fuck talk to me. I considered finding a way to get Shogun to the hospital, but with Shibuya the way it was, I doubted I could even get an ambulance. Just call an Uber, bro. Honestly. Even the gentle hill that was Dogenzaka was doing its best to drain all my energy. I could barely breathe, and my whole body was gushing out buckets of sweat. I credit Jet Set Radio with why I can pronounce like Shibuya and Dogenzaka without hesitation. But like other Japanese like areas and names, I'm like, Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I took a quick break to catch my breath. Reaching to the sky, an altar of commandments. I'm not very musically inclined, pretty tone deaf, so I'm gonna do this out of rhythm. You still have the OG on your computer, so you can make direct comparisons. That's cool. For blasphemy towards God, it speaks of the painfully hellish rewards. I won't talk over these voice lines because she's supposed to be singing, so... Believe in those eyes. Listen when they tell you to walk. Why would eyes tell you to walk? You have a decent singing voice? Yeah, maybe if I practiced. I can keep a consistent note. Do so one by one. But I also don't know, like, what a rhythm would be for it. Linking hand in hand within the darkness. Suddenly, I could faintly hear someone's voice. Someone was singing, their voice rife with loneliness, but not without hope. I can't get over the plate smashing noise of this. You said you were doing voice practice for voice acting, so I'm sure there's some skill overlap. Probably, yeah. Or at least how to hold a consistent tone, probably. Their soothing voice washed over me. I heard this singing somewhere before. One thing that I'm always really excited about in the my voice training reel, I really am trying to get good with my voice, so when I talk for 9 hours straight, it's not as lame. But I wanted to say really quick, pause this song. I really like in anime when they have a character that sings. I really like hearing the English dub voice actress having to sing. It's even funnier sometimes when they just hard cut and they don't even have the dub voice actress sing. I think that's really funny. Or they just have the song still. How does Fez sound in the dub? That's why I'm excited to find out. Because that's the first thing I thought of is who's the voice actress for Fez gonna sing. Isn't Fez played by the singer Fez, who does the music for the series? I think so. At least in lore, she's supposed to be the same character. Who does Fez's dub voice? Stephanie Shesh? She's a Sailor Moon voice actress in the English dub. Yeah, that'll be fun to listen to. Back at that concert, even in spite of the glaring lights overwhelming my vision, and the blaring sound shaking the entire airtight building, I'd still managed to take it in. But this time I was in the middle of the road, where I couldn't see a single sign of life. And yet, in the center of this collapsed city dominated by death, I could hear her. Chaos Head Anime has decent voice actors for the dub. I can't remember if the voice direction was great. Man, the Steins Gate dub was fantastic. So are they just kind of having like a stand users are drawn to each other moment here, where all of the D-sword holders are gonna walk into each other? The dub script bothers you? For Steins Gate or for the Chaos Head script? Really? The script bothered you for Steins Gate? I just have a few issues with some of the lines. Then you probably, I bet you have issues probably with the things that I thought were better about the dub. Like the memes being localized. I bet you, is that what bothers you, Chris, if I were to guess?
localized poorly. But I'm a big localizer man. I guess. I like the Rickroll meme. Yeah, I like that. Find a little oof when you hear the dub characters reference stuff like Doctor Who and Star Trek. Do they do that? And they reference like World of Warcraft and stuff. The Rickroll one doesn't work because of the call response. Also, Kurisu is not a Redditor. Lamau. Yeah, I like the I don't know. I like the localizations. What was the localization of Hacker? We talked about this on the Discord during the stream. The localization of Hacker made me fucking totally like get the joke finally when I was watching the dub. Like, in the game, I kept being, like, during the original Steins Gate stream, like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, when I was streaming the visual novel. Like, what is the deal of this? And then in the dub anime, when they called him a hack, it finally connected for me. I was like, oh, like, that's what it means! So I thought that localization was good. That's what you mean? Yeah. Like, yeah, I remember the whole visual novel, like, they'd be like, yeah, he's a hacker. And I'd be like, so they just, like, sang it, like, weird? Like, what the fuck does that mean? I went through the whole visual novel like that, and then, yeah, I watched the show, and Okabe was like, yeah, Daru's a fucking hack. And then it finally, like, I had the galaxy brain moment of, like, oh, he means, like, he's a fucking fraud. Oh, he's like, fucking with him. That was what got me. Like in the dub, where that was localized and I finally got it. I was like, oh yeah, that makes way more sense. Super Haka. Yeah. I just prefer the sub. I'm a big dub enjoyer. I'm a big dub enjoyer. Besides Daru's VA? Okabe's VA seems so good to me too, though. Take inspiration from Tatum's Okabe on how we handle Okabe in terms of the side material. Very ostentatious and good. Yeah. I like it very well. There's a character he voices in Fire Emblem Engage, and he has frequent interactions with a the voice actress for the dub of Kurisu is also in Fire Emblem Engage, and they have a lot of interactions, and I couldn't fucking... Like, it couldn't wrap my brain around the two characters not being Okabe and Kurisu. It was really weird. Because they were both so wholly unlike their characters from Steins Gate. Obviously, because they're in a different fucking game. But they had, like, the same voice. Like, there was pretty much no difference, like, in their dub voice in Fire Emblem Engage and in, Steins Gate, so it was just really weird. Because they didn't have any, like, different inflection. Like, if you, like, closed your eyes, you could still be like, oh yeah, this is those characters, and it was so fucking weird. Because Kurisu, in Fire Emblem Engage, Kurisu's voice actress voices a character that is like a muscle-bound jock. Like, she's really all about, like, working out and getting big.
all the time. So she always talks about how she's trying to get stronger. And so it was just really funny hearing Kurisu's voice be like that. And then Okabe's voice actor plays a guy who's like very calm and just kind of wants to not be the center of attention. So, and he's like very often like unnoticed in a group. Like people will be like, "Oh shit, you're here," and he'll be like, "Oh, don't mind me." Did you try the social link between the two of them? They actually don't have one, which was really disappointing. But their characters interact in the story. But yeah, they don't have a direct social link with each other, which was disappointing. But yeah. There's a fucking Kellerman engage. Very similar. Not exactly like Kellum, but I hate Kellum so fucking much. Yeah, he's also an armored knight, but he's not like totally like Kellum, where people are like, "Oh, what the fuck?" But he is very similar. They're both armored knights, and yeah, he's like a watcher. He likes to watch people instead. And yeah, he's voiced by Okabe. Why haven't they just combined Tharja and Camilla into the ultimate character? They have. It's called Ivy, and she's in Fire Emblem Engage. Watch my Fire Emblem Engage playthrough on the stream. And, you'll see. I played through that whole game. I just Google searched Kellum. Why does his head look so small? It's a thing with all armored knights in Fire Emblem, like on the 3DS games. They made, all the armored knights have just like ridiculously big fucking armor, so they look goofy. There's too many Fire Emblem games. Yeah. I've streamed... If you want to see Fire Emblem content on this channel, I streamed Fire Emblem Engage, Three Houses, Awakening, and Birthright. Those are more playlists for you to check out after this stream is over. Want to reiterate, the thumbnail for this stream is great. You did good on it. Fuck yeah, thank you. Glad people thought that. I thought very hard about it. I'm pretty proud of the thumbnail for this stream. I also, for the thumbnails of Fire Emblem Engage, I stitched those 2 dress shirts together. Man, I didn't feel like I got enough love for those thumbnails. Those were funny. Man, because the main character has the split blue and red hair, so I stitched the blue and red dress shirt together. It was funny, but not, it didn't get enough comments. 2 dress shirts wasted. But anyway, yeah, the dub voice actors from Chaos Head are in Fire Emblem Engage, but they play wildly different characters despite not changing their voice much at all, and it's really disorientating. And they were like the only voice actors I really recognized from that game too. And I'm a big dub guy, so next stream will be the last for the common route. How much is left? Because I was thinking of kind of wrapping up pretty soon. How much is left of Chapter 10? Like, basically a whole ass chapter, like several hours. You're maybe 1/5 of the way through. Okay, yeah. We'll still go till we get to, like, a decent endpoint. This would be a good endpoint. I mean, we can keep going, because even if I do, let's say next stream, I finish the common route, that doesn't mean the stream has to end tomorrow. Like, even if I finish the common route in like 2 hours or whatever, we can just start one of the side routes. So we could still stream for like 8 hours or whatever tomorrow. If I were to say miraculously, just read right through chapter 10 all the way through. No breaks. But yeah, we'll get to a more solid endpoint. I feel like them all linking up isn't the solid endpoint. I think once they all get together, maybe. Because like I said, it seems like they're having a JoJo all stand users are drawn to each other moment, where they're all gonna just kind of meet up in the ruins here. Fez. I put Shogun down and surveyed my surroundings once again. The only people I could see were the collapsed corpses strewn across the city. I have to go, same time zone as you, so you can probably guess why. Yeah, I can. Fair enough. That's fine, Alpha. I'm gonna be wrapping up pretty soon here, too. Anyway. I was already planning on it anyway. Because of the, you know, it's been 8.5 hours. Good night, man. Thanks for the fire jokes tonight. I did my best to avoid looking at them, and instead focusing on trying to find Fez. Where the hell was her voice coming from? The road in front of me was wholly caved in. Looking at it, the hole it created was incredibly big. There was definitely a subway tunnel beneath it. I didn't want to believe it at first, but even so, I peered down from the edge of the hole. It was about 5 meters deep. There was a pretty fair amount of rubble piled up at the bottom. And that was where Fez had fallen. Taku. Hey, hold on. I'll save you. Yeah, can't he just, like, delude the wall away? I jumped down into the hole. I didn't stick the landing whatsoever. Instead, basically slamming into the rubble while just barely avoiding falling over. Ooh. Fez's leg was pinned under a pretty sizable slab of concrete, stopping her from moving. I really did give it my best effort, but it just wasn't moving on its. It wasn't possible on my own. I'm not the only one. There are 3 others, including your sister. Nanami's here? What the hell is she doing? Had that Narose guy kidnapped her? Nanami? Nanami, are you there? Ignoring Fez, whose leg is like broken under rubble. Enduring the pain in my legs, I stood up and yelled out for my sister, but I got no reply. Looking around me, I saw only one other person besides Fez. There was a pretty hefty woman lying down on the ground. That's kind of rude. She wasn't moving, but she only seemed to be unconscious. Nanami and one other person were absent. Maybe they'd been buried alive. Can't he just Giglomaniac all this up? I had to find them right this second. Takumi rude to women? Yeah, but he's like awakened to Takumi now. He's supposed to be more normie. My eye shot at the top of the hole. There was enough dust to make anyone hack their lungs out. But beyond that, I could see the circular shape of the sky above. I thought about Shogun, who I'd laid up on the road there. Did that speech to the entire world sound normie? I guess. But he didn't. That was before he had his dream sequence with Shogun. The more delusions you have, the more the lifespan of the real you gets whittled away. I couldn't hesitate here. I drew my D-sword entirely from thin air. I mean, Thank you. We know it's from thin air. Cautiously avoiding looking at her leg. Consciously avoiding looking at her leg. I sat down near Fez and peered at her face. I stared into her eyes, refusing to look at anything else. What? Why? That should do the trick.
妄想するんだ。
Time for a delusion. A strong one. A really strong one.
綾瀬の足の上にある瓦礫は大きなものじゃない。
The rubble on your leg isn't that big.
一つ
In
一つは
fact,
小
it's
さい。
actually just a bunch of small pieces smashed together.
重くない。
It isn't heavy at all
簡
either.
単に足を引っ張り出せ。
Nothing is stopping you from pulling your leg out from under it.
他の二人も。
And the other two can be saved just as easily. Me and Fez. We only needed mutual recognition between us two gigglomaniacs. Because once we had that, then our delusion was sure to become reality. So does that, like, the whole time then, that animation is supposed to be the delusion becoming reality then? But didn't that play before a bunch of the, like, lewd ones, too? Not exactly. What? But they just did the thing, and then the thing played. Just a delusion at all. Oh. Just when Takumi starts deluding? Oh. Suppose it's up in the air. Out of nowhere, Fez smiled in relief. She gently stroked my cheek with her fingers.
グラジオールの導きに
"'Tis the guidance of Gladoli, the fact that you came here." I blinked nervously. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Thinking of some of the people we lost while going through the visual novel. Who was the guy that joined mid-chapter 6? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean Mario? Who, like, joined for the first time in the middle of, like, a lewd scene or something? Ruben comes and goes. He's got stuff going on. He missed some of the Steins Gate live streams, too. But he seemed to have a better understanding of Steins Gate. Who's here is gonna watch the Mario movie? Oh, I'm gonna, of course. I blinked nervously. Haha. I still mauled about Pratt. Why? Let's go. Isn't that like the coolest Mario impression you've ever heard in your life? Easy, bro. Easy dubs. I just hope that consistently, even though Takumi has like a better understanding of the whole thing now, I just hope every time Fez talks, we just never acknowledge that what, like, she's just fucking talking about Chuny shit, and everyone's kind of like, what the fuck, like, for the rest of the game. Like, her, like, Black Knight's theory or anything, like, doesn't get explained. They just keep going Well, girl, what is your fucking problem? Because that's how I feel every time she talks. Who's gonna watch the Tetris movie? Tetris movie? What? What would that be? Just some blocks falling? The Black Knights had already been explained. I mean, yeah, I know, but like... She keeps making it sound really like Chuny, so that's funny. I mean, really, I just finally just crashed. If you remember the hints that appear throughout the whole game. I mean, yeah, her saying the 7 Black Knights thing was how we figured out that, Yua and Nanami were going to awaken as D-Sword users. Before they had. That's why I was like, remember guys, get your surprised Pikachu faces when they pull out the sword. I just think it's funny to make fun of the fact that instead of saying, like, D-Sword users, like literally everyone else, she's like, the Black Knights are rising because of the greater will of the universe. I feel it coursing through me. Everyone else is like, I just pulled this fucking sword out of thin air. You know what? I just thought about it and I had the sword. But you know, Fez is a musician, so she's already got some drama going on. Exactly as I deluded to be. The large slab of concrete pinning Fez's leg had now turned into a heap of smaller pieces. But yeah, we gotta wrap up soon. I finally got hit with the crash of like, oh man, I am tired. You know that feeling? When suddenly your body's like, hey! We sleep now. That just happened to me. Pushing away some of the debris, Fez slipped her right leg out. I really hadn't expected it to go so damn well. Starting to move, she massaged her ankle. Luckily, her injuries didn't seem all that bad. I could hear you singing, Fez. That was what guided me here, really. I see. It gladdens me that I continue to sing. Helping Fez up, I stood and took a look around. Where's Nanami? I'm too tired. I'll sleep and watch the VOD later. See you, man. We probably won't be going too much longer. Have a good night, Wandering. I still didn't see any signs of my sister. Oh, isn't Takami's going to be able to delude Nanami's hand back? Her delusion failed after all? Or was Nanami already? I began to feel anxious. Is anyone there? I heard a voice. Looking in the direction of it, I saw a hand reaching out from the gap inside the rubble. And so I took that hand, gripped its slender fingers, and peered into the gap. Oh, that's not who I'm looking for. The gap was almost like a tunnel, and in that tunnel was a familiar-looking girl wearing glasses. I thought he deluded that she would be easy to get. It doesn't look like she's going to be easy to get here. Felt like it'd been ages since I'd last seen Yua. Yeah, several fucking chapters. I think like chapter 2 or 3. Somehow this hole, it appeared out of nowhere.
It's strange.
全く身動きが
Until only a few moments ago, I couldn't move at all. The girl averted her eyes from me, with a face that seemed almost apologetic.
手を
Hold on
しっか
tight.
り掴んで
Huh? I tightly gripped Yua's hand, and then I pulled as hard as I possibly could away from the gap. Fez helped as well. What if her legs were pinned underneath something? Well, I guess he deluded that they wouldn't be, so yeah, that's fine. With the two of us pulling Yua with all our might, she managed to break free from the rubble without too much trouble. Thank you so... She was covered from head to toe in dust. A few pieces of concrete were tangled up in her long hair. But even with all that, she seemed completely uninjured. And now Nanami. Leaving Yua with Fez, I started to search for her. Given Yua had managed to break free, I could only assume my delusion had actually worked. And if that were true, then the Nami should have been in the rubble somewhere I could yank her free from. And lo and behold, that was exactly the case. As I searched through tons and tons more rubble, I managed to catch a glimpse of Nanami's face through a crack.
Nanami!
Nanami! I called to her, but she didn't respond. She must have fainted. Reaching out, I went to touch her shoulder, but hesitated. A memory from yesterday flashed into my mind, of Nanami vanishing into particles right before my eyes. How come that was the only delusion that just, like, particle vaporized? No. This has to be the real Nanami. Gathering my resolve, I grabbed her by the shoulder, more specifically by her blouse. I could actually touch her, feel her warmth. Just like I had with Yua a bit ago, I pulled her out with all my strength. Unlike Fez or Yua, however, Nanami's uniform was stained with blood, her hand especially covered in red. Regardless, I laid her down on the ground, then went to check her breathing. She seemed to be in pain, but still breathing.
よかった
Thank God! Even so, I couldn't help but worry about her right hand. It was absolutely covered in blood. And yet, when I tried to grab it, my fingers slipped right through it. A delusional hand? And that could only mean Nanami's right hand was...
ごめん
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I got you involved. A groan leaked from Nanami's mouth. Her face caked in dust. I gently stroked her cheek and watched as her eyelids slowly began to open. Big bro? Her gaze faintly wandered for a moment before finally landing on me.
ナナミ
Man, she has survived an incredible amount of trauma these last few days. That very moment, Nanami's expression warped and changed. Tremendous tears broke free from her eyes. Her left hand firmly grasped my own. Big bro! Big bro! She whispered to me so happily. It felt as if she never wanted to let me go. But when I heard those whispers, I responded with a slight shake of my head.
ナナミの本当の兄は
Nanami,
僕
your
じゃない
actual
よ
older brother isn't me. Eh? We've already deluded it so, though. My memories are so cloudy. Bro, this is that video that played when you listened to music on Windows Movie Maker in the early 2000s. That was how Nanami felt. Her brother's words had been the trigger in her heart, and now she felt as if she had two brothers. However,
What her heart told her was that it was not as if she just had two, but that she really did have two. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Maybe I'm too tired to understand this sentence. What her heart told her was that it was not just as if she had two, but that she really did have two. Okay. Her mind flashed back to the past, and she remembered her two brothers' faces. One of them seemed quite pathetic, one of them covered in wrinkles. I like that the wheelchair-bound Takumi, that's shriveled up, wrinkled, decaying, is not the one that seems pathetic. It's Takumi. One of these two brothers was horribly disfigured, doomed to a body that no one could ever love. The other was Shogun. Despite these distinctions, she was still convinced that she had only had a single brother. Something was not ending up. Something between her memories and her cognition. Was it reality? Illusion? She did not know, and that scared her. To escape this, she attempted to empty her mind of all thoughts, when suddenly her own voice audibly rippled outward. Nana, you need to stay strong. No, I'm already head empty, bro. The next thing she knew, she was standing in a hallway illuminated by the setting sun. She could smell disinfectant, and before her stood a plain door. She reached out toward it, gripped the handle, and then, through no will of her own, her hand opened the door. What happened to that, like, Heaven's Door mini-game thing that showed up sometime, or Hell's Door or whatever? Was that really just, like, in the first chapter, and we kind of just never saw that again? This again? You seriously not gonna eat, big bro? How many times do I have to tell you to eat up? If you don't eat, you're never gonna get better. Oh, jeez. Is it because of the peas? Not a little kid anymore, big bro. When are you gonna stop being so picky? Then again, I kind of hate peas too. So if you want to leave them off to the side, I get it. But still, you gotta eat everything else. If you don't, she's gonna get really mad at me. You know, that super scary head nurse. Whoops. She's...
Nanami.
Nanami. Yeah? I apologize for mistreating you so over the years. Huh? It really isn't like you to apologize. You don't need to overwork yourself for my sake anymore. I don't... What are you saying? I have to go into hiding. So because of that, you don't need to come here anymore. What are you... This is goodbye. And that was where her memories cut off. Those memories about her real brother. Her brother had been suffering from a serious illness, leading her to graciously spend many years tending to him in the hospital, Why didn't the nurses do that? Well, I guess we know why. Never mind. No matter how much time had passed, she knew she had to stay strong so that she could best take care of him in his time of need. For the past year and a half, these things had disappeared from her memory entirely. She had forgotten those memories had even existed. In exchange for that, her brother had continued living on his own in good health right there in Shibuya. Her mother had asked her to routinely check on him, leading her to sometimes drop by on the way home from school. And thus she had done so, thinking nothing of it. After all, he was her brother. Checking in on him might as well have already been routine. She never housed any doubts about it.
どうして
Why?
ナナは
Why did I
忘れちゃってたんだろう。
forget all about you? See, you wiped her brain. Nearly 30 minutes had passed since she had been rescued from beneath the rubble. And now she had finally been reunited with her real brother. There he was, lying still on the road. Still breathing, but remained unconscious. His body was small, wrinkled, emaciated, and incredibly weak as she remembered. It was the brother from so long ago whom she had always known.
こんなのひどいよ。
This is just too much. Yeah, like, see, she still has that, like, stub.
ナナはお兄
I
に
spent all my time
文句ばっかり
lecturing
言って
you.
たけど
All of
言
it,
って
but
たけど
though her brother did not reply, she clung to his small body all the same, letting loose a flood of tears.
お兄のこと
Never
一度だって忘れたいなんて思ったことなかった。
did I ever think about forgetting you, big bro.
勝手だよ。
You're so selfish.
わがまますぎだよ。
Really, how could you be this selfish? The sound of metal lightly scraping against something came from within her. And a moment later, something slipped free from his pocket. Within her brother's clothes. Ah. It was what Nanami had been searching for. When she lost her right hand, she lost it as well. A flimsy, cheap bangle with a snowflake motif. Confused, she stared at her real brother's face, but his eyes, buried in wrinkles, did not open in return. Nanami picked up the bangle with her left hand. She remembered how it felt to touch. It was her brother's first present to her, Nanami's greatest treasure. Nanami lifted her gaze, unconsciously searching for her other brother. He was holding a long sword and his back was turned to her. He was walking away, leaving this place. Even without saying a word, Nanami could understand that much. Wait, he just left her? What? The fact that he might leave without saying even a word to her left her wrought with a terrible loneliness. Yeah, what?
行っておいで。
Go to him. Why was he just leaving? Aren't we concerned about her medical her medical state or physical health? What? Go to him. Huh? Nanami's brow furrowed in confusion. She softly searched around herself.
今
Where
声
did...
が
It was her brother's voice. That much she indeed remembered. The voice of her brother, who should have been unconscious.
彼は僕と一心同体。
He and I are one in body and soul.
お兄なんだか
He's like another brother to you. I still don't get why they... And then why is Takumi just leaving Shogun behind? Whether it was truly her brother's voice or a mere hallucination, Nanami could not tell. And yet, regardless of which it was, she whispered all the
う
same.
んわかった
Yeah, you're right. She whispered to her brother, who still lay on the ground. Nanami stood up and walked toward her older brother's back. She hardly had any strength left. Day after day, she had been trapped in a pitch-black room, forced to take part in some sick tableau of agonizing crucifixion. She could not even remember how many times she had thought she would die. Yeah, what? Her right hand in particular caused her tremendous amounts of pain, as if a chisel was being struck into it all the way down to the bone. The sensation that she lacked in her hand, together with the illusion that it still remained, was tearing her mind in two. She was exhausted, mentally and physically. If she lost focus, there was no doubt she would fall to the ground, too drained to get back up again. This is why I don't get why he just walked away from her. Therefore, she had to make a desperate effort to reach her hand out at this very instant. Even if it took more effort than she could give, she would do everything in her power to make him stop. Oi! She narrowly managed to squeeze something out, and thankfully he heard. He halted his stride and looked back toward Nanami. But I always think it's so funny in anime when characters are still like randomly wearing their school uniform still. Takumi has not been to school in fucking weeks. He's still wearing his uniform. Could be a variety of reasons. I'd guess he doesn't believe he's her real brother. But still, she's like bleeding to death. Even though she had managed to stop him, she was lost on what exactly to say to him. The reality that this person was not her brother at all. The conviction that this person was her brother to the end. He has to go defeat Noah. True. Those two feelings had blended together in her head, making them even harder to discern. But she gripped her bangle tightly in her left hand. No, she didn't. It had been his gift to her, one that felt cold to the touch, but warm to the heart. The very existence of this bangle linked both him and her together. That was how she felt. And Mose had just let her walk away. That answer was all she needed. Her hesitation instantly faded. Big bro, even though you might not actually be my brother, you're not very reliable. You're a total nerd. Always collecting anime, doll things, and porn. And just being generally unlikable. Takumi turns around and is like, hey, is this gonna get it, like, turn into a motivating speech at all? Where I'm supposed to like you? And you say a lot of mean things. And you're never really nice to people. And you're pretty much always rude. But you're still my big bro. Only child problems can't relate to this scene. Trying her hardest to fight back her tears, Nanami smiled as best she could. Thank you, Nanami. Very kind words. Upon gazing at his expression, she saw that her older brother seemed a little embarrassed. And with that, relief washed over Nanami, before slowly putting her consciousness to rest. Okay. This feels like a good spot to end for today's stream. 9 hours in. I think it's a good time to wrap up today. What do you think of today? Stressful, is what I think.
Stressful. Stressful indeed. No, I'm just kidding. It was fun. Ugh. Like stream or IRL? No, stream. IRL was fine. I didn't really do anything today. Like I said, like I said, like an hour ago, I got hit with that wave of being super tired. I'm crashing, bros. Thanks for watching, you guys. I hope you enjoyed. I know I ranted and raved and complained a lot this stream, but hopefully you made it through the whole, I need to stop hearing the plate sound. You can't. It's just a kitchen remix. Hopefully you guys made it through the complaining, because that's all part of the process. Like I said on these streams, I mention anything that's part of my thought process out loud to you guys, because I feel like that's part of the experience, right? Before I even before I like fully process the thought in my head, I speak it out to you guys so we can go through the thought process together. I think that's really fun. Plus, talking with you guys is always the most fun of the stream. That's why I do these. Just to hang out and chat with everybody. It's a blast. I have had a lot of fun with all of these Chaos Head streams. I say that like tomorrow's the last one. Tomorrow's the end of the common route, but we'll be doing the other routes as well. So I guess this won't be the final Chaos Head, or tomorrow won't be the final Chaos Head stream, but it is the end tomorrow. I might clickbait it and call it the end, but who knows? Haven't decided yet. But we'll still do the other routes, so there's still at least fucking 20 more of these. I don't know. But yeah, if you don't want to miss out on any of the future Chaos Head streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button, so that way you don't miss out on future notifications for the streams. If you subscribe, all the videos show up in your subscription feed, obviously. And if you hit the bell button, you'll get the notification when I go live. It'll show up as a little ding. So do that. Join my Discord channel, link to that in the description below if you want to chat. And drop a like on the video too if you can. Likes always help boost these in the old YouTube algorithm. Oh, Kyler, you made it just in time for my rousing finish to these streams. Some may say it's the best part. Yeah, the Discord is, we're pogging out over in the Discord, as the kids say. So feel free to join it. Like I said, link in the description below. If you can't make it to the Discord, chat with us in the live stream, or comment below. Like I said, I read all the comments, but I'm always chatting in the Discord. I got notifications turned on for my Discord on my phone, so I'm always seeing messages and stuff. I reply whenever I can. But yeah, that's it. We'll wrap up today. Annoyed moment. Annoyed moment indeed. Yeah, that's it. Subscribe, bell button, Discord. Get notifications for every channel. On my Discord, yeah. On my Discord, not for other people's servers. But my server, yes. I have notifications for them. Lost my train of thought. I usually never get this tired at 3 a.m., but I'm ready to fall asleep right after the stream. I don't know what happened. I guess I haven't had enough caffeine today. Yeah, subscribe, bell button, drop a like on the video if you can. Thank you. Chat with us. Just hang out. I'm just trying to get more people in the community. Hanging out, chatting with people. It's been fun. We've been really growing the community these last couple months, so I want to keep the stride going. Discord's pretty active again. That's really fun. So are the live streams. The live stream chats have been pretty active again too, and that's been really fun as well. So good things coming. I'm enjoying it. So stay tuned for more. Chaos Head tomorrow. No stream Monday. Maybe stream Tuesday. 100% stream Wednesday. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.